Alright, let's check. Oh, there we go. Oh, baby, there we go. Yeah, apparently the old Mike had decided that he was gonna quit out on me and switch to the default device, which is some unknown nebulous device out there in the old ether. Not sure why it decided to do that, but it felt like that was necessary. It was compelled to do so. Yo, that's young Nubbins. You can go in over this dude and get us to ground 5. How about that? Alright, and then this is another groundy dude. This is another groundy dude. Man, I need to, like, rush the ground levels, but I need to keep the coin in consideration. Also, you guys didn't hear me blabbing all about that new song that you heard playing in the intro there. That's gonna be the new channel theme. We're gonna do some stuff with that, gonna make some things happen, and go from there. So you'll see, it'll shape up. But right now, I just gotta worry about being heard. But thank you, Demon Girl, for catching that. I didn't even see that the mic levels were not miking. Mike was not miking. But now, just like Mike, we are mic'd up, and it was worth it. So we'll blast through this bug team. Bug team bugging out, getting bugged to bits. We are doing surprisingly well for not having slammed any items. What is streak of 3 victories? So that's what they changed the streak counter to. I kind of like the way it was. I kind of like the way that it was, but I can live with this. Now, the question is, what do we want to do with our items right now? Because right now, we're kind of lacking in good item opportunities. And all of our boys are front row, so I'm hesitant to throw a blue orb on somebody. I don't know. I 100% do not know what the right play is here. Probably the right play is to remove Nubbins and place in Nidoran, but the value on Nubbins, just if it can get off one freeze, is enough to almost be more valuable than Nido there. You know, I don't care where Nido ran to. It don't need on me to tell you that. Alright, what do we got? We got a whole bunch of nothing showing up. I guess Nubbins can at least hold the King's Rack for a little bit. That's not bad. We need charcoal if we're going to be playing ground, though. We need a lot of charcoal coming up with a quickness. You set these two dudes here. We get Big Nubbins doing his thing. Graveler can go there on that spot. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This makes sense. It makes snacks. Everybody's happy. Etc, etc. You know, I could go... Man, the question is that the right play? The option is to go Scope and X-Ray and just turn Nubbins into a machine of freezes. Or go Blue Orb into the other thing. What does those two make again? Razor Fang? That's the other option, is Blue Orb into Razor Fang. And frankly, I'm not, like, hugely the most biggest, giganticest fan of that. But clearly we need something more than what we're doing, because we can't get through a Sphere, dude. We cannot get through a freaking Sphere. So, yeah, the fact that Sandshrew couldn't break through that suggests that we gotta make a change here. We at least need some levels on some dudes. Can we wait until after our legendary pick in order to do that, though? I mean, we get through Gary. Gary should be pretty easy to cleave through, so maybe? Maybe. Maybe indeed. We don't need this dude. This dude can go. Get us more interest payments. But if we rush down the next level, we can get to ground 6 and practically guarantee a portal and get that dude in there. You know what? I'm not actually all that against that idea. Ground 6 already, and you know what? We'll move some dudes down so that we can keep digging. And then, yeah, we'll be close to getting in a full row. A full row dug up that fast is not bad. But yeah, this many guys beating down on Gary there. Poor Gary. Give me your lunch money, Gary. Give me your lunch money. Okay, that makes a loaded dice. Loaded dice into Blue Orb. Does that make sense for us? I feel like the answer to that question is maybe. Also, somebody's messing with me on Messenger. Who's messing on the Messenger? We'll take that. Yo, I tell people I'm streaming, I'm strumming, and strapping, and strapped in, and they just like, nah, we don't respect it. We don't respect it. Earthworm, my king, my friend. Alright, that guarantees that we're not doing a loaded dice, I'll tell you that much. That guarantees that we're not doing a... Hold on, people. I got a call coming through. I will be right back to you. Alright. Terribly sorry about that, but we're back in it. Jeez, just today is one of them kind of days. You know them kind of days? The ones that are just kind of like that, you know what I'm saying? The ones that are a little bit like this, and then a little bit like that, and then a little tiny bit on the side that might be a little bit of something, and then the others. You know what I'm saying? You got it. You guys know. I don't gotta tell you. I don't gotta tell you. Oh, man. Oof. Alright, so what am I thinking here? I'm thinking that now that I can pay attention, I think Graveler's going home. Graveler, pick up your ball, go home. These are going on Big Tomp, make them nice and chunky as far as friendship goes. And then, yeah, I think Nidoran comes down, and we might even get ourselves a Nidoqueen here. Yo, Demon Girl. Oh, man, so... yeah, just one of them kinda those days. But we're good now. We are good to go. We are golden. We are good to be golden. And, yeah, Purple Swampert, by the way. Just a schmexy arrangement of colors on that friendo there. Now, wishing that I had a muscle band on the old Earthworm there, which is actually still, technically speaking, a possibility. Because I can refund its kit, right? And then amp it up with something like a muscle band, which is quite good on Orthy there. But I do like the addition of the scope, giving it the ability to crit. But as you can see, it's just taking forever to try to get through this Iron Bundy there. Good old Bundy is beating our tails in, and we ain't getting through Big Penguin, apparently. Big Penguin. No, we got him. But he did do a good job of beating our tails in, kinda. Alright, we got another level for the Nidoran there. Actually, one more makes nothing because I don't have it in yet. Alright, throw this dude in there, and then throw these two on the rear lines while we continue to dig. I could... oh, there it is. One more, and we got Nidoqueen. Do I invest in getting a Nidoqueen on deck? You know what? I do. We get the big queen of spades on the deck. Let's go, Nidoqueen. Teach him about earth power. Teach him about why you're Giovanni's ace. 120 special damage to the target. The damage is doubled if the target suffers from poison. Basically, young superior there. Basically, a young Serpy. Do we get through the Fugu? That's a good question. And it's not looking like we do. No. No, we do not. We don't got it like that. So we need an item pit, or an item pivot on that. Though the Bug Gem get is a good one. Bug Gem pickup is very, very nice for us. You know what? I think we just expand towards Ground 8. I think that's what we do. We got the econ for it. I think... yeah, we put down something like this and we throw this dude in. And then we want to rush down 8. I think that's the play. We got enough evolved units where I'm kind of decently okay with what's happening here. So we played something like this. Something like this don't bother me. So show me the components for a muscle band. Or like something. Something that's better for me than the than ye old scope lens. Of course, if it's like charcoal or something, and I can break down that shell bell in order to get a red orb in order to get Groudon unlock, I will totally sacrifice shell bell on Earthworm in order to get that going. And I think the defensive items stay on Big Swampy there. So, shouldn't be all that big of a problem. So far, health is looking a little sketch. Not too bad. What do we get? We got glasses and ice. Glasses and ice. Does that do anything for us? Not in terms of what we can put on a Groudon. If Groudon's on mine. Alright, we got a ground portal. Let's see who we got. Let's see who is joining us in the fray. If it's Zygarde, all the better. I'd love to see Zygardians happening. Zygardians of the Galaxy. Show me Big Zig. No, but it is Groudon. Now, I could go Groudon, or the other option is I go with Arceus. Now, Arceus is the stupid option. Obviously, Arceus is the bad option here, right? Clearly, Arceus is the wrong take here. Which is why I kind of want to bring it. Because it gives me the 3 synergies that are at the top, but Groudon gets me, like, such good damage. Such good damage out of this thing. But it doesn't get to go primal. Fine, we go Groudon. We go Groudon, we sub out the Nidoran, and then after this match, we'll go ahead and, you know, make some, I think... Do we equip Groudon for meleeing? Because he's probably gonna be, right? So it would help to be like dust plus the scope lens can come off of the Earthworm, I think. Yeah, something like that. I'm not 100% sure how we play it, but hopefully Nidoqueen can get in a little bit of poison chip on him. I don't think this thing actually is capable of poisoning, though. So, yeah, it was close. Yo, that Comfy coming in just looking to mess with us, huh? It's okay, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, we got him. Alright, so this goes on Big Growl, obviously. Earthworm is kind of over his useful period here. So, you know what, I think... We still give him the Shell Bell, because on Earthworm that's pretty good, because he's got big HP energy. But then we definitely want, like, Magnet, or... Do we do double Black Glasses? Wonder Box that Groudon, so that he could potentially give us something to work with? I think that might be the play. We Wonder Box the Groudon, and then... So it's got least reliable recovery, and then we, I don't know, do we Blue Orb? Do we Blue Orb? Is the question. Blue Orb may have some value here, actually. I mean, Earthworm's living a long time. Blue Orb might actually make a certain kind of sense there. And then we got the Red Orb, or Flame Orb, not Red Orb. Red Orb would be so good. But we don't got it like that. Another X-Ray Specs would be so good for us right here with the Blue Orb get. Yeah, teach me all about your X-Ray Specs. Yeah, and I gotta throw that on somebody. Maybe, you know what I do? You were so mad yesterday? What happened? Maybe what I do is Wonder Box on the old Growl. Get him all kitted up with some various goodies. Alright, Groudon's kitted with some various goodies there, and then Earthworm, since you're living forever, we make you hit fast and hard. And then this random magnet, I think that's an easy throw onto the Nidoqueen. And then from there, we're just buying down levels in order to get Nidoran in. Nido ran up on me like that. You know what? As a matter of fact, I go all the way and then get Nidoran in here and get Ground 8. That should do some helpful things there. As we dig holes and beat down on these guys. Flame Orb into Ye Old Bell is interesting. At least Earthworm is slowing down the pace of battle with those Blue Orb procs, working exactly as intended. Kyogre's attempting to sweep away the competition, but I don't care how primal your Kyogre is. Kyogre ain't got nothing on Big Growl. But yeah, tell me why you were upset yesterday. I am very interested in knowing. Also, is that what Shiny Ember looks like? That dude is friggin' frugly, dude. That dude, he needs like a facial routine or something. Alright, Groudon can come in on the little bit of... You know what? No, I think dudes are safe the way they are. I like this little core here being kinda where they are, although Earthworm could maybe go here instead. Try to do a little face tanking. Something like this might work. Something like this might not be so oppressively bad. Alright, so what are we looking for? Obviously, we'd love to replace something with Rhydon. Probably the Sand Slash or the Nidorino was the obviously first pick for getting out of here. But beyond that, you know, Nido King, Nido Queen combo does actually go pretty hard. All right, we get through Fairy Frolicking. Thank goodness. Fairy could have ended up being a very dangerous team, but I don't think that Fairy team came together as well as they would have hoped. Alright, this team is fine this way. I usually don't... Oh, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got that boy. We got that boy, and that gets us Rock On. We got Monster 2. Baby, we are in business. Now, the question is, do we bring young Larvaceous here and hope that we can get to level 9? And I feel like we can. I feel like it's a possibility. So you know what? We let it run for just a little bit and see what happens. Sandslash looping around the back to backsplash the Zapdos, smack him with the smash. Alright, what do we got? Demon Girl says, I walking Roscoe. For the audience context, I believe Roscoe is a canine friendo. Give me 1 second, I gotta decide where this, upgrade's going, or the Aqua Egg. Ooh, upgrade or Aqua Egg. You know what? Upgrade kind of makes sense on Big Swampy there. Alright, so, ooh, this is another good ground unit that gets us Monster. That's actually, like, really good. But the question is, what do we swap? Like Sand Slash to get Monster 3, and then Larvitar gets added in the 4th slot for Monster 4? Go back to reading. I had no shoes on, had skinny jeans on, decided I was gonna leave his leash at the house, and he had his Velcro jacket on, so I was holding on to the back of it, walked about 3 miles, and then the neighbor's dog started chasing us. It was a Chihuahua. I had to walk 3 miles back. Then I saw a tan animal that looked like a dog, walked into the bushes, then my socks were ripping. Sounds like you had a day and a half, and not in a good way. Alright, we got weather showing up thanks to our rocks. We toss rocks. Ooh, Pupitar on deck. I do like to see it. You know, I like to see that Pupitar. As a matter of fact, do we go all the way down just to make sure that we can get this? We do one more fight. And if it goes halfway decently, then we buy in all the way. We buy in all the way to 9. We throw in Rhyhorn, and we swap out Sandslash for good old Pupitar there. And that's how we play this. It's 100% how we play this. But yeah, big Swampy's doing good work. I mean, look at him. He's holding his own. With our main damage dealer being like Groudon, Big Swampy's actually got some energy to him. Yeah, and that Blue Orb's doing more good than I could have imagined. Like, then look how fast these dudes are going. The fact that we didn't get deleted there is riding on the back of a Blue Orb, my friends. Blue Orb is so underrated. Well, it's probably not underrated. It's probably just finely rated, but in my opinion, it's underrated, so. In my opinion, it's the only one that matters. Let's see, we got ice. Ice, do we need ice? We don't really need that. I'll take another Blue Orb, actually. Of all the things that are gonna help, you know, all those dudes are grabbing stuff to help them cast. Oh, I don't need to cast. I just need to stop you from casting. That's the difference, friendos. Alright, let me throw this on the Nidoqueen, and then we keep the party going. I do think we just go ahead and buy down and do our team swap. So Grotle comes in for this dude, and then T-Tar comes in, and then we got Monster 4, Ground 8, Monster 4, Rock 3, Bug 2, Field 1, Dragon 0, as it should be. Alright, Pupitar jumps in on the Ice Cream. That's probably not going to do much, but it does keep the Iron Bundle busy. Game is lagging itself out. Reggie, he's gonna be throwing some status at us, which could be a problem. Hopefully Earthworm can hopefully slow this whole pace of battle down while we attempt to deal with Reggie. Rhyhorn, if you could get an execute here, that would be pretty freaking big, Pally boy. Just saying, if that was something you were interested in doing, that would be very nice. No, not interested? Okay, that's fair. That is indeed fair. Okay, do we wait for the Raikou-ians? I don't think we do. I think we roll down a little bit to see what we can find here, at least until we get to 40. No, ain't nothing, but there's a Ditto there. A Ditto is worth considering, because if we find another Rhyhorn, that's Rhydon, and Rhydon, I think, changes the entire meta of what we're looking at. Rhydon changes the meta in a big way. Okay, let's see what our dudes can do here. Flygon would also change skill expression here a little bit. So, we'll see. We'll see who we're up against. But yeah, Ice is gonna be a little bit tough. Another Shelly Belly, huh? This is a tough one. This is a tough one because I'd love to have Shelbell on Nidoqueen, but the X-ray vision could prove even more valuable just because it locks us out. Also, we need to start up way closer to the enemy team now that we got everything dug out, right? Something like this. Yeah, something like this. And then we didn't really have time to add anybody to the squadron there. But we'll roll down now. Maybe we'll find something good. There's Turtwig. Grotle is on the deck. We got him. Do we get through all of that Monster Mash nonsense that's happening? Maybe. We actually don't care about Geodude. We don't actually care about that dude. Not one bit. Another Larvitar. Maybe. Lotad don't offer nothing that we don't let our guy. Hippopotas is oh, that's Rhydon. That's young Rhydon. Do we even get through this, though? I don't think we do. Surprisingly, that team got a lot stronger. It was the Grookey. The Grookey got that Shaman cracked up to pieces. But third place is ELO. Third place is ELO gain, so I ain't mad about it. Let's get another one in there. Alright, but other than the tragedy of a lifetime, Demon Girl, how else is life doing? Alright, yeah, third place ain't bad against Frosty team. Frosties do kind of put a lot of damage downstream on ground, even with the defensive boosts, you know. Ground Fear is better than Rock does, but still, it's tough. Also, there's a patch notes. Did we get a new notes for the patches? What's new? Double up game mode, that you team up with a partner, battle against other duos, reach some of the stars. Take the field, Bug 8 and Razorfang have been reworked. Ooh, okay. I gotta take a look at that. Bug 8 has been reworked, huh? Okay. Are we playing Bug? Are we playing Bug to see new patch notes? Is that what's gonna happen? Are we playing Crit Bug for the notes? Is that what's gonna happen here? Yo, that dude's already thinking about it. Look at him with the poi pole there. He's already thinking about Crit Bug. I can see it. Look into his eyes. You can tell. You can tell. Alright. And then we get Cobalt, Poke Etch, Crickwow there. Looking at you, Crickwow. I can see what you're planning. Lava Crook, Phil Leo, me, of course, with my Ditto Shiny Fennekin. Illusion with the Zoroark, very fitting. And then Yugamu Omakage. Sure, with the ye old Center Scorch there. Alright, so what's the plan here? What's the strat? I'm kind of liking the idea of playing Bug, but we got to see what we get. We have to see. Bug is usually so great in the early game and then falls off so hard. Basically, if you don't have Quiver Dance dudes dancing on the entire enemy team and getting maximum energy boosties, they're just so hard to pull off. I will rush down the Bug Portal, see if we can make something happen. Might not even get a bug region, but if we do, I might just commit to the bug. Alright, what do we got? We got Weedle. That suggests to me, yeah, bug region. It is bug aquatic. Alright, let's get Weedle in, and then for the sake of argument, we'll put in a little back row there, do something like this, and then call it a day. Maximum Weedleness. Demon Girl says that Mom thinks if her eyes are closed and she's talking, that she's sleeping. Okay. I don't know how to respond to that one. Congrats, you got me. I don't know what to say. Okay, do we care about any of this? I mean, like, the answer's no. But we will get the true damage early and just get a little extra backline, because, I mean, it's something. We could go for a steel build instead. I'm gonna hold on to the Clink just in case a steel build is looking like something that could happen. I guess I could buy down on the Zubat too, just to make sure it tries not to come up next time. What are we looking for? If we're playing Bug, we want casts, right? Oh man, that's an early natural Clang. Am I willing to spend on it? I am. It's alright enough. If we had an upgrade, that'd be an easy sell, but we don't got it. We need a magnet. Then Clang is easy. 100%. Upgrade Clang definitely does it. I will buy down the chest spin though, try to keep that. Well, no, I want these 2 souls for the interest. Give me the interest payments. I say give me the interest payments. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't even know, man. We got the upgrade. Oh man, I wanted that true damage, dude. I wanted that true damage. Although upgrading to Shell Bell is also not a terrible idea. For now, I'll give the upgrade to you. And I'll give, like, the Shell Bell to... who? I guess Weedle, since it's up front. It's kind of looking like a steel game to me, though, folks. I want to... what? Well, we can see Bug. What does Bug 8 do now? For a copy of Bug Pokemon, get a Bug Nest. If you have space on the bench, a copy of your lowest rarity and not fully evolved Bug Pokemon will spawn each round. Oh, that's cracked. Oh, that's cracked to bits, friends. Yo, actually, that is naughtier than craziness could ever hope to be. Yo, Bug is amazing now if you can get through early game. I kind of like the idea of going full Bug in there. We're not going to talk about how we just got beat down by an Umbreon, though. We're going to go ahead and never mention that again. Man. I think we have to commit to the Bug route. We gotta try out the new Bug stuff. Do we go like... what do we want here? Like Deep Sea Tooth plus Shell Bell's not a terrible combination. I mean, it's all attack, right? We'll get rid of you, and we'll put items on this dude. Make him kind of our frontliner, and then I guess we get Steel 3 up for now. But we're looking to replace these guys with some bugs. Very soon, we're looking to replace these dudes with some bugs. Maybe some bugs and rats, my friends. Bugs and rats is what we're looking for. Alright. Getting a classic New York City apartment type dynamic. Let's see. We should be ramping up damage on the Clang. Do indeed. And then all of us should just cave. That dude should be done very, very quickly. And he's gone. Perfect. Man, the bugs are just not showing up at all, huh? Do I go up to tier 5? You know, I'm gonna, because it gives me a better chance at a variety of different bugs, you know? That opens up with the uncommon and rare tiers being higher, giving us a couple of different options, you know? Yeah, throws Cutie Fly into the mix, throws the Wormadams into the mix, maybe a Spinnerack or two. We're not just limited to baby bugs then. Not just limited to baby bugs, which is exactly what we're looking to play. Not baby bug. Alright, we managed to get through the other team. What are they going for? They got, like, bug steel going too, but it's, like, bad bug steel. Alright. Show me a bug that I can rely on. Show me a bug that is a hero. I'm holding out for a bug until the end of the night, and he's got to be strong, and he's got to be fast, and he's got to be fresh from the bug nest. It's just the truth. Just the truth, friendos. Inflict the target with enraged and confusion for 1.5 seconds. Yeah, Glameow is an interesting get on the normal squad. I could see that being useful. If you can make it throw hands every couple of seconds and just really shut down the enemy team, you could get into the back line and really, like for example, mess with Ice Cream, right? That would be probably pretty decent. To be messing around with Ice Cream in the back row. A little crowd control goes a long way in this game. It isn't like Pokemon Unite, where everything is crowd control, but yeah, here it's useful. Alright, before we square off against Gary, we gotta make an adjustment. I will pick up a magnet, and then we toss the drill burr. And then I'm willing to roll down a little bit for bugs. We got Aaron, decidedly not a bug. Suwaddle, decidedly is indeed a bug. Is indeed a bug friend. So we get rid of all the non-bug friends here. And we hope that, that we can make a pivot here. You know, as a matter of fact, who can go? Like Magnemite there? But I kind of need that dude for what I'm doing right now. This setup doesn't really work unless Magnemite's locking people up, right? Oh, baby team? Never mind. Easy. Alright. Yo, what are you building? I know I say that every time I see a baby team, but what are you building, buddy? What is it that you're hoping to get? Maybe a nice Decidueye or a friendly neighborhood Poplio? What are you planning, friend? The purple player is cooking something. I'm telling you, he's looking for a crit build of some kind. Maybe he's going for the crit bug build. What bug egg could you grab? Oh, that's two very nice bugs immediately. We'll take those nice bug friends. Show me more bug synergy. That's more bug. And I gotta start putting them. That's more bug. I could get Magneton here. We're actually gonna start shoving dudes to the side here, though. Stuff like this. Yeah, that gets us bug 4. I'm kind of okay with leaving it where it is, but I will take a little peek-see and see if there's another bug. There is another level for Caterpie in our future. And, yeah, I'm okay with this. We'll put Caterpie in. And then I would really love to get, you know, at least one evolution down before we move on. And there's Clang, looking for Kling Clang. Oh, we'll roll down one more. No bugs. No bugs as far as the eye can see. Alright. So we're at bug 4. Would love to store up to bug 8 as quickly as we possibly can. And that'll just... Man, if we can fill our deck with really strong bugs of high rarity, dude, we'll be cruised. We will be absolutely cruised and bruised, friends. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Bug Nest is gonna be broken. If we can get, like, all amazing level bugs, that would be great. Vespiquen is cracked to pieces on most things. Pinsir's decent, right? But I just love the Swarm, dude. I gotta get more Swarm dynamics. Give me... Yo, actually... This and this with that Deep Sea Tooth. I might even swap the Deep Sea Tooth off of a Centiskorch. If I get another Senti, I'm switching them. I'm switching those two dudes around. Senti is getting sold. I can keep a Shell Bell on a new Centiskorch, but yeah, that Deep Sea Tooth is going on our Vespiquen. Indeed, he's casting Infinite Combis. Magic Combi Missile. Yo, this dude is gonna be throwing Magic Missile Bees every 2 seconds. Alright, we gotta wait for one more match, and hopefully we get through this. But with upgrade into the old X-Ray, we shouldn't have that big of an issue casting right now. Yeah, this is going to be devastating against the Floral team. Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Alright, so we need another bug, that's for sure. We definitely need another bug. And we are in a bug zone, right? No, we really aren't in a bug zone. So what bugs can we get here? Burmy, I guess? That's a bug that we could get. Wimpod is definitely a bug I will take instead of the Centiscorch. Throw that dude back, and then we throw this onto you, and we throw this onto you. And now we're sitting at a solid bug 5. And yeah, we need to find another bug, or at least a level for some of the bugs that we've got existing. If we go down to 60 and we just can't find anything, Trapinch is a better bug. Trapinch is indeed a better bug than a Caterpie. If we can get Metapod, though, I wouldn't be mad. Weedle is not worth considering, but I'll buy him just to bring him into the party so that we don't see him as much. Suwaddle is a level that we care about. Yeah, some bugs coming together. We just need a thicker bug front line to protect our bug back line. And I will say bug over and over again because I'm enjoying it. Alright, as you can see, Vespiquen is casting Magic Bees over and over again, and it is working flawlessly. I think if I can get Vibrava online, I would not be upset with just not doing anything else and just waiting on levels to happen. If I can get... Oh, Metapod's not the worst thing in the world. I guess I'll buy you. Yeah, Metapod's got early stats, and that's also another bug that's evolved. Show me... Jeez, I don't even know, dude. What am I... I can't even move yet. I guess we get a Rocky helmet on something? I guess making Wimpod nice and big is not the end of the world, right? Because we got the Shell Bell on him. We throw Rocky helmet on him, and he should be actually fairly thick. Well, not yet, but he will be eventually. Show me another level for Suwaddle. That's towards a Leavanny. I will take that. Yo, Corphish, why are you not a bug friend? That is an answer to our Vibrava needs. Do we throw it on? We do. We get Vibrava unlocked. That's Young Dragon powers. Young Dragon Tails should help quite a bit. Otherwise, I think we just let this ride. And now we just level. Now we just need levels. The next one to go in is going to be Metapod, I believe. That should be the next dude to join us. Yo, the Umbreon team is here for the rematch, but, yo, we got Vespiquen now. Morpeko gets immediately shut down. What did that much damage to him? I know that thing's not tanky unless it's got items for it, but, like, I guess it was just raw DPS. Then again, we got a lot of bugs doing a lot of little nibbles on them. Just nibbling on their heels until they fall over. Alright. Straight up bugging. I'm loving the bug rework, though. I am loving the idea of Bug's Nest rework. Alright, we will go down to this level, and then Metapod, you're in. Provide us a little more protection. The pod of Meta shall do his thing. And then we do have another point here. Yo, but we got Snom in the background, though. Young Snommin. Straight up Snommin on him. Okay. Okay, I see you. I see you, young Frostmoth. Trying to compete with Larvesta. I see you. Okay. Let's see, we got the normal squad with Herdier. As long as nobody's making a pivot to Monster, I actually don't feel terrible about Bug in this lobby. The big types you gotta worry about as Bug is like Fighting, Rock, and fighting rock, sometimes ground too. Bug does a lot of units, and Monster, of course, Monster. Bug gets a lot of units that do a lot of little nibbles. Anything that has ridiculous defense utterly shuts down Bug nibbles quite hard. But if they don't have the defense for it, you kind of chew them. So, yeah. So it's very niche. Against what it's good against, Bug has some of the strongest matchups into the matchups that are good for it. But it trades that off for not being particularly versatile. Big AoE like your boy Roaring Moon or Fluttermane will just chew through you like they would a Floral Team, except they'll have an easier time of it. Rock just laughs at you if you can't throw ability damage out. Like Heracross can chew through a Rock Team, but we ain't got no Heracross. We got Swarm Dynamics, so here's what it is. Alright. We get Mewtwo, he's taken care of. And then we got Mew, that's also done. So we got Black Glasses or Magnet as our options. With the Bug legendaries, what are we looking for really? Like Buzzwole and... Like Buzzwole or Genesect are the most likely, or Pheromosa. All those dudes do like to go fast. Buzzwole likes to be built like a fighting type though, so it's kind of ability into cast. But yeah, Genesect likes to do AD. It's just pure AD fun, so... Magnet makes sense. It covers a lot of bases. So we'll try ahead and try to go ahead and do that. Alright, almost at Bug 7. We'll get Kakuna Matata in there. And it'll do bug things. Yo, who the heck is blowing me up right now? What is going on? Yo, is that Pokemon Go screaming at me? Yo, Poke, get out of here. Yo, Poke, shut up. You Poke, get out of my face. Oh, we got another Bug Squad? Excuse me, and that Bug Squad is cooking with that Durant. That Durant is chewing on us. Bad, dude. Natch, deadly Durant, dude. Yo, it was one Ant's Nest against another, but I think we chewed him. We had enough bees. Bees versus ants, dude. Usually ants win that matchup in real life, but nah, man. Today the bees take it. Alright, we got another level towards Suwaddle. That's not something I'm, like, mad about, that's for sure. Yo, do I just go all the way to 8? Because I can get Snom in, and then all of a sudden we're generating Mons? It'll start generating our lowest value Mons, right? Immediately. I wait one more, and then I go to 8. I wait one more, and then I go to 8. And then we just see how the Bug Nest works. Because that should start all of a sudden powering up some dudes. Oh, do we have a... Yeah, we gotta remember to swap Kakuna Matata in there for the other Suwaddle. Get Kakuna Matata into the whole mix. Do we get through the Earthworm? We do, just by virtue of the whole freaking Bug beatdown. Also, can we just say how with Bug Team, somehow we're still doing quite good after the unique pick? Like, usually around stage 15 is when Bug starts falling off in a big way, but no, we're cruising today. We got a Ditto out of that? We'll take that. Alright, show me, like... here's the thing. If we get Buzzy, like, I want to wait for a Mystic power, Mystic. But if we don't get Buzzy, then the objective right answer is this. For the upgrade potential. Besides, everything else I would have wanted to take, I'd already taken, so... Yeah, this I can live with. Do we slam down on anything? We definitely put that guy in, that's for sure. That's step 1. You know what, I will, because we can start generating Mons immediately if we do this. And then young Snommin, young straight Snommin, and then we got a Bug's Nest here. Copy the bug Pokemon on your board hops of the nest. Rarity increases with every cast. Oh, that's how that works. I thought it added it to your bench like how fishing does it. Oh, that's, huh. Is that good? Is that good? Can it hold items? Oh, we got Metapod? Okay. Yeah, I need to protect that thing, actually, then. I think we still win this, but that means I gotta protect that bug's nest somehow. I guess I move it to where Vespiquen was, right? And shift the whole line over? Meganium's throwing hands, but we do get through them. Okay, so I guess Vibrava comes up by 1, and then the bug's nest comes down by 1, and we just, I guess, start getting copies of dudes, which means that the stronger the bugs are on the board in general, the better off we're gonna be, right? That's how that's gonna work out? Well, I'm glad we got it, and I'm glad we know how it works now. New patch, new ability on the bug, but, yo. Can this thing hold, no, cannot hold items and are immune to status effects. That's a shame. If it could hold an item, man, can you imagine? But, whatever, it's, perfectly rational. What? Just offed Vespiquen in one shot, brothers. What was that? What got him? Was that Golden Go? Luckily we're still spawning dudes onto the, to the map. What got him, though? I thought we were supposed to get an increased rarity with every cast. I don't really feel like that's happening. There goes Suwaddle, that's a mon. Alright, we got through him. I don't know, that's, the bug nest is weird. Bug nest is for sure weird, but I kinda like it. It's a little bit crunchy, but, you know, we deal with crunchy here. Alright, so bug 8 suggests what? What should I be looking to take out? Honestly, the Venomation from, Kakuna Matata? Maybe Young Weedles ain't so bad, but I'd honestly like to, replace everyone with Uncommon or better. If I can get Venipede, I'm not mad about that. I'll throw that dude in, and then just... We want our strongest bugs to be copied. But clearly it can copy them at any level. Regardless of, unless it's the strongest on the board or the bench? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Read that description to me one more time. Copy a bug Pokemon on your board, hops out of the nest. Rarity increases with every cast. Huh. Alright, well, on the other hand, we did get the Soldew. And potentially, like, Soldew into Choice or something. That's a bug build. That's a bug build. Didn't get the first one, got the second one. I feel like Soldew is pretty much, no matter what, gonna be our best option. It's not quite as good. I mean, Upgrade might be better on Genesect. But we got our option between both. Oh. That's a tough one. Ooh, boy. I feel like, do we need more frontline? I mean, if Vespiquen's doing its stuff in the background and Soldew's so good on this bug, I feel like we gotta, right? Then Young Meta comes out for the time being, and then we do Soldew into Razorfang on Big Buzzy, and just get him stacked up to do stuff, and then hopefully we get some sort of recovery on him. As a matter of fact, I might change out the recovery on Wimpod and give that to Buzzy to keep Buzzy around a little bit longer. You know? That might be the play. If I can get another Wimpod, I will do that. I'll shift the items around. Okay, and then Big Bug is doing Big Bug things. Punch him down, Buzzy. Fight that Buzzy. Buzz will fight the other Ultra Beast, Guzzlord. Take him out. Buzzy, get him. Buzz, Buzz, Buzz. Yo, flex on him, Buzz. Get him. Mr. Lightyear, indeed. Punching him down for 132. Vespiquen still's doing the king amount of damage here. That team has no Gourmet, right? So their Buzzy's not getting stronger. Yeah, they are non-concern issues. Alright, we'll put something like that down, and then, Larvesta is also on the menu. Ooh, I think Larvesta comes in for this dude, and then Kakuna Matata might just be going away. Although that's Butterfly, right? If we take that, but do we care about maxing this dude out? I don't think we do. I do not think we care about maxing any of this nonsense out. We do something like this. And then that's Burmy though, right? Do we care about the Burmese Python? That's potential Wormadam, right? Quiver Dance is very strong, sure. We do that. I think we can afford to roll down and look for some bug levels, though. Wimpod? We do want the Wimpod, because we are replacing that other Wimpod in order to get the Shell Bell onto Buzzy. We will keep the Rocky Helmet on Wimpod, though. Okay. Show me... Max Revive doesn't reset that bug spawn that dude does it? Probably not. Although the Manaphy Egg might be useful on something like Cutie Fly. Which I'm not against. Because that thing casting additional heals could be quite valuable. Alright. Swap out what we're doing. Yeah, we are getting bugs on the bench, though. We are indeed getting bugs on the bench. So it's gotta be spawning dudes, right? And why is that all the way over there? That should be like right here, and then we give Buzzy this, and we give you this, and then I don't know. The Manaphy Egg could be really good on Volcarona if we could get that thing going, right? And actually, that should probably be in the back row rather than up front, but we don't really need it for anything at the moment. That's the thing, is that Vespiquen is doing the vast majority of the work for us here, and we just kind of want our dudes to be continuing to spawn. Although their Genesect is putting in a lot of work. Oh, he's targeting the Vespiquen. That's gonna hurt. That indeed does hurt quite a bit. Alright, their bugs are overcoming our bugs, which is a problem. Alright, we got a lot of moolah here to try to spend. So let's go ahead and roll down, see what we can find. Who is giving me a call here? Hold on, everybody in the audience. I got somebody ringing me now. I will be right back to you shortly. Alright, back to it. Looking kind of crazy. Looking kind of crazy there. I like the Rabombi being set up. I thought about the Centiskorch for a minute. Decided it just wasn't worth it. It's just not worth that dude being there. But with this kind of front line, I'm actually pretty confident in what our front line's capable of. Right now, we're looking for Venipede. Venipede would be real nice to have. Although Flygon is certainly an option. I'm not going to refuse a Flygon. If you put that down in my lap and say, here, free Flygon on the house, I'm not going to look at you and turn that up, you know? If the club says, yo, it's Flygon night, ground type, bug type, dragon type lovers drink for free, I ain't going to be mad about it. Another Rocky Helmet or another Soldew? Soldew could be good on this dude. And we do the Soldew into the Manaphy Egg. I was hesitating, but now that sells me. That's the combo. Not going for a second Flygon here, although it's definitely a possibility. Rhyhorn shows up. My friend, day late, dollar short Rhyhorn. That's another level for the Burmy. That's Wormadam, potentially, which I do like to have. Yo, I do indeed give a Wormadam. There we go. Wormadam's on board, and we got another Ditto. That's Frostmoth, right? Yeah, we'll take something like that. Alright, Big Guzzy is getting very big off of Monster Energy off of our team. Monster is a problem. Also, that Sneasel refuses to take damage. That's a problem. Okay. We get another copy of Larvesta. I'm Investa in a Larvesta there. Alright, we need to build up levels, I think. Something like this. Yeah, because we need to get something else going. So will it only give us copies of a bug that we don't have fully maxed? If so, then that means we get Frostmoth into Volcarona into Gold Isopod. I mean, honestly, it's pretty darn nice. The idea is nice. Already we're in top 4 situation though, which is also not a bad situation to be in. Just lacking a little bit of damage outside of Buzzwole. And yeah, that Aegislash is cooking us, dude. That Flame Orb with the cooking pot, that's why. That's also another crack synergy. Alright, we need to get another bug on board. Like, ASAP. Show me the... You know what? Show me a Deep Sea Tooth. Show me a Deep Sea Tooth. And you know what? I will go all the way down to level 9. Because we're getting copies, right? Yeah, copy of lowest and not fully evolved bug will spawn. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we do this. Now the question is... Do we keep Wimpod the way it is? Or do we put like the Rocky Helmet onto the Leavanny? I think Wormadam can just go ahead and go into the back, right? Yeah, something like this. Because Wormadam's throwing hands, then Warmer Hands. You know what? We'll throw you down, and then we'll put this other Wimpod in, because I think I want to make, want to make Leavanny bigger, because Leavanny does actually have a pretty good multicast there. Yeah, we do something like that, because Leavanny's putting in work. I mean, look at the damage that thing is doing already, right? Yeah, we make that thing thick, and I think it's going to help quite a bit. Alright, we got to that back line. Get that nest out of here. Get that nest out of here. You don't know how to Zerg rush like we do. Get that stuff out of my face, friendo. There we go. Leavanny's big and chunky now. I mean, what are we really looking for? Venipede, I guess? Venipede would be great to have on the back if we could find it. Because otherwise I think we have the best bugs that we can possibly grab. But yeah, Bug's life here is probably gonna need to be nerfed into the ground. Because I can see this synergy going absolutely ham and eggs. John ham and eggs level. I gotta go work with Duke, I'll be back. Yo, Demon Girl, have a good time doing what you gotta do. That's the other doggo, right? Ooh, loaded dice or another Manaphy egg. I almost feel like Manaphy egg and then throw it on the Volcarona. Get that dude casting. Or, yeah, Volcarona's the choice. Ain't no question in that Volcarona's the way we go with it. I would love to find another bug here. Show me Venipede, dude. There he is. There's that boy. There's that boy. And you know what? We ditto you immediately. We ditto you immediately. Now the question is, what would we even give up? This Tarantula, why are you in there? No, you were summoned by Gold Isopod though. You're not a mainstay. You're just there as emotional support. Okay. Yeah, this team is proving a little difficult for us to try to get through. I mean, Volcarona's trying, but just couldn't get through all the AoE. That Croc is doing big time nonsense. Alright, that's a tier 2. The question is who comes in for a tier 2, and I'm thinking, like, you're rare, you're epic, you're also rare, so it's one of these two, right? Pot of Snow. Put all enemies in a line with 30% to freeze them? That's not good enough, is it? That's not better than this. That ain't better than that. Alright, let's see if we can't get Scolipede. Let's see if Scolipede is a thing that can happen here. Alright, yeah, we should be able to... Yeah, I think we might be toasted here up against this team, though. They got a lot of nonsense happening really, really fast, so... Beats me. I mean, Scolipede definitely helped. It changed some dynamics, but just can't get through that Aegislash, dude. It's just too thick. Maybe we move our setup over? What do you think? Like, I mean, this dude isn't really getting in on the action, so I guess it can go there. And then we see if this is enough to maybe shut this down. I guess we look for another copy of Venipede. It really... Yeah, it really don't matter. I don't think we're getting through it, but we can try. We can try. And then maybe we put you here. Do something like this. Get me a whole row of dangerous bug friends, right? Alright, we're in on the Bayonet early, which is nice. Goldengo's being worked on. I think getting dudes into contact a little bit earlier helped quite a bit, but I still don't think we're getting through the Aegislash. We just trapped him in a corner, but I don't think we're getting through him. No. No, leave Annie's gone. There goes that. Nah, we ain't getting through that, dude. Ghosty Goose got too much Ghosty Goose stuff. But second place, a solid second place game. I love the bug rework. And I think it's incredibly silly. And yeah, I love it. I love it, and I like it, and I love it, and I want some more of it. And I think I gotta play another bug game. I think I'm addicted. Am I a bug trainer? Am I bug catcher? No, Joey's the Rattata guy. Who's the bug catcher? Which is the famous bug catcher? Oh, we got somebody calling me. Give me a second, people. Give me another second. We'll keep the games going, but I just need a minute here to answer some questions. Okay, the depression that I did not get that bug portal is palpable. I feel it directly into my soul. My little soul bits are like drained of all energy. I feel the life ebbing away from me. However, there is still a bug dream that could happen, but we are not in a bug region, so we're gonna have to deal with the fact that we ain't got a single bug showing up here, right? I mean, we do get Burmy, but by the time Burmy's showing up, we're already gonna be, like, we're over it, right? I guess I'll throw you dudes in, and then we'll at least deal with the rat infestation there. Nothing like getting rid of the rats by recruiting a couple of foxes. Okay, this is looking like a magnet type sitch? I don't know, dude. Maybe? It's looking like a magnet type sitch. And then we'll put you two dudes in there like that. So we'll at least get bug 2. There's not an impossibility that we could get a decent bug portal. What other one costs do I want to bring? We'll buy the Zazu because just in case, that might even be a good get. But, yeah, Azumarill is one that you can always kind of safely, no matter what your synergy is, you can probably invest into Azumarill and feel pretty halfway decent about that choice. What do I even want here? I guess I'm stuck with deciding between seeds and ice. So I'll grab a seed. It can do a couple of things with that. Not right now. Probably just going to use it to make a frontline friend thicker. With Bug, I do like to get an early buy down. We don't necessarily have the most stacked Bug line in the world, though, to be powering up. Is Azumarill's crowd control a little bit better than Fennekin's damage? And I feel like the answer is probably going to be yes. Do I slam? Yeah, we can go ahead and slam this onto the Zazu. We can go ahead and do that. That doesn't bother me. Yeah. Maybe get that Mamosh slowed down just a little bit before we can ice out our... Nope, did not get him down before he could ice out our crew. But we are getting damage done, and Geodude does suck pretty bad. We did get the paralysis off. I don't think a Caterpie beats a Geodude. I remember Brock distinctly, and I don't think Caterpie beats Geodude. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Alright, what are we looking at? We got Sfeel. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm tempted to go Wonder Box because I love the memes. But we know that X-Ray plus Deep Sea Tooth is the smart play. Is it the fun play? No, probably not. But it's the smart play. So we play it. Yeah, we play it like that. Now, we could go for the human shape build. I don't think that's going to happen, although getting Mime off the bat does suggest human shape is an option. Do maybe I hold on to human shape as an option. And for that, I don't know. I'm not sure. You know what? No, we're not holding on to fairy human shape. We're committing to the bug. We are committing to full bug nonsense here. If I don't got bug, I don't want to play it. If it ain't no bug, I don't want to play it. Although the distinct lack of bug 4 hurts us quite severely here. Don't love that too much. But we're close to the point where we can go ahead and grab that level of bug. And then we can see what shows up, right? That's Trapinch, that's another bug. That is another bug that we can go ahead and replace the Azumarill with. Well, actually, no, we can keep the Azumarill and just put that dude down like that. And then this is what? Smoke Ball? Smoke Ball's useless. Bugs and Smoke Bombs, they don't go together very well. No, bugs tend to hate Smoke Bombs. Alright, with this, we should have actually kind of a line here. Should be able to deal with some stuff. Oh yeah, baby, we're torching them now. That's it. So yeah, we prioritize 8. We prioritize 8 over everything else. Bug 8 is so big for us, it's not even comparable. Not even in the same league. It's like... I mean... Water 8 was, or Water 9 is really, really good, but Bug 8 might be stronger than Water 9 in terms of the raw synergy power. Like, only topped out by Ghost and what Dark can do, as far as the maximum power of the synergy. Now, the individual mons are not as powerful, but the synergy itself is so unbelievably cracked. Yeah, you only need one copy of every good thing, and then this synergy just absolutely rock socks. I'm loving this Bug rework. Yo, give whoever thought that Bug needed some love a massive thumbs up. Like, give them an Academy Award in Poke Engineering there. However, we are struggling early, which is never great as a Bug team. But I don't know that there's much that we can do. I think making Leavanny thick is just fine. So, Sewaddle, you can go ahead and grab a little bit of energy. I would love to try to channel down some points. Maybe in order to turn this around, I kind of need to. But we're just not in a very good region for making big plays here. But if I could get Vibrava on deck, I would feel better. And I do. I feel much better now. Vibrava being on the battle bay helps quite a bit. So that dude should be buying us enough time. A good tier 2 like that is going to matter a big amount, so that'll turn things around quite a bit. Okay, do we get through a Seadra? The option is maybe. It's not a guarantee, but we're getting close to our unique, right? So I think we can live with it. Oh, and they changed the icon for add-ins and made them pluses in the corner. I like that. You know, there were a lot of good changes in this patch. This patch actually kicks. Yo, I'm impressed. The only thing I don't love is the win streak counter being this. I mean, it fits with the graphical theme of whatever else is going down there, but honestly, I don't think it needed to. As a student of graphic design, the graphic cohesion is nice, but it's like your money and your lives are a different kind of information. So making the win streak down there, this exact same design, I don't know. I feel like it lost a little something doing it. Now, maybe I'm just partial because I lived with it for so long in pack, but I don't know, dudes. I kind of liked it when it was just a red tab as opposed to looking like everything else on the screen, you know? Those little moments of investment, moments of attention, moments of joy, as they're called, they're, you know, they're underrated. Sometimes breaking the design flow is a good thing. Alright, show me this bug portal. No, no! Oh, dude. Okay. Well, we're pivoting. I don't know what we're pivoting into, but we are pivoting indeed. Alright, what do we get? Show me what we're stuck with. Okay, we are stuck with, we got Dedenne, we got... We're in an ice region, right? That's a bug. That is a bug and a half. Never mind, we're saved. Ladies and gentle ladies, we are saved indeed. We roll down in order to get Dunsparce on the field because bug 6 is just gonna be amazing for us. Big bug here. Zoomerl can go. And we'll put this in this onto Dunsparce. Now the question is, do we care about the Razor Claw? And on this dude, probably not. We want at least one more ground type though, I'll tell you that much, because this dude's got to dig in order to grow, right? So we do something like this, and then, yeah, we'll just bring in the whole freaking squadron and have them Zerg Rush immediately. But yeah, this is how we play this. Dun should be doing dun things, and then we'll just have to rock the rock for a little bit. We'll just have to live with the fact that we got a random rock hanging out inside of the bug forest. I can live with random rock though. I can absolutely live with random Dwayne Johnson hanging out. I'm okay with it because we can build our back row in the meanwhile. We can build up levels. It is not gonna upset me. That's another bug. That is another very good bug. Now you... 40 true damage that can break, protect, and dig deep into the ground under the target, destroy it, and eventually double damage if the target is already on a fully dug hole. Yeah. I mean, this dude's best on a ground team, but he ain't bad on a bug squad. Now the question is... do we want Shell Bell on you, or do we want true damage? And I think the answer is we wait for a Shell Bell. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, because you're casting so much, thanks to the X-Ray Deep Sea Tooth combo, that you should be making dudes very, very unhappy with some big dig action. Yeah, Shell Bell seems to be exactly the kind of thing that we want on this dude. We got big lock damage coming out from that, from actually Magnemite, of all things. But the Wonder Twins there, I mean, that's double unique. They're always going to be strong. Wouldn't have minded seeing those two dudes on our bug squad, but here's what it is. Alright. Now, what are we looking at here? We want that ice. We want that ice 100% of the time, and we're not at the exact top of the pack, so there's a very good chance that we get it. We do. Alright, that makes Dunsparce a lot more survivable, especially when it gets to Dun Sparse, which will help. Exactly the kind of dude that we're looking for. Now, the question is the Razor Claw valuable to us? If we get Genesect, it is going to be worth its weight in gold. But we need Genesect to make that happen, is the problem. Alright, we dig these holes for now. Yeah, we got round 3, actually. We could replace Geodude with another bug. But the more fully dug holes we get, the better off we're going to be. Because our dudes mostly want to frontline as bugs. So, tough to say. But once we get to bug 6, get Skorupi up in this shindig here, I think we're going to be a little bit happier too, so. Okay, lots of bug action going down, doing bug battles with our bug friends. Big Mamosh is a problem. Yeah, that dude's gonna be an issue, though Caterpie's working on him. No match for the Spiritomb, dude. That thing stays alive forever. That is the quintessential bug frontliner. Is good old Spiritomb there. It just gets so much shield every time it casts. Yeah, that dude's gonna be a problem. Alright, we need to get more bugs on the field, I think. Can we afford to roll down to get it, though? I don't think so, but can we afford to remove Caterpie in order to bring in Skorupi? I feel like we don't really got a choice. Yeah, we need to have as many dudes doing as many things as possible. Geodude is not doing anything else for us, so we can hold this Razor Claw, right? And then it doesn't actually cost us anything to have that dude just doing a little bit extra something. I mean, he did hold on to the very end of the last round, so maybe he's actually goated. Okay, we got Dunsparce waiting for openings to try to throw hands into dudes. That fairy dude is stacking his stack up as much as he possibly can. They got Cosmog hanging out in the background, waiting for dudes to level. Alright, that dude's gone. What I wouldn't give to have Leavanny on board already? Man. I don't know. We losing the freaking Cosmog? We are. Alright, we need to reevaluate some stuff here. There's Caterpie again. We can go ahead and pump levels into this, because I think we get through these guys regardless. But we need to reevaluate. We need Bug 8 is what we need. Oh, man. As soon as we hit 7, I'm going to consider when we get in striking range of 8, just going for the full buy down. Because after that, Bug doesn't need as much in the way of levels, because it's just pumping out Mons, thanks to the Bug Nest, so. Yeah, if we can get that going, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with our positioning here. Alright, we got through Mew the Chew. Should be getting close to the Dunsparce. Yeah, he's chewing on him. 19, almost there. That's the done. There is the done and the dusted. And that's another ground synergy, ground 4 off of the bat. I mean, we'll keep that for the time being. The Dunsparce, you can like move here. Geodude, you can move here. We'll put the Suwaddle there. Weedle can do whatever Weedle's gonna do. And we'll do something like this and get this front row all nice and stacked up. Something like this. Yeah. Alright, and we wanna, you know what? I will buy down to hit this level of bug, and then show me Caterpie in there. Get us to bug 6. And then we wanna hit 52 as quickly as we possibly can. Yeah, a lot of people are trying out the new bug synergy. I can't say I blame them. But yeah, ground mixed with bug is going to be very interesting for getting a strong front line, or at least attempting it. Problem is that Poipole is pretty stacked up. Yeah, that was always going to be tough. Poipole is a tough customer. Now, whenever I get Poipole, it's bugged and it never evolves, and I'm not 100% sure why that happens. Do we have enough where we can go for bug 8? I think we have to. I think we absolutely have to. Got him. Alright, now we need a bug of any variety. Show me like Frostmoth or really anything. Yo, one bug is all I'm asking for. Show me one freaking bug. That's levels for those two dudes. I'll put another Caterpie in the back. But we desperately need one more bug of any variety. Show me one bug. Show me a Burmy. Show me a bug regional that I didn't see before. Anything. Cutie Fly would be very nice to have. You guys just gotta give me something that I can work with. Now the question is, we got through the Scolipede. I don't know how we're gonna do against the rest of this squadron though. Yeah, that Alumise there, he's living forever. That Florges is making their team so freaking chunky, dude. Yeah, with the Cutie Fly, yeah, Bug is going crazy, dude. Bug is such a good type this round. Alright, we'll throw these two dudes in there, and then we're looking for one last bug friend. Yo, show me... We don't got no charcoal here. What can I get? Magnet for loaded dice? I guess? Magnet for loaded dice is not the worst thing. Man, okay, that's Venipede though, so we definitely want that, dude. As a matter of fact, do I sell stuff to get the Venipede? I think I do. I think I got no choice. Alright, get Venipede in. That's bug 7 off of that. And then bug 8 off of swapping out the Graveler? No. Because, do we have Caterpie in there somewhere already? Dude, I need one last Frickadeekian bug, dude. Ah, man, I am one bug short. Alright, we put that on the Leavanny for now. Yeah, we need our bug legendary immediately. Because we are just not seeing bugs at all to the point where we need to be. And the moment that we get that bug legendary, we are so kidded, dude. The regional picks have just been tough for us. Alright, we did get through the water team. So that helped quite a bit. Alright, we throw that dude in. Is there even a bug that we can encounter here? Another level for Suwaddle. Rough stuff. Well, at least the Dunsparce continues to done and to do what he's gotta do. So, we'll see. We shall indeed see. Don't know why the Minio dude is taunting emotes. Kind of a weird thing to do. Alright, here we go. Let's rock and roll. How do we fare up against this team of nonsense? This is... Ground? Or Amorph or Poison? Looks like it's Poison Squad. Yeah, I don't think we're getting through Poison Squad. No, we ain't getting through no Poison Squad. We need another bug real freaking bad, dude. We're there. We just gotta get one. Okay, there's Kakuna Matata. We'll buy another level for that thing, I guess. There's Wormadam. We can sell the Suwaddle. We'll sell this Suwaddle too. We'll get you, and we'll throw you in for who? The other Scaruppi? Sure. Give me this, dude. And then we get the Bug's Nest, which we'll put down over there, and then we'll call it a day. There we go. There we freaking go. Now we can start. Now this game actually starts. Now that we got Bug 8, that's gonna be a big get. Alright, Geodude, you are no longer needed. Get out of here. You mean nothing to me, my friend. Okay, we busted through that, and we get essentially a whole lot of nothing out of that. unfortunate, but I guess heavy duty boots isn't nothing. If we get a front row, let's hope we see a front row Cedar and not Genesect. If we see Genesect, we're gonna have to make some calculations here. Please no Genesect. Please, please, please no Genesect. We get Buzzy. Buzzy doesn't hate this item setup. And I think it does better with this item setup than some of the other dudes here. So we go ahead and put Buzzy in instead of Kakuna Matata. I think we do that. Sell that dude. And give this dude both of these. We need the front row. We absolutely need the front row. And we'll put you right here. And you, like, right here. And then, yeah, we let this ride. And hopefully we get up to enough power to be able to use the full power of the bug to our advantage. At bug 8, I'm not that upset about it. So let's see what we can do. Who are we going to get? We're going to get the Caterpies first, right? So we actually do kind of want to roll down for basic bug stuff. So, yep. We'll work on them. Buzzy's just waiting for the opportunity to chunk somebody. Alright. Yeah, Buzzies are throwing bits on them. Xerneas is gone. And then, yeah, that dude needs to pivot items, I think. I think he's a little too attached to Magneton. Alright, we can move stuff over a little bit like this, right? And give the other Buzzy a chance to get in there. Get in on him. And throw something down like this, too. Get the Venipede working on him, too. And then, yeah, we keep going. We keep it going. Any bugs that we can pick up along the way. Cricketune is an objectively interesting dude. And it requires less than Metapod, right? To get fully stacked up. Yeah, I think we do that. And then we get that Metapod out of here. We are facing big damage out of that. There's something that's throwing Psychic Rolts. Yeah, something throwing Psychic down on everything. Tough luck there. Alright, what are we looking for? Cricketune, another Trapinch. Show me... You know what? Show me the X-ray specs. We need more damage coming out of something. Maybe out of Buzzy? Just no Shell Bell, no nothing from what we need. And that's making this whole thing a little bit tougher than I would have liked. Alright, so... there's another Caterpie. It matters not to us. Yeah, and then we get rid of you, and then we got some bug nonsense to try to roll down, right? Cutie Fly, I should have grabbed it. Should have grabbed it, rolling too fast for my brain to keep up. We'll throw that down. No. There's Wimpod, though. I think I can safely bring in Wimpod, but for who? But for who doth the Wimpod toll? And the answer is, I do not know. Alright, well, we got both Buzzies working that corner of the battle arena. We lost our Bug Nest instantaneously. Buzzy is hitting... Nah, we ain't getting through that, dude. Nah, we're out already. 6th place. Rough stuff. But everybody wants to play Bug. And that's making it a little hard to play Bug. Alright, get back in there. Get back in there, reclaim some of that lost yellow. Yeah, those dudes are, Bug is competitive right now, man. Everybody wants to test that synergy out. I don't blame them. It's a lot of fun. Bug is a ton of fun right about now. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yeah. Alright. Just checking some things on the recording. We should be good to go. How many boosties we got lined up? 2 already? 2 ain't bad. 2 ain't bad. Let's get a whole bunch more. I got like tons of time to do stuff. We get the mini slimes down there doing mini slime things. Maybe I should put up like a little mini stream. I saw that on Electric Eli, how he does things. Dude's channel's great. Dude has great content. If you're out there in the world and you got a minute to go check out his channel, check out Electric Eli on Twitch. You will not be disappointed. That dude plays so much better Pack than me. Although I know he's been pivoting away from Pack just a little bit to play some other things, to have a little fun with it. You don't want to get burned out on a game, you know. But also, he knows how to play GeoGuessr. I am possibly the world's worst GeoGuessr. I don't know what the outside of my own house looks like. Okay? Let alone being able to guess entire other countries. No. No, brothers. Okay, you show me two gigantic brick and stone monstrosities from different parts of the world, and I'm going to be like, they're next door to each other. Probably. Yo, I don't know what I'm looking at. Yo, you show me, like, physics equations or biology, medical stuff. I might know what I'm talking about. You show me architecture, you show me botany, and I'll be looking at you cross-eyed until the cows come home. So, is what it is. Okay, let's see if we can play some Bug, because I have a feeling Bug's going to be the meta. Like, Fairy was the meta for so long. Let's see Bug happen. Bug meta win. Oh, hold on. I got to wet my whistle here. My voice is dying. Alright, give me a second. Much better. So what's on the old hydration list today? That's Arizona Diet Green Tea with ginseng. That is what we are rocking today. Now, what do we want? Ideally, the Bug group wouldn't be bad. There's other bugs that are available, though, through various nonsense means. Fairy is also another bug type. Bug Poison ain't bad. That gives us regional Weedles, gives us regional other things, I guess. We want this. We want casting potential right off the bat. We distinctly were lacking that. We'll buy down both of these. I mean, we ain't getting Fearow. Let's be honest, Fearow's never happening. Fearow is never gonna happen. Not in a million billion years. But getting it out of the pool is going to happen, and I like that, so. Let's see if we can not rock Caterpie into stage 20 this time. That'd be nice. I should have just gone with Psychic's energy that time, because Psychic proved to be very, very strong. Okay, do we invest in the early Pikachu? I think we do. I think we invest in early Pikachu, and then we pick up the one-cost mons that are here, and then we just let this ride for the time being. Yeah, this is how we do. And then Pikachu can stick around for a while, do Pikachu things, Pika, you know, etc., as one does. Pikachu's going to be a fairly early strong get. Do I pick up the glasses or the ice? We already have the charcoal. We could try to go for the safety goggles, right? Safety goggles into, because nothing else there. If there was Spoon, I'd take it, but we don't have that. So what do we do? Like safety goggles into Flame Orb. Yeah, something like that I wouldn't be against. Ain't no bugs on this list. Ain't really a bug region that we're in either. We're in ice, which is not exactly where I would want to be. What do we got for regionals? Basically a whole bunch of nothing. And we ain't got no picks yet, so. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? We got a magnet. We got a Magneto. Razorfang is interesting, but he really don't do much for us. I will take this. I should have taken the Spoon, though. Didn't even see that. But you know what? Yeah, you know what? Blue Orb into Deep Sea Tooth ain't so bad. And then, like, what? Like Soldu or something? Or we could go upgrade. That's not a bad combo. That ain't bad at all. Do we want to just buy into the next level of bugginess? I think we do. And then we throw these dudes out, because they ain't never coming to no party. Ain't no Mario party for these dudes. Does Pikachu get through War Squirtle? Doesn't look like we're getting through that dude. Not with Marshtomp healing off the damage that we're doing. No. War Squirtle was a little bit too much for us. Arkin, huh? Gonna go with this, and then, like, the scope lens is interesting. Scope lens is for sure interesting, but it's not exactly what we want. We're gonna toss this dude to the side and then plan on bringing the Weedle to get Bug 2 unlocked, and then, you know, I feel like we can let it ride from here. I feel like that's the option, although this is probably the better mon in place of the Zubat man there. I feel like that's the right play. Get Ice Cream in the back row just to throw a little nonsense out there every now and again. That should do some good for us. Alright, so Weedle, he's battling. I don't think we're getting through with Azumarill. Yeah, young Zazu is probably a little strong for us to try to get through. Even with Ice Cream in the back row, throwing Ice Cream hands out, I mean, that's a tier 2. It's off of a baby man, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it does too much damage, and Ice Cream's too frail. Ice Cream is a little frail for what we wanted there. Suwaddle, that's not a bad bug. Show me another bug level of bug friend here. It's another Pichu. We don't necessarily care about that. I will roll down a little bit to look for anything. Yo, show me something besides Pikachu's. Another level Suwaddle? Sure. Sure, why not? At least we got a background line. And then we got the Trapinch there too? Sure. I mean, that's Bug 4, right? Something like that. Something like that for sure. Ice Cream's dropping nukes on the Poliwag, but I don't think we're getting through Big Chispin. We are not. Alright, at least we got Suwaddle on deck, and we got this dude, so Pikachu can go. We'll replace items. Suwaddle, you're not a bad holder for this garbage. We'll throw you away, and we want to do something like this. Bug 4 is on lock. That's not bad. Can we grab like one more bug of some kind? It's not looking good for us. That is Kakuna. I will take Kakuna and then I'll be happy. I will take a Kakuna Matata and be happy with it. Yeah, Levandy's got a pretty strong cast. So I can live with it. Yo, Demon Girl, welcome back. So we're trying out Buggy yet again. We're getting straight up buggy with it. And see what happens. But we got kind of skunked on our region. We got like a fighting region, which doesn't help us at all. No good regionals for that particular case. But hey, Ladybug, that's a mon. And then, yo, Foam Mantis giving us the big look-alike. My guy. My freaking guy. Alright, what do we want? We want another magnet rather than anything else? I think we do. I think we want a magnet here. And then, we don't necessarily want Razor Fang, though. We want something a little bit better than that. Let's see. I think we let this come in over Caterpie, and then, yeah, that's the squad. This is the squad. We can probably move everybody up to the front row, right? Because we ain't got no rear liners of any kind. Alright, Poochyena goes into the back line, but we don't really care. Caterpie is, like, least of the valuables. Alright, do we get through Poochyena? No, we do not actually. Not with Ladybug anyway. But Lady N does it. So, Lady N does indeed do what Lady N's gotta do. So we're sitting at bug 5, and then Fomantis is trash, and not at all who we're looking for. So get out of here, you're not even a real bug. You got Duke to lay down for 2 minutes? Neato. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Right now we're looking at the new bug synergy stuff. I really would love to get, you know, a second magnet or a twisted spoon, but then if I get the spoon, I gotta make a choice whether I'm going upgrade or whatnot. Only thing is that Leavanny's probably not staying. It helped us get through some early game nonsense. It's probably going away to freeze those items up against something, because it will. Oh, that's the X-ray, dude. X-ray into this kit right here does some silly stuff. Yeah, we got no choice. We gotta. Alright, show me a bug region of bug goodness. Where's our nearest bug region? All of them are located down in one freaking spot. We got it somehow. Thank goodness. Okay. Show me what it is that I'm probably replacing Leavanny with. You giving me Poipole or Dunsparce? Honestly, probably Poipole, right? There's no world in which we bring Dunsparce on a non-ground team, right? Yeah, something like this, and then we want this on you, we want this on you, and we want this on you. Go off, Poipole. You do you. And then we'll just put the whole squad up. But we'll give Poipole just a little bit of room to bring in its doppelganger. And now we're just looking for levels and bugs. Are we in a bug region finally? We are kind of not at all in a bug region. And there ain't a bug to be found. What about in the world, chat? We got Fomantis, not a bug. Paris is a bug, though. Paris and Anorith are both bugs, and as is Tarantula. So we do have options for getting bugs on the field. Last game, there were like no additional bug friends. That dude's got Armaldo locked in already. Poipole manages to get one down, but yeah, we don't got nothing on that team. They got a couple of evolved mons already. And our Balava hanging out in the background for the grass synergy, I guess. Okay. Carablast. So there is indeed another bug. So we can go ahead and do that. Now the question is, what goes away? And I think the answer is Caterpie. I mean, it is our only rear line, but this thing... yeah, this thing is just a little bit better for us. Now the question is, what do we do with our potential Stardust? What's my favorite flavor of crayon? Yeah, Demon Girl, about that, yeah, you know what, there's just so many good options, it's difficult for me to pick. How about we leave it at that? What is wrong with you? Oh, man. Okay, Pyukamuku stacking up with the band is dangerous, but is not muscle band. But that inside out is gonna detonate us and turn us into scrap metal instantaneously. And that's about what I figured would happen. The thing would go boom, and then we'd be in trouble. Yeah, all of our team being frontliners does not help when you got Pyukamuku looking to explode on your dome piece. Alright, that is a Kakuna Matata type situation. I don't hate that. Craftables for 10. Green Orb is interesting. I think I want the Soldu, though. Yeah, I think I want the Soldu. And we don't really have a great unit to throw it on yet, but we will. But we will, indeed. Let's roll down. We get Metapod. Is Metapod good enough to bring in the Soldu, is the question. Answer to that is maybe. Answer to that is maybe, because we don't really got a backline at all. So you know what, Metapod, you come in, you're probably not staying forever, but a Soldew on you doesn't feel too bad. Plus, Soldew into the Star Sand is not something that I'm really mad about seeing, so sure. We'll play it something like this. And there's Anorith. We do buy Anorith. And then I think we can sell Weedle if we lose the match in order to get our econ back up, but okay. But yeah, Metapod throwing big paralysis out should help. That's Pessimian. I don't think I've ever picked this dude. What does he do? When throwing a bull at all enemies between the user receive 30% of the damage of special damage. If not, yo, that fighting team actually came together and scrapped us. Yo, that fighting team actually scrapped us. Pretty gnarly, dude. Yeah, we need to hurry up and get the bug 6. Dragon on there is not helping us. We need more Zerg for the swarm. Clearly we do. Alright, so who comes back in? I'm guessing... Oh, we got some more bugs showing up. I do like that. You know what? We gotta get that going immediately. So Kakuna probably is the one that comes back in. Gets us to bug 6. We get more copies of dudes. That'll help. Alright. Yeah, we don't have nearly enough broskies coming out and hitting things. So that should get us an additional 3 bugs on the field. That's not bad. And then immediately when we hit 8, we have additional bugs to slot in. So I ain't mad about that. The fact that Poipole keeps showing up into things that it can't really take out is unfortunate. Yeah, we are having trouble getting through that fighting team. Fighting team, as I have historically said, is quite good into bug nonsense. So, yeah, this is going to be a problem. This is for sure going to be an issue. We'll just buy into those two dudes since they're here. If I could get Lady Anne on deck and Vibrava, even a few more leveled up mons would really make a big difference. You know, Spidops. I like red, blue, and purple. That's good to hear. That's a very nice, diverse flavor palette that you have there. Okay, come on. At least get these dudes taken care of, dude. Yeah, the only problem is Poipole just don't got it like that to be able to get through a lot of this nonsense, man. Okay. So what are we looking at for auxiliaries? Like Soldew into Manaphy is not the end of the world. As a matter of fact, it's quite good. And then this into this is just what? Wide lens? Maybe not the worst in the world? Yeah, maybe this ain't the worst thing in the world. And then wide lens offers some crit, offers some defense, offers more range. This could be a setup for a legendary, right? Like, it's not the end of the world. If it's Genesect, it kind of doesn't care about all of this stuff, but if it's anybody but Genesect, it's not bad. Like, it keeps Pheromosa from jumping in on dudes, because Pheromosa's surprisingly frail. Yeah, we'll let Metapod try to cook with this for a little bit and see what happens to him. Now, is he gonna cook? No. Is he probably gonna get cooked? Oh, absolutely. Do we like seeing Floral? I don't know if we like seeing Floral. Our team's kind of weak right now for trying to deal with Floral. Yeah, Metapod just ain't doing the damage that we need it to do. 184 ain't it, Chief. 184 ain't it. Yeah, at least we're close to getting levels, but yeah, we're having trouble. Our mons just ain't strong enough to carry this. Yeah, we need some Evos immediately, but we can't afford them. Once we get to 7, I'm telling you, if we can get to 8, we'll be in a lot better of a shape. Only problem is getting there. Without any sort of natural pickups, that's going to be tough to do. 7 will help a little bit, because we can fit in... I mean, Tarantula's not good. Spidops is okay. I don't know, dude. Okay, Metapod's getting picked on in the back row by all this nonsense. Yo, this is going terribly, bro. This is going absolutely awfully. It's tough when you don't get the early picks. That's for sure. Maybe I should have rolled harder earlier, but I don't know. It's just such a balance between the econ and this particular synergy now. Okay, show me something that I can use. News that we can use. I will drop by 1 to grab, like, what I want. I guess give me another magnet, and then I can try to make sure we aren't stuck with something that we don't want to see. All I need to do is get to 52, and then I'm willing to buy all the way down in order to make this happen. As a matter of fact, we probably could afford it if I got rid of some stuff, right? If I got rid of some stuff, what is the logistics? Because Tarantula comes in and makes us bug 7. Could we get bug 8 right here? I think we can. I think we have to. And then what comes out? Like a Caterpie and a Weedle in like 1 copy, a Trapinch. And then we buy into this in order to get Anorith in. And we get bug 8 going. And I didn't get the chance to move that thing back. But yeah, bug 8, and now we can start getting levels from mons. This might be pretty good for us. We get Kakuna to come back in. That's not bad. I mean, I could have done better with the placement there, but I mean, Metapod's trying. Metapod is indeed trying. Don't know how we're doing against the Pinsir. Alright, Metapod is actually throwing hands. Way to go, Metapod. Actually carrying the team in the end there. Poipo got a ridiculous amount of damage value, though. Alright, now we can actually start pulling things together here. Now it's just a matter of getting better bugs on the squad, right? Okay. So we're probably pulling Caterpies and Weedles for the first little bit here until we can afford to, like, replace some dudes. Wouldn't mind replacing a few dudes, but for now, this is okay to let ride for just a little bit. This needs to come back here, though. This and Metapod need to go to the way back and then just throw hands at as much of a distance as they can possibly. What's your favorite lab-grown chocolate? Lab-grown chocolate? Like... Geez, I don't really know how to respond to that one. Lab-grown chocolate. What do you mean lab-grown chocolate? I mean, I get the idea that it's chocolate from a lab, but what do you mean, like the tree grown in a lab, or the chocolate's fully synthetic? I'm not 100% sure that I'm picking up what you're putting down. Alright, so yeah, we're in trouble. That's for sure. I need to immediately start rolling down and trying to see if I can't get something better in the field. I think we're at Lugia fight at 19 though, right? Or do we got one more PV? No, we got Lugia fight, so that means we can afford to look for some other bug options here. Anorith? Yo, give me Armaldo, give me Venipede, give me something. Show me a way to eliminate some unnecessary bugs from the old squadron here. That's Kakuna Matata. I'll take that, and I guess we'll lock in and then buy the Trapinch level down and see what happens. Something like that. Maybe. I don't know. I gotta make some alterations to this lineup in order to try to keep us alive here. Yeah, the problem is just getting all these mons way too late for it to be super duper useful. Indeed. Alright, we do get upgrade or X-ray available. And that one's a tough one. Which one do we want to do? Alright, show me a bug path that I can use. I accidentally pushed the Cranidos player, probably somewhere he didn't want to be. Was that Cranidos? No, that was Tyrant. Alright, show me where we want to be. Show me something decent. There's Buzzy again, and there's Genesect. We kind of got a lot of frontline upgrade. Does that synergize more with the Genesect or the Buzzy? I feel like our frontline holds up halfway decently with damage, that's the problem. So we can go ahead and get rid of Metapod. We'll throw this down. This thing likes to be attack damage, so we'll get that going. And then, you know what? We'll throw this down. It doesn't hate its ability. Then what else do I want to use? I guess... I mean, we're at 8 out of 8, right? What can I throw down that would want realign? Really nothing yet. Alright, what do we got that's gonna be going away? Nothing so far. If I could get more levels for Weedle so that we wouldn't have to deal with Weedle nonsense, that would be one thing. Yeah, Genesect's trying to throw hands. I don't think we're getting through this one. Yeah, it just doesn't really do enough. We got through Terrakion, but we ain't getting through the rest of this nonsense. Nope, gonna have to reevaluate how I'm playing Bug here. I might have to just go really, really hard, really early, and say, practicality be damned, because Bug really struggles unless you can get it off the ground way earlier. So you know what, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to. Most of the popular chocolate they use is lab-grown cocoa. I mean, you still gotta grow it, right? So... And cocoa grows on, like, cacao trees, right? So, like, what do you mean by lab-grown? Exactly. Like, grown within a controlled environment? Or do you mean, like, synthetic? Like, what do you mean by grown? If you mean grown as in lab-synthesized... Alright, time to Google. What is lab-grown chocolate? Let's get some definitions here. Stop leaving it in the air. Lab-grown chocolate, often called cultured or cell-derived cocoa, is real chocolate produced by growing actual cocoa plant cells in large steel fermentation tanks. Okay. So it's a bioreactor. Alright, that's all. Alright. I didn't know that the cocoa cells were so stable that they could be bioreacted like that. I wouldn't have figured that that type of plant material would survive being in a bioreactor, but the fact that it can survive that is pretty cool, actually. That's neat. Yeah, anytime you can make something efficient like that, that is very, very neat. Color me surprised. Lab-grown milk, sure, kid. Sure. I mean, it's just fats, right? So, if you make the soluble fats and then add water, you got it. You could probably trick Bacillus in order to make stuff like that, right? But wouldn't it just be easier to factory farm the animal rather than trying to get Bacillus to make the fats for you? Eh, who knows? Who knows? Alright, we got waiting on Jogos No PC. Yeah, No PC is really showing through, my friend, with the with the connection rate you got there. Alright, let's take a look at what lab-grown milk. Lab-grown milk. Lab-grown milk is real animal-free dairy produced in laboratory using cellular agriculture or precision fermentation. It contains real milk proteins like whey and casein, making it chemically identical to cow's milk. Alright, precision fermentation. Genes for milk protein are placed into yeast, like I said. Basically, you grow it in a microbe. That's fine. And then mammalian cell culture. So that's more in line with what you got going with the cocoa. And then blending. Isolated proteins are mixed with water, plant-based fats, and whatnot. So that's like your pseudo milks. Alright. Alright, we're going to try to run back the bug one more time and do this right. And this time, we're going for early evos. We have to get, like, Metapod and Kakuna off the bat in order to make this viable. That's what I'm more and more coming to the conclusion of. Is that those two dudes gotta come with us to the old squadron. Who else wants to go in here? Like, you know, Lillipup, you're in. But yeah, that's what I'm getting the conclusion of, is that bug requires you to really be engaging in the bug synergy right from the get-go. We gotta go to region for it. Bad boys, we got the best music in the game, Rocket. Let's go. Yo, I'm feeling it. Alright. Let's beat them down, and never let up. Your boy Big Guzma has commanded it. Big Boss Guzma has said, beat them down and never let up. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Yo, Team Skull, that's my team, yo. I used to be a Team Rocket fanboy for the longest of times, but your boy Guzma showed up, and then I was like, nah, Team Rocket Giovanni, I respect you. You will always have my respect, oh Captain, my captain. But yo, I'm following the muscle-bound oath with the heart of gold. Let's go. He just gets me right in the feels, you know, fam. He just gets me in the feels. Alright, we slam this. We throw it on the Arboliva. Well, no. Do we throw it on the Arboliva? No. Arboliva sucks. This is a good replacement for Arboliva. This thing can hold a Soldu all day. Get rid of all this garbage, and we bring up... We bring up the Caterpies immediately. And we still have enough leftovers for breakfast in the morning. Let's go. Alright, Big King's Rock. Big King's Rock off the bat. Is that gonna be like a give Quaxley and let it hold it type sitch? I feel like it is. Oh, and we got the dojo ticket? Okay. I think we gotta hold on to that. We might even be able to throw it at our unique. Show me an ice. You know what? Show me an ice, and then I'll try to grab a charcoal along the way and get a shell bell going. But for now, big rack on big duck. That's where we go. We got that big duck energy. I need to roll down now. I don't want that level to take over before we have some bugs that are lined up to be able to do some damage. That's another level of bug. You know what? I will buy the Quaxley, because if we get Quackable, I'm not upset. Dotler is another decent dude. You go in right there. And then we gotta wait a little bit more. In the meanwhile, this dude can go. And then, yeah, if we get Quaxwell online, I ain't turning that dude down, because that is an early game carry and a half. If we don't get utterly outclassed by Leafeon, which we do. Yeah, that thing was living for days. A lot of health on that dude. Trapinch is a great early bug to have. Loaded Dice is very interesting and very compelling right now. And you know what? I am going to go ahead and buy it. It is early game power. And what I'm getting more and more is that bug needs a lot of early game violence in order to make what it wants to do happen. Show them violence, Quaxley. Show me another Quaxley, actually. Or more bugs. I'll take more bugs. I prefer another Quaxley. I will take more bug though. More bug is an acceptable alternative. I think they're gonna use VR on cows to get extra... VR. Virtual reality cow. What are they gonna do? Show them reruns of Barnyard or something? Yo, that really inspires me. Moo! I'm feeling motivated. Is that what we going on here? Demon Girl, you can't be doing that stuff. You can't be. Alright, show me Blipbug and Caterpie. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. Do we want to make Vibrava big? Is the question. Because I could throw that dude in the hyperbolic time chamber, right? But I'd almost rather throw our unique in and then just be without it for a little bit. That's Suwaddle. That's another bug. We will lock this in order to try to get Suwaddle in. I think that dude's worth it. Quaxley, do you sidestep out of the way? He does sidestep. I don't know whether he got ice sharded by the big pig or not. I think he managed to duck it, actually. Just with the expert footwork. Do we get through Big Twig? Big Twig is doing some Big Twig nonsense, but I think we get through him. Got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Alright, throw some more bugs onto the bench. Let me roll down and get super duper lucky. Ah, baby, there he is. The duck is on lock. Big King Duck is doing duck things. Yo, you can't duck this duck, my friend. You might ask me what the duck? This is what the duck I'm talking about. Alright, Quaxwell, go get him. Teach him a lesson. Don't care who it is. Pikachu? Pika-who? Yo, Pika-who. Look at that duck danger going down. Yo, Quaxley, if you can get Quackable early, that's a game winner. So there are certain mons that you get tier 3s early on them, especially if you get them match, and they basically win the game. Infernape can win a game. Quackable can win a game. And your boy Cutie Fly showing up? Yo, all the bug best friends are coming down. Shoulda, woulda, coulda picked up something other than... Is Dottler staying? Is Dottler staying in the squad? I don't think it is. It's good, but it's not good enough outside of a psychic team. Now, who wants to come in here? What do we need? You know what? I'll take this for the potential damage roll, and then we'll toss that dude. Alright, now we got the option. Do we want to roll down at all, or do we want to go up in level? I think we go... Oh, that's a decent pick. That's a draft pick if I've ever seen one. And then we got Kakuna Matata showing up a little bit more, which we will indeed take. Let's see if we can get through these two. We do indeed. And boom, they're gone. Send them straight to the Shadow Realm. And then, yeah, we will take the Blipbug as well. We'll keep him on the radar, as it were. Show me Caterpie. Show me the Caterpie. Actually, this gets Butterfree, doesn't it? Yeah, that's Butterfree off the bat. Now, do we want to go up to Bug 4? And I think the answer to that is probably, which means Quackable's time here is probably come to an end. You know what? No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. We buy down in order to get Cutie Fly in. That's what we do. Now Bug 4 is on lock. Then when we get our unique, Quackable's probably going to the Happy Duck Farm in the sky. Depends a little bit on what item we get here. If we get Scale. Scale's not exactly what we were looking for there. Don't hate it. Don't hate it because that's Flame Orb. But I don't love it either. Kind of feel like Quack's still doing a lot of work for us. That thing might be staying. Show me a buggy type area. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. And now we gotta be conservative with our cash for the time being, but, shucks. Alright, we take the Poipole. Do we give this thing a Flame Orb? That's the question that I am wondering here today. Kakuna can probably go away. Dottler, I kind of like. Or do we not take the Dottler out and we actually hyperbolic that? You know what? We hyperbolic the Poipole. We send him to the hyperbolic time chamber and hope that Quackable and Butterfree are enough to carry us. I feel like with Cutiefly support, Quackable is actually still kicking more tail than Poipole will. But Poipole will come back after training in the hyperbolic time chamber and then all of a sudden be actually useful. Which is something that we cannot say otherwise, so... And then we can worry about switching out for, Big Quack there. Alright. Do we get through the Laddie twins? I think we do off of the back of double Butterfree duty. And Big Quack. Yeah, we do. We don't need our unique. Unique schmunique. Who cares how unique it is? I can't bring Pumpkaboo in. Somebody will pivot, and then I'll be blasted. Do I want that water? I do. But I ain't silly enough to think that I can get it without problems. Pumpkaboo will come in, and then somebody will pivot, and they'll have, like... That team with the laddies, that's like Psychic Light or something, right? I forget what they do. But no, we ain't playing that. We ain't playing no Pumpkaboo nonsense. I cannot in good play. I mean, this thing itself is dangerous too, but Pumpkaboo is a whole nother level of nonsense. Maybe not the scariest thing for a bug team, but I'm still afraid of it. I got scars, my friends. I have scars from what Pumpkaboo's done to me. Show me on the doll where Pumpkaboo hurt you. Yep. The answer is all over. The answer is all freaking over. Oh, man. Yeah, we don't play with that dude. That dude will mess us up. It turns people into Magikarps out of nowhere. It destroys entire playthroughs. By itself. Alright, Magmarizer into... That's the play. I gotta get Magmarizer. Please. Oh, why am I the... Oh, why am I the lead? Oh, that would have been so good! And then somebody's gonna take Poké-Russ, of course. Somebody's gonna probably take Poké-Russ, right? Right? No? Baby, 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 we are in business. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You fools! You fools! They don't know what they've done. They have no idea what kind of horror that they've unleashed upon themselves. They don't know. They don't know this tech. The question is, who holds it? Who is getting this bad boy? And the answer is probably when he gets back, Poipole. But he ain't back yet. Do we... We gotta give it to somebody, right? Ooh, you know what? We give it to the Cutiefly for now. We give it to Cutiefly. Why? Because we might be able to replace that thing with more Rabombi nonsense later. But for now, it'll spread through the ranks to Butterfree, to Quackable, and then this thing will start to chunk on dudes. I don't think we're getting through Tropius, though. Tropius, yeah, Tropius is a next level dude. Tropius is indeed a next level broski. Not getting that much value. Look at how much health they have. We didn't even scratch the surface. They just got that much health. Okay, Poipole's back in. I really want to give that thing the Poké-Russ, right? I really, really would love to give that thing the Russ. And I think Quackable's time is over. I think the day of Poipole has begun. We'll do something like this. We'll do something like this. And then... I don't know, dude. I'd love to give it a muscle band. I need more time to decide, dude. I don't know. I feel like it's... just just a little bit frail for that. But it really isn't that frail, right? And once it's Naganadel, it'll be even better. Especially if we can get that early KO stuff off. Dude, I don't know. How much health do you have? You're 210, right? Because we gave you the hyperbolic time treatment. No, we go muscle band on you. Fluff it, and stuff it. We're giving you that. And then as far as who we make big, let's just go ahead and make Dottler nice and huge, because its cast is actually fairly decent. And then we're waiting on EXP share is the best item in the game, just adds up. Yeah, I've seen EXP share, but I mean, I'm running Bug Squad. Even our legendaries don't have that great of stats, at least not off the bat. So, but Magmarizer into the Flame Orb is the most cracked synergy into the game, unless you get, like, Cooking Pot, too. Magmarizer, Flame Orb, Glasses, Flame Orb, Cooking Pot, Flame Orb. Sacred Ash is also a good second bet for crazy stuff, but the problem is with this squad, what's it going to target, right? Because we're going to be summoning so much nonsense. I don't know if that's really all that helpful. But Absorb Bell isn't that great. Golden Bottle Cap is neat, but only if we get Genesect. We're kind of hedging our bets on getting Genesect if we pull Gold Bottle, right? Ooh. Yeah, I gotta go Sacred Ash here. I gotta, and then we throw that on something that's likely in the back row. You know what? This Cutie Fly can hold some more nonsense. Hold some more nonsense, and then when it eventually gets taken out, it'll bring something back, right? Hopefully. Alright, the Laddie Twins target the Cutie Fly, gets a big revive, gets Poipole back on the screen, at the very least. Poipole is doing some work. Does it get through? No, it doesn't. Should have grabbed the Burmy. I didn't even see that. I was so focused in on the match that I did not even see the Burmy. Alright, throw this in, and then we get Bog 6 online. That's not bad. Yeah, I should have grabbed Burmy, though. Should have absolutely grabbed Burmy. That was a misplay on my fault. Yeah, I know what it does, but you need stuff to make Flame Orb work, you know, and we don't have that. So it's situationally really good, but you're talking about the only time that it's good, really, really good, outside of when you've got things that already are getting super cracked stats off the bat, is when you've got all these other supporting items to make it good. It's like Exodia. You can say Exodia is the best monster in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it just wins you the duel, which is technically the truth. But you're looking at a lot in order to get it set up. Like on water, there's no question that Love Disc is absolutely amazing. Show me the Shell Bell. Yeah, there's no question that Love Disc is absolutely insanely good. I have made Love Disc create some true monsters. So I know the value in what you're talking about. It's just not necessarily what's going to work out for us here. But yeah, I like Love Disc over most choices. You give me a choice between Love Disc and Relicanth, I'm picking Love Disc every single time. You give me a choice between Love Disc and Iron Bundle, man, if I'm running Aquatic, it's no question. If I'm running Water, it's like a slight question. Alright, Poipole, set him up. Don't think this dude is chunky enough. He's just not chunky enough. That Iron Thorns there is going to be a problem. What do you guys have? Just electric? That thing is eating damage all day. Okay, just throw on the Suwaddle, and then... what are we looking to get here? Probably just levels. Would love to have something more than levels on the way, but we are kind of stuck where we are. Is Suwaddle? It's better than Kakuna, though. That's for sure. Get that dude in there. And then, you know what? I will move... The problem is, like I said, it's just not tanky enough. Kind of put items on it in rush. Maybe I should have waited on that, though. But this thing needs to get the KOs in order to evolve. Speaking of which, how far are you? You're getting close. We'll see if it's bugged or not. It actually evolved. It actually evolved this time. I've had so many games where Naganadel just doesn't evolve at all. Despite getting like 30, 40 KOs, it just never evolves. Yeah. Yeah, bug poison can be strong if we get the region for it. Which, ain't always a thing. Alright, we can go ahead and crack this down and then throw Kakuna back in. Kakuna Matata. Done. What a wonderful phrase. Alright, Naganadel going in, doing Naganadel things. Alright, that thing gets obliterated right out of the gate. And then we got loaded dice. Jeez. I mean, on AD, if Genesect is our legend here, it's not a bad get. There's another level for Trapinch, which I will take. We will put in some more points, and then show me a bug region. I'll take it. Alright. Yo, is this the same Minio dude that was like throwing out taunts earlier? Game ain't going so well for him this time. But maybe he makes a big freaking turnaround. Alright, no Genesect. No Genesect, but there is Big Buzzwell. Big Buzzy actually would be happier with the items that Naganadel has right now. Right. Buzzy, fine. You're coming in. You're coming in over... I do like the occasional poison proc from the Kakuna Matata, right? What value does the Trapinch give us on its ability cast? Not much, and we have no ground synergy, right? So we do this, we give this thing the loaded dice, and we call it a day. And hope that we can get some poison stuff going off. Alright, now what are we looking for? Just level 8, I guess. Level 8, and then to get Trapinch back in, and then once we've got the bug nest going, then we are much, much happier. But already we're in such a much better shape than the last set of matches because we were so aggressive with the roll down early. And having Naganadel throwing hands is not a bad option either. So we are through with that stuff. Do we get the Celebi? We do. Our dudes waited and took their sweet time getting through it, though. And then Cutiefly brings back the Squadron, and we're done. Yeah, Fluffy Tail is what safety goggles used to be, right? Alright, let's see. For a 12. Alright, that's solid for now. And then... yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be unexcited to have Orbeetle. Which again is another reason for us to try to rush down 8. After this match, I'll have to decide, because I might just want to speed to 8. It's just such a power spike for us, and it really solves some econ issues too. And given how this... what even is your squad? What are your synergies? You're just all over the place. It's just a morph, huh? A morph into a whole bunch of other things. Alright. There's Sootbell. Use it on a Pokemon to refresh your shop with Pokemon sharing a type with that Pokemon. That could be correct. What is a good item here for Buzzy? The Shell Bell is a good item on Buzz. Shell Bell is probably as best as I could ask for him. Other option was the Shiny Charm, but, yeah, I don't know about that. Alright, there we go. We buy down, and you know what? With the loaded dice into the Shell Bell, I'm comfortable with a big spend here to get this on board and throw Trapinch back in and get a hive going. Yo, we're riding that high. That high V hive. Alright, that's fine. We don't need to pop the bell yet. We'll save it for the time being. But, yeah. I kind of like this setup. Halfway decently. And now we'll start channeling Mons into the field. We got occasional pops going off from that Poke Rest going down on dudes. This Iron Thorns team is going to be a problem, though. Look at the amount of damage that thing is just casting. Plus, the Kling Klang is getting a lot of value out of that gold bottle cap. But yeah, the Iron Thorns is just going off constantly. Yeah, that dude is a menace on society. Don't know how we're getting through that. I think, given that we're already at Bug 8, I think the best option is maybe to roll down and look for... That was Gligar. I could have taken... That's a bug, isn't it? That dude counts as a freaking bug. There, we got a decent bug there, though. Now, the question is, what do we do? And I think the answer is we get rid... we can't get rid of the Kakuna strat, though, because we don't know that that thing's going to evolve into it. Yo, what's with all the Iron Thorns teams, though? Yeah, we need, well, this might give us Beedrill. As a matter of fact, I think it will. I do think this will give us Beedrill. But yeah, those chain attacks from Lightning teams are gonna be a problem. Alright, Beedrill comes in. That thing is naturally gonna go there. What are we looking for? I'm not sure that Dottler wants to stay, right? Because it is a tier 1, and it means that everything else is gonna evolve slower while that thing's around. Unfortunately, Dottler, as much as I love you, and I do love you, I'm gonna give all of this to young that dude, and then you're gonna do your thing. For the time being, you do your thing. And hopefully it evolves into something I can actually use. And then this thing's sitting on the bench, that can go away. And now we're looking for additional bug power. Show me something. Oh man, if I were playing Psychic, seeing a double Reuniclus would be so much nicer than anything I got going here. King's Rock Choice Specs the Manaphy Egg. Manaphy Egg is interesting because Buzzwole can chain bulk ups then, right? Or do I just make them huge? I don't know. Up against so many Iron Thorns teams, we're just getting chunked down so fast, I'm not sure that it matters. Alright. Show me something that I can use against infinite Iron Thorns. Alright, Naganadel is fighting the Ducklet. Does get through that dude. Doesn't manage to do much into these guys, though. Buzzy's trying. Do we get through at least the Electros? We do. Double Butterfree nonsense. Doesn't get much done. No, we ain't surviving that. Yo, these electric teams. 4th place means neutral ELO, though. I want to make the bug stuff work, but clearly electric teams are still scaling the damage so high that we ain't getting through those very easily. No. And then Steel's doing the true damage. They're just chunking down the bugs too fast. Yeah. Bugs still got issues compared to stuff like ground, that's for sure. Definitely much better now. The bug nest certainly does help, but you're relying on teams to be like, if there's Floral on the team, you out-Zerg them. You absolutely out-Zerg Floral. I don't know how this team would do into Dark. I feel like because most bugs get chunked down so early, you'd have to play real super defensive, and then you got no damage. And if Dark loves it when the opposing team can't do damage. I don't know, man. Alright, we give Bug one more try here. I do like the new rework for sure. It just feels like there's just a lot of things that counter it innately quite nicely. So, we'll see. Alright. What kind of region are we in? We are in Bugland. Yeah, we'll bring in Caterpie, we'll bring in Azumarill, and then we'll buy down the whole bunch of this nonsense. Throw all these dudes down there. So what's the strat here? What is the strat? I guess not fight electric or steel. That's kind of the strat because their individual mons are quite strong. Okay, what's showing up here? Let's see. Machop ain't a bad frontliner early. Sure. We'll throw you in, and we'll rock this squad for a little bit. I guess we can go ahead and buy down the one-cost dudes, right? Do something like this, and see what happens. Alright. Machop should Machop him in half. He does. Black Glasses, Odd Scale, or Mystic Water. What did we already get already? A spoon? Sure. You know what? This on young Azumarill ain't bad. Actually, if we're getting the natural Marill, I would not be upset to see that. A natural Marill get would not be bad. I will sell off all the other riffraff, though, to try to get us back up to interest level. That's fine for now. And we got a magnet. Interesting. I mean, not particularly helpful, but ooh, the amulet coin is dangerous. We don't really rely on an individual mon having so much power, though. Well, that sucked that we didn't get that. I guess we grab the upgrade as a potential AD carry item later, considering that we're looking at like a red orb or something with the charcoal. It's not a bad get. We'll throw something like that in, and then do I commit to the upgrade? Like this upgrade into Deep Sea Tooth could also be an option. We'll do something like that. My power got shut off. Jeez, Demon Girl. What happened out there in the middle of nowhere? Alright, let's see if we can pierce through Baby Team. I don't think so, though. Not with Marill and Golbat. Nah, that was never gonna happen. Now, the question is, did you natural into that? Yeah, 0 rolls. Natural into 2 tier 2s. Not bad, my guy. Not bad. Let's see. That's a Shell Bell. That's a Shell Bell, which might coincide with an upgrade later. Because obviously Azumarill's not staying, right? I do quite like Shell Bell. But we're kind of building two different, completely different item sets here. You know what? Totodile might like these items a little bit better than Azumarill. Let me just throw on something like this. Just do a little bit of a pivot, and then, you know, we can still keep this thing in there just to do a little nonsense in the background while we wait for bugs to show up. Something like that. Alright, Totodile chunks down a little bit, gets a big health pop-up from the Soldew. Just what I was hoping. Big gator chomps for days. Appreciate that. My electric bill's over 7,000. Press F to doubt. Press F to doubt. You're a rare already, though, right? I don't need to replace you with another rare? Probably not. Cat is... Are you better? You're maybe a little bit better than a baby mod, anyway. Alright, we need to do a little bit better than just 2 bugs and a dream, though. But I'm wondering if we just wait for GDOS to roll down, really. Alright, Gator having more time to cast is definitely helpful. But him getting grouped up on immediately after casting is not helpful. Yeah, that was a problem. Yo, Cat, you are not coming to this party, my friend. Yeah, Cat actually got us a lot of trouble there. Get out of here, Cat. Is Cyndaquil better, though? It is range. You know what? We'll buy that dude for now. And, you know what? Duskalopop is probably better than Caterpie, so we'll just throw that dude in there, too. No synergies to speak of, but base stats are not terrible here. We're really trying to rely on Totodile to target good targets, though. Does well enough. And chunked. Okay, what do we got? We got Larvitar showing up, huh? That's a bug. That is a bug, and that gets us up to a guaranteed bug trio. Now, the question is, when we get it, what are we gonna do? When we get there, what is our plan here? And the answer to that may surprise you, in that I don't know. I do not know. Do we buy down in order to get another Mon? And I think we do, and hope that we win, so that we can afford to do something, you know? Alright, we got dudes coming in, showing off, doing bug things. Totodile does not get the cast, and we do not get the win here, because Totodile did not get the cast. Even if it did, it would have been tough. Yeah, that War Turtle was kitted for war in the back there. Okay, now we roll down for bug nonsense. That's another bug, so we can go ahead and slot some bugs in. Try to guarantee a little bit of something. That's bug 4 immediately. I will go down to... Will I go down to 30 here? I will, because it gives us the best chance of getting something that we can use. I will keep Croc in if we get Big Croc. We do get Big Croc. We don't care about these dudes anymore. Get that trash out of here. Show me... That was Suwaddle. Darn it. I didn't even see him. Didn't even see him. Alright, Suwaddle, you're on the squad. And then... Do we care about any of the bugs in this region yet? Maybe Caterpie? We just let it ride from here. This is fine for now. Big Croc carries us a long way. Yeah, Big Croc does a lot of work for us. Alright, show me a decent bug. Who are we looking for with this particular setup? Don't know, but there's another bug portal for us right there, so we will go ahead and take that. Let's see what happens. Gotta go? Okay, Demon Girl. Catch ya on the flip side. That is a muscle band to go with a Shell Bell. Yo, that's a strat. And it's not a strat for this dude, though. This dude doesn't care about those strats at all. Yo, it looks at those strats and say, yo, those are rat strats. We don't need rat strats here. Alright, but what it does like is the Soul Dew. Do I get rid of Big Croc and then what? I think I do. I gotta get rid of Big Croc because I need that on Vespiquen immediately. And that gets us 5. What's staying and not staying? Like, Kakuna's probably not making it into the endgame squad, right? So we'll give it the attackers set for the time being. It's not going to be good, but we're not really relying on it either. We're hoping Vespiquen carries enough to be able to do something. But yeah, Weedle is probably not staying. Alright, throw out more bees. Come on, Vespiquen, just toss out as many beans as you can. Not beans, bees. Get them with bees, my friend. Enraged tiny bees. Not enough. Unfortunate. Give me What? Give me another magnet. Because I can use that. We just want you to throw hands, right? We will roll down on that. As a matter of fact, to get the bug 6 and try to guarantee some victories here, I'll even do that. I'll even throw that on as an option. Alright, now we're looking a little bit fresher. This looks like a squadron that I can actually bring home. 6 is not bad. Maybe get a victory out of this? We'll see. Yeah, that is damage going down. Don't know how we do into the Pincushion, honestly. Whalmare goes down. We need Deep Sea Tooth really bad, though. Or something, you know? Something with a little bit more devastation than this. Alright, we got through. Wasn't easy, though. Show me... Oh, man. Show me the water. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a Mystic Water here. Love to see something other than Blue Orb, but you know what? Blue Orb's not terrible. Given what we're doing already, the additional ability power doesn't really help at all, but the lightning definitely does. So you know what? I do not mind a Blue Orb on this dude. The next attack of the user deals 60 additional special damage plus 30 per combo ally on the board. Yeah, that's not too bad. Then we're looking for any other PowerPoint regen. A Deep Sea Tooth would not be terrible. I wouldn't hate to see that. Would love, actually, to see that. But anything works. We're actually in a pretty good spot here. And the enemy teams are not shaping up to be super de-duper threatening, so... yeah. Alright, that's gonna slow down the pace of battle just a little bit. Combies are doing combi things. I think that this dude still gets us, though. Yeah, it does. 423 out of that wonder box there. Alright, throw in some levels, and we'll just let it ride for the time being. Yeah. I don't know. Does Spinnerack get our items? We really need something better than just Vespiquen there. Although, the upgrade does kind of do some work on Vespiquen, which I might want to consider, actually. You know, as a matter of fact, I think I do. I think I consider swapping it to that. Because we don't need the Weedle for anything, right? Plus and Minun are doing nonsense. Would upgrade have mattered there? I don't know. I do know I want this dude and this dude, though. And we'll sell you and throw Nimble in. And then we definitely want this on you. And then... what do we got? I guess Low Kicks is not a terrible mon. We can, like, throw in with you for the time being. That's alright for now. That's okay. Let me throw this down and we see what happens. Yeah, that getting into the back row is not the worst thing I've ever seen. Alright, Vespiquen is throwing a lot more shade now. If I can get a King's Rock on this, I'm not mad. Yeah. Rocky Helmet's not bad, but I think King's Rock is the play. Alright, give me another 2 levels up, and then we'll worry about throwing something else on. And you know, as a matter of fact, I'll buy one more, just to get one more bug in. There we go. 7 bugs in a row. What are we gonna do? What do you know? Should be okay now. Should be okay now. Yeah. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, we got Nimble doing nimble things, being excellently nimble on the battlefield there. Health could be doing better. We do distract the Duraludon for a little bit. Maybe catch his boosted. Would be nice if we didn't get fricasseed by that. We did not get fricasseed by it. Will get hit hard by that. Do we get through the Feral Thorn friend there? I mean, I don't know, dude. We got him. The Angry Bees did their job admirably. We will roll down a little bit, and then we got a level for Trapinch. We will take a level for Trapinch and replace this. Actually, we can go all the way down. We go all the way down and start the nest. We get the nest going immediately. We do something like this. We do something like this. We do something like this. This is the strat. And now we got bugs being generated. Bugs should be coming fast and loose now. Before level 20 is huge. Yeah, we play with this all day, every day. This is the dream. Alright, hopefully Vespiquen just continues to throw dudes into the old slammer there. And continues to summon friends. Does not manage to get through the Stantler. No. Doesn't quite manage to get through Stanty. This is another very good bug, though. And it replaces a far inferior bug of some variety. Show me... What do I want? I think I want another seed, right? To get Nimble stacked up. Make that dude nice and big. And if we get Buzzwole, all the better. Buzzwole would be perfect with this item setup, and we can just swap out the Nimble for it. So that's not so bad. But yeah, we're definitely swapping somebody with Cutiefly. Let's go ahead and blast this together. And it's looking like Weedle is the dude that's going home. Weedle, you're going home. And bam. Alright. Now the only generic on our team is the Cutiefly. And actually, our regionals... Do we have, like, Centiskorch? We do. Nimble's not bad. We don't necessarily care about maxing out the Caterpie. I will take another level for the Cricketune, though. And if you're just joining and you're looking at this and saying my economy is in the dirt, you're not wrong, but I'm playing the brand new rework of the way Bug works. And, yeah, it is kicking some tail. But it's situational. But yeah, I ain't nearly as worried about my econ with Bug now. Okay. We do get through a lot of this nonsense. Show me a better bug. Show me Centiskorch. Show me Venipede. Show me a bug that I can live with. Suwaddle is an okay bug, I guess. It's not the bug that I was looking for. Cricketune? We will indeed take a full Cricketune nonsense. You know what? As a matter of fact, we will max that out into low kicks immediately. And then we need 3. Caterpie, get out of here. There we go. Cricketune, you are on the deck. Do we need this locked anymore? I'd love to have Ghastly. Can't afford it. And it's not good for our team anyway. Okay, low kicks is going to do big damage. Hit them hard, buddy. Kick them. Kick them when they're up. Kick them when they're down. Kick them when they're up. Kick them all around. The Tropius team is no longer a threat. They might become one later, but I think we've surpassed them. You got to be so aggressive with Bug early, the way it's played now, but, alright. Do we... I would love to have a higher grade Bug here, rather than just working on Caterpie levels, but... Don't know if we're gonna get one. Why is Slugma not a bug? This is a better bug. This is a better bug that comes in from Metapod and gets rid of this dude. Goodbye, Metapod. You are no longer the meta. Mr. Pod. Mr. the Pod, if that is indeed your real name. Now, who goes next? If the answer is probably Suwaddle, because we're going to have our Legend on drop, and that means that I believe the next one to be leveled up obsessively will be the Spinnerack, right? which is exactly the kind of nonsense that we were looking to have. Okay, we got the AV. Who gets AV? I guess if it's a frontliner like Buzzwole, that's not so bad. Alright, let's find out what we got. Please show me a bug portal. There is a bug portal directly in front of us. We will take it. And boom, let's see what kind of nonsense that we're rocking here. We might as well burn down the assault vest. It's not bad. Hoping for Buzzwole. Big Buzz would be a very, very good get. We got Genesect and Genesect, who benefits 0% from what we're doing here. Rough stuff. And I really hate getting rid of Frontline, but really Suwaddle is the only thing that I can reliably get rid of. And do something like this. And then what? We give Whirlipede that. That dude's not going to be so bad in that position. You get rid of the Suwaddle, and then we're just really relying on rolls to get us where we gotta go. Low Kicks doesn't really have a set that the Genesect would want, and I kind of need this thing in the back row, causing havoc immediately. That's basically a bug Tyranitar there. So, we're leaving that dude the way he is. Hopefully he gets in and causes some problems on some dudes. Alright, Dogpile on that dude. That thing goes down. And we're jumping around, but that Wailord is tanky. That dude is chunked to pieces. Alright, we got through Vespiquen, but it's a contest between these two, and there ain't no way Genesect's winning that one. Alright, we need levels on dudes immediately. Show me Ariados. That should be the next one up, right? Ariados should be the next dude getting powered up. So that'll at least be a man that we can throw in the mix. Alright, Ariados is on lock. Now, who are we looking for? Levels for Trapinch and Cutiefly, probably. What do we got? Trapinch and Cutiefly, where are you, dudes? Venipede, though? I will take a level for you. Thank you, don't mind if I do. This is interesting. This is an interesting rare. Do we have any uncommons that we'd be willing to trade out for it? Maybe the Ariados? I do like Ariados, though. I do like the big spiderweb nonsense, but this thing is just such a danger on the field. I don't know, man. Also, that Zacian is cooking us even before it gets its full powers up, so that's a problem. Alright, let's see where the additional level point went into. Where did it go into? Fire doesn't do anything for us. Safety? I mean, maybe? Give me the heavy-duty boots, I guess. We just need front line enough to make Vespiquen live long enough to throw more units down. Which is not a guarantee, but that helps a little bit. Show me Vibrava. It's not bad. I guess we make the Whirlipede chunkier. And then, yeah, we hope for, like, Ditto or something. Girder is nice, not the Ultra that we're looking for. Alright, so Vibrava at least is started. Yeah. I don't know what we do about all this. I guess we swap these two, since Ariados is technically a real liner, and then we see what happens. Two Combees into the battlefield, only one shall emerge. Game of Combs, my friends. Game of Combs Season 2 coming to you. Okay. Do we manage to get through the Iron Hands? Or what was that? Was that Iron Hands? No, that was Raikou. Who was looking like Iron Hands? To my brain box. Who was spoofing me there? Gerda's doing its thing. Show me news that I can use here. Shinx is interesting. Nah, ain't getting nothing. We're really, really relying on living one more and getting Cutie Fly on lock. And then I don't know. Maybe swapping Wormadam for the Ariados, and then trying to get that thing on lock. Because I mean, it is a strong caster, but I do like Ariados casting nonsense onto the line, getting those status effects, just slowing down the pace of battlefield. He's not terrible. We got through the weird deer. Okay, we got through that, dude. I am Beats, huh? Well, I am Groot. No, it's Jam Beats, not I am Beats. What am I reading, dude? What am I reading? Alright, that's Ribombee stacked up to bits, right? Show me something. Looking like Ditto. That's Ditto. That's Whirlipede. That's Whirlipede spoken for. As a matter of fact, do I get rid of the Wormadam in order to make that happen? Do I give a Wormadam? I do. I give a Wormadam. I need this thing now. I need it in my life immediately. Do I care about Wormadam enough to bring it in? Maybe if it goes to the point where we're looking for level 9s, but I don't know that that's going to be the case that happens. Shiny Charm is probably the play on Whirlipede. Just keep this front line as chunky as we can possibly make it. That dude is fully chunked. 25-48. Yeah, that dude is chunkalicious. Alright, let's see if these big bad bugs can bring us home. It's gonna be tough, that's for sure. I Am Beats won his last fight? Oh yeah, because it's the legendary fight. Yeah, of course it did. Alright, let's see what happens. This is against the Wailord team that we almost went. We went mono a mono with the Genesect on them, right? That we did. Let's see what happens with a big case out of a big friend here. Low Kicks is still around, is doing nonsense, but I don't think we beat this dude off of the back of a Cricketune. We do not, but we are not out of this fight yet. Yo, I Am Beats actually did win his last fight. That's Wormadam on lock already, huh? Wormadam Trash Form, are you better than Ariados? You might be. And then you're a rare. Reduces the defense of all enemies in a 2-tile radius. I mean, it's not great. Who would we want to cast more? Maybe Ribombee? Or do we want you to cast? Because that'll make you actually kind of chunky. That thing casting twice could actually do some work here. Alright, Wormadam is going to try to chunk up as best as it possibly can. Alright, Wormadam casts, gets its powers back, casts again. That's double Quiver Dances up. And VGC, that would be enough to win. But alas, this is not VGC, this is Pack. And in Pack, I think we're packing it up. Rough stuff. Yo, Beats won all of his fights. How is that dude hanging on? Alright. Well, that's enough bug nonsense. I think we have thoroughly and sufficiently proved that bug is not going to be enough here. So we go back to playing the meta. Bug changes are very cool. Bug changes are very, very cool. It just falls off too much. If the opposing team has any sort of DPS at all, you just chunk. You know, if they got any AoE, like, for example, a Landorus Scorching Sands coming through, ripping through your squad, you're done. If they get, if you don't get, like, Frostmoth into Volcarona, you're done. Yeah, there's just too much. If you get the perfect squad, it is really, really good. Outside of the perfect squad, you're toasted. It does nothing. With ground-type teams, you don't need to hit Rhyhorn in order to win. It's a lot of help, especially if you get Groudon as your legendary, but you don't need to hit it. With this one, you have to hit all your good mons. And you have to play well enough to get to bug 8. It's just not worth it. It's too much risk involved. If you manage to make it work, you're probably unstoppable, but like I said to the other dude, it's an Exodia type situation. You can call Exodia the best card or the best set of cards in the game in Yu-Gi-Oh, and you would be dead wrong. Because everything that you need in order to make it work, it don't work. It don't work. The perfect storm don't work. It's significantly easier to make EXP share work than bug, though. I will say that. And Love Disc is the king of all things. Love Disc, best mod in the game, 100%. Every time, we'll take Love Disc. Have Love Disc, will travel. Alright, we got a tiny Shinx here. We got a Chippy Bot, False Justice, Taloom, Taj Row, Question Mark, and Red's Nipple Baby. Broski really hit us with that. Alright. I don't care who wins this game. This dude wins in my heart. This man's wins in my heart 110% of the time. Honorary award goes to this dude. Will you come at me like that? I got nothing to say. Alright, let's see if we can't play a Psychic game. Fairy can leapfrog into Psychic or Monster. Monster's not bad either. Alright, sure. We can play some Monster. Monster can often associate pretty decently with dragons, at least early, so let's see, we'll buy a dragon, we'll buy a monster, and we'll start this little bit of nonsense. Now, who are we bringing in? I guess we'll buy all of the things and then rely on these two to kind of do their thing. Let's blast through that, get this over with fast, and show them what we got. Yeah, let's go ahead and blast through. Alright, we got Mystical Seed. Neato. Not exactly what I was looking for there, but far from the worst. This is leaning me towards Psychic. This is leaning me towards a pivot into a Psychic or a Fire theme, right? That is also an option. Yeah, seeing that dude early suggests maybe Fire is viable here. Alright, pierce through these guys with your drill. Burn them up. Chunk them down. Throw them in the dirt. Beat them, munch them, slap them, crunch them. As we do. We'll buy these two dudes in order to get them out of the way. That is another level towards Monster. Show me... Show me this. That is another level towards Fire. You know what? I think I'm gonna go Fire this game. I think I like the idea of Fire, but I will go ahead and sell all the unnecessary bits here in order to try to do something, right? And I will put the Lairon in the background as a just in case we want to throw a little monster in there. But right now, I'm looking at this Fire team and saying, like, maybe this is heat. Maybe, indeed, this is heat. Throw all these dudes in there. Show me something I want to see. Fire benefits from the Spoon Strat. We're not going to get Spoon Strats, so instead I will take Charcoal Strategies. Now, what do we want to do? Do we want to be like Deep Sea Tooth into Rando Shenanigans? I do like Randy Random. I do like a Randy. Good old Randy is a friend of mine. I never understood a single thing he said, but he sure had some mighty fine wine. Show me more Fire nonsense. Alright. Well, double Lairon early is also quite good. Maybe I will be on the lookout for some nonsense with Monster. Alright, well, we got through that, dude. Do we get through the Arboliva? Easy. Easy we get through the Arboliva. Alright, the dragon is dragoned up. Show me... What do we want for this? Maybe another magnet? Because this plus this is the Crassidia, which is not bad. You know what? Let's go ahead and do a quick slam down and get that going. And then what are we looking for? This dude can probably take a hike. And then one of the Larons can come in and be on our defensive wall, something like that. Defensive Walmart. Alright, Laron. Take over. Take him down. Yeah. I wouldn't mind having Aggron on the team, though. Just to have him, you know. He's not a bad dude to be showing out. Because, I mean, that's double AoE between Zard and Aggron. That's certainly something, you know. Alright, we got Pokénomicon into Rocky Helmet into... I don't know exactly what that was set up to be, but the fire status damage takes him out, so we're safe. Was a little bit dicey there for a little bit. Dicey in the dungeon, but I think we got him. Another level towards Fennekin, I'll take that. And that's Delphox. No, that's Brazen. Not Delphox yet, though we're getting closer. Alright. Show me another couple of dudes. Show me a few broskies to throw into the mix. Alright, Deep Sea Tooth into the Muscle Band, into the Protection Pads. I mean, it's something. I do love Wonderbox. Wonderbox is the most fun item in the game. Is it the best item? No. Is it even good? Probably not. Is it fun? Yes. Well, actually, it has its use cases. It can be good under the right circumstances. Show me moves that I can use. I will take a double Charmander into a whole bunch of nothing. Yeah. Show me Charizard and Delphox, and I'll be a happy man. We're getting close, though. Delphox is real close to being around the corner. Alright. So we got another squad of 4. This is looking like probably going to go Electric Artificial, which is a very dangerous comp, but I think Fire will deal with it. Unless they get the anti-burn items, in which case we are very much in trouble. But it looks like they're leaning into the electric synergy real hard with the Electrizer, so I ain't that worried about it. Yeah. Ability Shield, not bad. Not really helpful either, but we don't have to mention that. We sell the Crabbarola, and now we got another Fennekin, so we are on the process towards Delphox. It's a beautiful mine right there. Any more fire types? There's Lampent, and there's Aggron. Broskies, we have a line. That is a line of dudes right there. That is an absolute bestial crushing line of nonsense. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it. Aggron early is such a good get. Yeah, I like this. I like this. We had to roll down a lot to get it, but 2 fully evoed mons ready to go. Tier 3s hitting a lot of damage. Yeah. We blast through them. Aggron didn't even go down. Held on with like a sliver of health. Look at that. 4 HP. Aggron natural focus sash. Burmy showing up real early. It's an interesting get, but we don't particularly care. Show me another Lampent. I'll take it. And then we got another Litwick. Man, we're closing in on Chandelure and Charizard, which is not a bad get. I'm okay with rolling down all the way up to Gary, and then we gotta play conservative afterward, which is just so sad. So sad that we gotta play like we actually know what we're doing. Because I'm quite enjoying playing stupid, man. Who's playing? We are stupid. Alright, Red Orb Reaper Cloth. Interesting. And we got a Shell Bell. Or not a Shell Bell, we got a Star Sand. Do we like give that to Aggron? Make him chunkier on the special defense side? Like, maybe. I mean, he's pretty thick, right? And he scales off of HP, so making him thicker is not a bad goal in the end, right? Show me a fire type nonsense zone. Alright, we will take this portal for fire. Show me something good. Show me a fire type mon that we can actually play with. Fire type mons, show up. Show out. Do your thing. Oricorio is one that I haven't had before. What do you do? But the dance which projects feathers on the adjacent tiles. Enemies hit, take 50 critical damage, and allies gain a bonus dependent of the style. Yeah, your Bale style. So it's speed. I mean, it's kind of a crazy mon, right? And its range is 2, so if we put you like right here, you're probably gonna benefit everybody, yeah? And then I don't know if this is worth it on you, but you might end up in range of something, right? Is it better to give you the defensive pivot just in case? And a little bit of energy? You know what I am? I'm just gonna pop it. I'm gonna bop it, pop it, and slock it, and then see what we got. It could end up under attack. It might not. I don't know. I'm hoping Big Aggron holds the line enough where Oricorio can get off multiple casts and make itself nice and chunky, protect Chandelure and Delphox from damage. And it did work about like I expected it to, which is a nice change of pace. Fire 4 is not bad. Would prefer to get the Fire 8th, but we ain't got it like that, not yet. I'm gonna do this and hope that we can get like a Deep Sea Tooth. And then this thing is useless to me. Get that trash out of here. Do we care about this more than rolling down? We care about levels more than rolling right now. We feel fairly confident. Yeah, Big Aggron in the front doing Big Aggron things. Big Aggron Industries. But yeah, Oricorio and Delphox should be doing enough together. Give them that 10 speed boost all the way around. Kind of a cracked sound mind, honestly. Yeah, on a sound team, this thing would be as gross as the meta is, my friends. Alright, Delphox went chunky this round with the Wonder Box, which is fine. And there we go. Chimchar, you are a fire type, right? You are, in the most technical of senses. Show me another... Not gonna get the Mystic Water. Alright. Do I want to preemptively maybe get a Flame Orb? Maybe. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Flame Orb is not something we can use just yet, but, you know, it might come in handy. And if not, then we can give Aggron like a Rocky Helmet or something. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff that we could do with that. Maybe I should have bought a seed just to throw it on Aggron, but I think I like the plays as a backup play a little bit better. Hopefully we get something nice out of it, but it's not a guarantee. Alright, throw in against these dudes and see what we can do. Charmeleon immediately getting victimized by the Absolution there is a problem. Yeah, that team getting in the back line and wrecking our stuff is not particularly helpful. Also, can we just talk about how stacked their team is already? How much did you roll down to make that team happen? 40 rolls. Yeah, it looks like a 40 roll team. Alright. Well, he's going to be lacking on Mons eventually. Because his economy's got to be tanked, right? How many rolls did we do? 36. No, we're just about as tanked, and we didn't get nearly as strong as he did. Like, we got close-ish. But not there. Not all the way there. Dude's team is cracked to bits. Absolutely nutty. Alright, they got, I think that's Shiny Swaddle in there. Doing Swaddle things. Oricorio claps its hands. Yeah, our dudes are starting to fall off just a little bit on power. Just a little itty bitty bit. Yeah, we're gonna need to make some adjustments here. After Mewtwo, we make a few tiny tweaks to the team. What do our regionals look like? We can see Centiskorch. We do have Chimchar, so we do have Fire 5 on the docket, right? So that's not the end of the world. Yeah, throwing Chimchar on the docket is fine. Okay. Let's see if we can get through these dudes and then go from there. But yeah, that dude's living the bug dream for now. We probably outpace him later, but we'll have to see. Specs Delphox with the X-Ray is crazy good. Alright, that is more casts for the Oricorio, which I am not against. Do we want to try for Charizard here? And Chandelure? Are we crazy enough to do that? Are we crazy enough to roll down to see if we can make that happen? I think we might be. Do we want the Chimchar? I don't think we even care about Chimchar anymore, do we? Would be great to... You know what? This is Zard. I will take a Zard. And I'll grab Growlithe while I'm here. Yeah, I'm okay with this. And then Centiskorch, sure, we'll put you on the team just to have you in the background as a just-in-case type sitch. Alright, Charizard being on the squad certainly does help a little bit. Delphox is trying to cast as much as it possibly can. Oricorio is still continuing to cast. Yeah, that worked out. Alright. Give me something. I don't know. Give me level 6. That's what we need next. Yeah, this team, though, the Zardy B should definitely be helping. Magma's a rear liner. I guess Centiskorch and Arcanine are the next dudes we want to add. Yo, does Shed Shell work with the Bug Nest? Like, could you turn another Ultra into a bug and then have the Bug Nest bring them out? I'm not sure how that would work. Okay, Kling Clang is just going off. Yeah, that Rotom, that's like... I've never been able to make that Rotom actually do anything. But I played it, so I'm not sure what that dude's got going on to make it so good. That should have been Infernape, right? Show me a Rocky Helmet on good old Aggron. Do we care about the Magby enough? I think we do, because Magby is kind of a poster child. Do we care about Centiskorch enough? We do not. That is not the mon that we care about. You know what? I will buy in just to get, like, this dude on the field. And then we will Rocky Helmet Algron and then go from here. Something like this. I don't hate this. Do we roll down to 40 to look for... That's Arcanine, right? If we want it now. Do we want it? That's Shandy. We want that. We don't actually need the lock. That was nice and cheap. Alright, we got through that team. Shandy is on lock. That's a really good get. Arcanine would be a very, very nice get as well. Yeah. Alright. Do we let this ride or do we evolve it and throw it in for Chimchar? I think we let this ride for now. We just need to build up levels. That's the play. Play in fire till we burn out. That's the play. Getting Chimchar in should help a little bit. Rocky Helmet on the old Aggron should help a little bit. And then we'll see. There is a weird fire team. Also, are we regional? Are we regional for that Arcanine? Nah, we're just regular Arcanine. Alright, Delphox got through him. Delphox got through him. At least I don't have to worry about that thing showing up in the shop now. Causing me background issues. Alright, we want to buy into this. And then we should have enough after these dudes to kind of at least more comfortably get another fire type in. Now we keep an Aggron. We have to, right? Aggron's too good for us to just toss away. Dude's chunky as a son of a gun, you know? And I mean, look at him. Look at that 37 healthy defenses. Dude is chunky. What's our ability? Frustration here? No, counter. Can only be used. The user lashes out adjacent Pokemon, dealing 100% of its missing health a special damage. Interesting. Delphaxians throws big hands, and we're done. There is a... That's not Flame Orb. What is that? It's, I'm making it regardless of what it is, but this is, like, protective pads. That's actually probably a halfway decent item on your boy Aggron, but we'll see what we got. Alright, we stole the portal away from Tyrantrum. Where is he on the tier list there? Towards the bottom. Yo, the Bishop's showing that he don't even care. Whatever legendary, he's confident that he's got it. Alright, then fine. Volcanion is probably our best play. It's either that or we go Arceus. What can we get at Arceus? Flying, human... I don't know. I feel like Volcanion is just the better one, though, right? Target an adjacent enemy. We'll go on and burn them for 3 seconds. You know what? I'll do this, dude. And then we'll load down to get him into the battlefield. And then he's a 2 range. We'll do something like this. Now we got our realigners doing realign stuff. And then we'll make Aggron even a little bit bigger. Yeah. 170 plus 60. Big HP buffer there for Aggron. Alright. So Big Aggron Industries should be doing some sort of nonsense for us. Delphox is throwing its own nonsense off. Gigas' shield is coming back to bite it a little bit. But it does have a lot of HP. Alright, we got through them. Fire is turning up the heat. You like to see it? We'll buy in towards a level a little bit. Wouldn't mind having Arcanine on the field. Can't spend down for it right now. Gotta be conservative with what we're doing with Arcanine. Would love to have him powered up. It's just not gonna happen right now. But we are working towards Fire 8, which is going to be a big breakpoint for us, if we can get there. Once we get the opportunity to shoot straight to 9, I think I will. Alright, the Dark-type team is doing Dark-type nonsense. Alright, Carrillo does speed up the pace of battle a little bit, but we are just... yeah. Dark outclasses us. Really, really bad. Dude did not care what legendary... what legendary did he get? Darkrai? Dude is never punished. Bro Hammy is never freaking punished, dude. Alright, Soldu is interesting. Shiny Charm is also interesting. Goggles is interesting. Show me Heavy Duty Boots. Show me that and throw it on the Aggron. We'll prepare for everybody except for big shop there and hope that we have enough everything to get through this, dude. Yeah, that should give us a fairly hefty chunk of defense there. And, I mean, it should be immune to crits, right? The problem is that dude just gets into our back line and then we're toasted before Aggron can even try to draw aggro. And that's an ag issue that we gotta ag deal with in our own ag way. Ag it were. Alright, give me double 4s, and then we'll try to burn through this bug team. Yeah, the lack of items is hurting us a little bit, but I think we get through bug team pretty easily. Yeah, the status effects torch through bug. Like I said, bug falls off in a big bug way. And unfortunately, that means that bugs get burned up pretty easily. Alright, show me something that I can work with. Not exactly what I was looking for. Alright. What are we hoping for here? I guess just level 8 and get Arcanine in, and then finally Fuecoco. And then, oh, I got somebody ringing me, hold on. Hello? Trash call. Absolute trash call. Forget it. I thought it might be. What do? We got beaten up there? What happened? The Axis player got us? What got us? The Xurkitree's doing big heckin' damage there. Alright. I see you, Berserkitry. Alright, please give me a good item. Please give me a good item. Friends and countrymen, show me something that I can use. News we can use. Although, honestly, we're looking like we probably beat out the type null player, right? Regardless of what happens, so there's a possibility at least. Yeah, there is indeed a possibility at the very least, of which... Okay, Soldu is interesting on the Volcanion. We need the damage, don't we? We do. We need this on you with postage hastage. And then 4, 8, you know what? Give me one more to get Arcanine in. And then, do we care about Magby? We'd rather have Fuecoco, right? We'd rather have Fuecoco. And the moment we get up to 70, we are buying all the way in and getting all the way up to Fire 8. That's the play. Alright, Volcanion wants to throw big Volcanion Hanions. Hopefully with that Soldu, it's doing some sort of nonsense. Doesn't look like that. Maybe that nonsense is enough. We got him. We got him off the back of a little candle that could. Alright. We are so close to being able to get Fuecoco into this little scrum that we got here. and hopefully that'll be enough. Hopefully Fire 8 is enough. Yeah, the type null player is struggling a little bit with that squad. The RCS is a tempting choice, don't get me wrong. The triple synergy bonus is real nice, but it's a trap. RCS is most often a trap. Yeah, unless you got something with ridiculous synergy crossover, like normal, you're probably hitting yourself pretty hard by taking that dude. Come on, Volcanion, burn him down. Alright, Volcanion's gone, but Charizard, they get a good AoE. I don't think we're getting through that thing. No, we are not. Meowscarada is just too much for us. Do we care about the Torchic? Maybe a little more than the other dude? Show me, what do I want? Like the ability shield? That could be kind of crazy on the front row. You know what? We will go all the way in. Boom. Max level. Hit it. Flip it. Get Talonflame in it. Talonflame, you can go like right here. You're a 2-piece though, right? So you can go like right there, and then who else do we care about? Do we care about the Fuecoco? I don't know. Let's do something like this though. Make this back line a little bit thicker too. So now we got 2 lines of nonsense. We got the real back row. We got the bird row, and then we got the ag row. And that's how we play it. Alright, with the ability shield, it should make our mons just that little bit tougher. Might be enough to kind of see us through. Delphax is doing Delphaxian things. I don't know. The fire is helping. We did get him. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we torched them down just that little extra bit. Do we want to use this? And 3 attack and 3 speed to a fire Pokemon immediately. We gotta give it to Volcanion, right? Yeah, we gotta give it to Volcanion. He just needs to go faster. He's just gotta go fast. Call him Sonic the Volcanion. Alright. Then we'll tie the Deoxys for HP, and then hope that a miracle happens, right? An Ice Stone, Reaper Cloth, Wide Lens. Reaper Cloth, and we double down on the Volcanion. And as a matter of fact, we maybe even do this. And do we care about the Fuecoco? I mean, if we get the level for it, I would swap that in over... I mean, Larvest is also quite good, but chances that we get everything that we're looking for are very unlikely. Nah, ain't getting it. Alright, let's see what happens here. Alright, we're up against the type null player again. We should be able to torch down a lot of his dudes with that big cast. No, he actually gets us. The type null player sends us home with a slight adjustment. Alright. Rough game. What were you playing that got through to us so bad? Was it just the fact that field was going off? I think it was just the fact that field was going off. Alright, let's play one last one. Let's not leave on... oh, we had some stuff going in the chat already. Alright, let's get one more. We've been going for about 4 hours, so I think I'll call it with this one. And let's try to make something happen. Fire was fun. Fire faces a little bit of a tough time dealing with something serious, though. Yeah, I mean, the status effect is nice, but it's not as dangerous as, like, poison is. So then, you know, you're in a state where you're looking for that little something to keep your mons alive. Volcanion is really good, but, I don't know, it ain't enough to bring your team back from something like that. The fire synergy is just a little underwhelming overall. We'll give it a shot. Show me something. There's immediate ground synergy. I'll take that. But maybe we go... What do we want to play? Rack? I wouldn't mind playing Rack. We'll start off with ground and then maybe we pivot into Rack or something. Alright, show me... That's another Rack, man. Alright, so we start off with ground and we throw Rack in. Let's start digging immediately. A turn 1 dig is not bad. And given that we're synergizing between Rack, ground using Geodude as our through, should not be hard for us to do some stuff. What kind of region are we in? Fossil Rock. It's kind of where we want to be. Alright. We get a whole heap and helping of nothing out of that. Alright, we can just let this kind of ride a little bit. We'll throw that dude in for now to complete the rock synergy, but yeah, we're looking for full rock nonsense. Although, admittedly, if we get Stack Attacker, that's a throw. Stack Attacker is an absolute throw. I do not know how to make that thing work for us at all. A Shell Bell? Certainly, I will take that. Give me that on young Mamosha. Yeah, Mamosha's fine. There is another Rockmon. We will take that. I do not mind that. As a matter of fact, do I sacrifice this in order to get this dude on board? I think I do. Is it silly? Yes. Do I just want to see it throw hands? I do. I do. I know it's silly. But I plan on doubling up. I plan on doubling down, dude. I am double down telling ya. I am doubling it all the way down. Yeah, give me the double up and then sure, give me Quaxley in there. Show me oh man, they are taking everything, huh? I'll take this. Yeah, show me the barb on this dude. Alright, and then yeah, show me Quaxley here. We'll hit him with some stuff. Actually, the best synergy here is you, right? The Rever Room. And get the Steel synergy going. Yeah, you're the better choice. Alright, well, we got quite a line. Level 5 this early is quite nice. Yeah, we should definitely have level advantage over some dudes there. Alright, Nubbins doesn't last, and the big heal is probably a problem. Yeah, we ain't getting through this, dude. War Turtle with the double slams immediately. That's tough. Because upgrade into true damage from Red Orb is quite a combo. Let's see, that's an upgrade. Do we care about an upgrade? We kind of do. We kind of do with this team. We'll throw that on there for now. Do we want to sub this out for additional ground to keep digging? We're only at Rock 3, right? So theories say that we could probably put this dude in there. Keep Rock 3, or Rock 2, Ground 3, something like that. Keep digging. Maybe get a full line. I wouldn't mind having a full line. Alright, so now we're up against a Quill Laden, huh? Do we get through the Quack above all? Rever Room takes him to the back line, deals with him. That's not bad. And then we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we took him out. Took him to the cleaners. What do we got towards rocks and fossils so far? Nothing. I guess Tangle is a fossil, right? So that's like... an idea, but it really don't help us that much. Alright, we want to throw this here and this here and keep those two dudes. We want all three of these dudes just digging up a storm as much as we possibly can. But then we want to pivot hard to rack. What's our regionals look like? We got Isuigu. Corsola is really only our rack, our only rack that we can get, right? That's not so great. That Graveler is stacked to pieces. And we already lost Nubbins. I don't think we're getting through that Graveler. Look at how just absolutely chunked that dude is. I mean, Swinub is trying to hold its own, but it ain't getting through big Graveler energy like that. Alright, we do have another rack for future usage. What do we have here? We got Aaron looking... Aaron E. There's that dude. Ditto is definitely something we want to buy. Do we continue on with this thing towards rock ground all the way? I feel like we could. Yeah, I feel like we could. I absolutely feel like that's a possibility. Alright, Nubbins gets off big damage, and we crush them. They're done. Send them to the Shadow Realm. Alright, Snivy, you are Moose Man Matt. Yo, I love it. I love it so much. I didn't even look at the names, bro. Yo, that's a treat. That is a treat if I ever saw one. Good old Moose Man Matt. Doing Moose Man things. Alright, what do we got? What do we not need? I don't think we're going for Fossil here. We will take the Generation and throw you to the Abyss and then see what we can drown up. That is a decent rock get. Show me... That is also a decent rock get. Okay, I'm happy now. I don't gotta roll down no more. I'm happy with this. This makes me happy. It's a bunch of tier 2s. I can live with that. Trapinch probably beats out the Nidoran, but I'm hesitant to switch just yet. Alright, let's chunk these dudes to pieces. Hopefully Mamosh does enough work here. I mean, it definitely is doing some work. Alright, show me... I don't even know what I'm looking for, honestly. Alright, what do we got? We got another point towards Reveroom? Do I take it? Do I take that? I would lose the bonus if I did that. You know what? We'll lock it for now and do something like this. See what happens. Shouldn't have a problem clearing through GDOS. He should be relatively soft here. Question is, do we immediately go up to level... Actually, I should probably bring in this dude if I want to try to do some rock nonsense, right? I didn't quite get him in time, so we got a few different options. We'll see what happens here. Ideally, looking for a rocky dude. Not 1000% necessary in order to make this a success, though. Rock friends are very nice. I could have just kept ground if I was gonna be short like that, though. Alright, that is interesting. For a 12, get that thing unlocked. Show me a... I guess we're going ground. I guess we are going Groundians. Hopefully we get something that's both ground and rock. I think the only thing is Stonejourner, right? Which is ick. But it's like good enough. Alright, our only groundy dude is going to be Earthworm. Which, you know what, I am okay with. Alright, so we're going rounding. That means that rather than you, I probably want you in. And then maybe... Do we care about steel? We probably don't. We probably want to do something like this. And then... Mamosh, you no longer need those items. Those need to go to Earthworm with a quickness. And then Deep Sea Tooth would help Earthworm significantly, but yeah, this is how we play this. Yep, this is 100% how we play this. Do we need Steel Synergy anymore? Probably ain't gonna come up. Probably ain't even on the radar at the moment. Alright, Earthworm should get nice and powerful. They've got the X-Ray plus their Shell Bell. We've got Upgrade plus our Shell Bell. We should have more ability damage, which we do. And we chunked them. So it's going to be a battle between the two rock teams. Plus we had a numbers advantage there. Alright, what did we get? We got a Fossil Stone. What do we want to use that for? Anything? I don't think so. Do we want to get a blue orb here? I don't know, it's kind of silly. And I kind of like it. It's kind of silly and I kind of like it. Show a little bit more speed on the Earthworm. And then let's just move some things around, shall we? And then this dude can continue being where it wants to be over there in the corner. Get in the corner, Lairon. Go to the corner and think about what you've done, Lairon. Now, what do we want to use this stone for? The answer is a resounding I have no flippin' idea. We do not get through the flippin' Mawile, though, of all things. It didn't have healing on it. It's just raw damage that came out of that thing. Alright. Understood. Give me... You know what? It's not bad. Do I care about additional digging nonsense? Probably don't. You know what? Show me another black glasses. Give me a wonder box. Why not? Since I'm not getting the seed. Show me a wonder box on something. Makes up for the fact that we got kind of a lame dig item. Alright. Now, who does that get slammed onto? Is the question. And I don't know that Aggron is really the best pick, but it's the best option we got so far. And I'm not really sure how I feel about this thing getting dogpiled all at once, but right now we kind of don't got another option. Mudkip, it's a little late for you to be showing up. Carbink, you're interesting. You've played into the whole fossil thing. I would love to be trying to rack Carbink. I don't think so. This is becoming a quick mono ground game. The portal really is what did it to us. That portal is what did it to us. Okay, Aggron got a very good item set up. Alright, does it get through the big bird, though? It does, but it don't get through the rest of this nonsense. Yeah, Squirtle is still... It's the Bruxish, though. The Bruxish with just the blue orb was enough to kind of shred through us. Although that Wartortle definitely did help. We just don't do quite enough damage yet. And Earthworm doesn't quite have enough HP. He's getting there, though. The guy is getting there. We need some levels on some dudes. Sandaconda, I wouldn't hate to see that thing powered up. Nidoran female, I'll buy it just so that we don't have to see it. Larvitar, you're probably not coming to this party. the Burmy into Wormadam. I wouldn't hate to see either. That's another level towards a tier 2. Nubbins. Do we care about Nubbins? More than we care about that dude, yes. We got lots of mons that we're looking for here. The Sandy Candy. You know what? We will buy that in order just to get this dude on the field immediately. That's what we do with that dude. And then we replace the Nidoran. Yeah, that's how we play that. We 100% play it that way. Alright, and we got another level for the Burmy, which I will take. The Burmies and the Pythons. That's what we got. The Burmies and the Pythons. I think we let it go. Do we let it go anymore? Or do we just get Vibrava immediately? Which I will take. Show me. Yeah, another Trapinch level is not the worst. Nidorina is definitely something that I will take over the Nubbins. Now we no longer have to worry about channeling down Nubbins. Alright, 5 ground, 2 steel, 2 rock. I can live with that. Now, what did we get? Psychic Stone, Dark Stone, Fairy Stone. None of that really helps us. Oof. You know what? We will take the ability power, just in case we get something that can coincide with it pretty decently. We'll buy these, just to have them out of the way. Show me... Sure. Show me Young Graveler. No, ain't nothing showing up there. Was hoping maybe we could get Wormadam early. Not looking like that's gonna be the case. Oh, this dude needs to be digging, as does Sandaconda. Get both of these dudes down there. Start the process. Get to digging, friendos. I really want to hit Wormadam before they become Mothim. That's kinda the pivotal thing. It needs to be Wormadam Dirt Cloak as quickly as possible. Okay, we managed to slam through some of that squadron. Earthworm is throwing some hands. Getting off those big casts. Big Raveler hit like a brick, but I think we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we indeed did get him. That is how you do. Alright, these guys got another ground synergy stone. We will take that. That gives us ground 6 immediately. That is so big. That is so heckin' big. Can we get lucky and pull Wormadam? We cannot. Do we care about getting Lairon all the way to Aggron? I don't think we do. Hippopotas would be interesting though. Yeah, we'll get the Potash. We don't need both sets of Nidoran. It was funny for a little bit, but it is no longer necessary. Gibby is a better unit though. Gibby is a high quality friend. Are we worried about Graveler energy? Probably not. Alright, do we get through Big freaking Pinsir? Looks like it. Alright, the worm was stronger. The worm is mightier than the sword. Remember that. Alright, that's another level towards that dude. I mean, it is what it is. Ditto means that we got the Wormadam on lock. Give me the worm, and I don't give a Wormadam about it. No other things here suggests to me that I want the... I guess none of that. I'll take, I'll take this, I suppose. Alright, what do we got? Show me something. Alright, he continues to dig. He continues to get big. Yeah, 5 HP permanently. Neato. Alright, what comes in over this? The Nidorina is just uncommon. I feel like this dude is stronger, right? 20 ability power. Yeah, I feel like that thing is just gonna be a little bit nicer for us. Trash Cloak is gonna start getting stacked up. We lose a little bit of forward momentum with Nidorina gone, but this thing should be powering up in the background, throwing boulders at folks at a distance. Yeah, every time it casts that, it's just a little bit stronger. Assuming it doesn't get frozen for 800 years. Okay. So I think we can let this ride for now. And then we're just looking up to 8, I guess, right? Looking up to ground 8. And then yeah, we'll see what happens. Big synergies there by getting an additional ground stone. Grass really don't help us none. Although, is it big HP? Is this big HP? 30 HP is not terrible. There is an option if we get sorta blown out later. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Alright, Earthworm is doing some sort of nonsense. Or at least trying to. We do get through some of this team. I don't know that we get through the rest of it. No, we do not. Their Sandaconda's got too much going on. Their Earthworm's pretty stacked up. Alright. Let's see what we got. We got the Legendary Duo here. The Legendary Duo, we beat these guys and then we see what we get for items and we see what we get for legends. And then we definitely rolled down a little bit for that. Do we need Lairon in there for this particular fight? We don't 100%. So we can afford to replace this with Gibby and dig a little bit further. Just get a little more dig for Gib there. And then we'll be in fairly decent shape, I think. Is Lairon still necessary? The rock stuff is nice, but it doesn't help that much of our team. Just Graveler, right? And depending on what our legend is, may not even be worth anything. Let's see what we got. Big Zygarde, would not mind seeing... Yeah, we don't care about Nidorina. Into Nidoqueen, unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. Alright, we got a ground portal. Guaranteed 1 ground mon. Just add salt. And you've got ground mon. Delicious. Alright, what do we got? Zygardians? Kinda exactly what I was looking for. We will buy into Zygarde. We'll place you down here. We'll give you additional ability damage. What do we want to do with this? The max revive? Ooh, I don't think we do that though. You're kind of a distance dude, right? I think we get rid of the Aggron. We give you this. And then we want to go max revive. We give you the big glasses. And then who gets the max revive? Not Earthworm probably, right? Maybe like Sandaconda? Sandaconda with these two? Didn't quite get the barb on them. But yeah, that thing should be getting a pretty decently strong cast off. Yeah. Don't know if it's enough to get through all of this though. It is not. Yeah, we ain't getting through. That Genesec's doing bonkers damage to us. Then again, we're not fully dug out yet. Digging a little bit late. It's the problem with ground if you don't get dug out fast enough. Sure. Show me Sandaconda there. We'll put Earthworm back there, and then we'll keep digging this row out. And then these dudes, we'll do something like this. Yeah, ground 10. Freaking ground 10. I don't know how we got ground 10, but we got ground 10 on us, boys and girls. Alright, throw that thing down. Alright, let's see what happens here. Alright, we got Palkia doing Palkia things. It's a Paltry Palkia type experience. Gibby goes down almost immediately. Zygarde throws a big Z-shot. The Manaphy Egg definitely helping. And the loaded dice doing work too. Yeah, we're playing a little Gamba with the Zygardians, but honestly, not mad about it. Vibrava gets another power up. Show me what else do we want here. Shiny Charm is interesting for holding a front line until we can manage it, so you know what, I will take that. Another Fossil Stone would be interesting. We could get the Fossil bonus. Because, I mean, we got one right there, right? Yeah, double Fossil would have been interesting. But I think this is the smarter play. Alright. And then we put this on you. Make you nice and chunky. Wormadam is already powered up as much as it can possibly be out of that. So we put you there. And then we wait for more options. Yeah, Dragon is slamming. And that should be okay. Alrighty then. So let's see what we got here. We got Chestnut big in the front line there. Bounce Sweet jumps into the back line. We should be able to torch this thing down fairly easily. The problem is the rest of the team. Heavy Duty Boots should help keep us alive a little bit. We got hit with some big nonsense there. Do we get through the, what even is that thing? What was that? Marshadow Urshifu. That's an Urshifu right there. Alright, we did get through that. Big Chestnut with the big Muscle Band boost was just too big for us. Alright, Natu, Shatu will do what he do. Gave us a Bomb Vest, huh? Explosive Band? Like, what do we want to put that on? Do we care about that? That will give us a Friend Bow, which gives us additional shield. Like, do we go Shield Fire type? Sure. We shield and then exchange ticket? Sure. Throw me an exchange ticket instead of whatever that thing is. And that's a Shell Bell. We'll take a Shell Bell for sure. For Shell, yes. Alright, I don't think Zygarde is doing enough to get us through this nonsense. It's immune to freeze, which helps, but its damage is actually severely lacking. Yeah, I don't know why our Zygarde is hidden like so much of a wet blanket, but it definitely doesn't seem to be doing an awful lot. We power up Gibby, I guess. And then we don't have quite enough to maybe... I mean, we could get Dratini in, right? And then get Fly on board? That really doesn't seem like it would do much for us, though. I mean, we could do something with dragons, right? Try to get Dragon 5? It's an option. Hippopotas is interesting. I don't think Nidorina's coming back. You know, we're even struggling with the birds a little bit. Soldew is interesting. Soldew is interesting, and it almost makes me want to slot it under the Zygarde. As a matter of fact, I will. Alright, give me the Soldew into the Wonder Box here. And then give Wormadam 20 ability power. Let's just make you sillier. Alright, Zygarde, do you get Supernova? No, you just go straight down into the flippin' Bisharp, dude. Nah, we're done. We are crushed immediately. Huh, ground just seemed very, very frail here. We seemed incredibly freaking frail. I mean, steel goes right through defenses, so I guess that explains some of that. Steel definitely does that, but I don't know why everything else seemed to be doing so much damage. Yeah, everything else was just doing huge damage to us. Yeah. I guess ice was slowing us down more than doing damage, so that explains that a little bit, but it doesn't explain how everything else just seemed to be cleaving through our defenses like they weren't there. Like, have I misread how ground works? Or did it get reworked or something? Is there anything else in the patch notes that I missed? New star piece, shiny. Item grants an extra star. Abilities now scale. Okay, so that's interesting. Alright, let's just throw some together. I don't care what we're at. Probably should just play the meta, play Fairy. Wouldn't mind playing Psychic either. Yeah, tell me more things. Razor Fang been reworked to open up new strategies, unlocked recorder gadget, record games in the background, full patch notes, Oricarios, changes, Jet Punch. Yeah, there's way too much there for me to read. Alright, what are we in here for? Light? This could be a decent electric game, actually. We'll put Zubatman in, and then we'll buy down into this. I actually don't hate the idea of playing an electric game. Electric is a very, very strong type. So let's see if we can bring back a win out of this absolute nonsense that we've been slogged with. Alright, show me... Electric Steel Artificial is a combo that does see play, so I will go ahead and buy into that. You know what? We'll buy into this too. Zubatman, you don't do much for us. Actually, this is probably a little bit better. Good. Also, I see a synergy through line through Fire there, but I think our regionals favor electric, right? We'll buy you just to keep you from pooting up the whole field, but I mean, fire is an option, but it's not really the best option. We do have fairy synergy on lock already. We'll buy that though. And then show me like Chimchar up there or something eventually. I don't know, we don't really got the items for anything. Could go water with Vaporeon. Water tends to be very chunky. And Vaporeon do tend to cast a lot. We could go water. I want to play electric, but water is also an option. Alright, you know what? The more that I'm looking at this, the more it's shaping up to be a water game. We already got the synergy for it. Show me another... Well, not. I guess show me a magnet? But yeah, the more I look at this, the more this looks like a water game. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make the decision by pivoting into water. And there is our initial line. Now, we got water on lock, and then we got 2 more water mons showing up, and we will burst down into water 5 immediately. Yeah, show me water 5 immediately. Bypass the whole Magikarp era. Alright, we should... I don't know, because that Rufflet's chunking us down pretty good. But I think we got these guys. We did. Alright, Pip showing up with Tentacruel. I like that. That's Water Aquatic. I know I saw Dupiter there. I'd rather have the Water Aquatic through line through Tentacruel. That dude is valuable. As a matter of fact, he might be more valuable than Squirtle. Yeah, I think he's more valuable than Squirtle. There we go. Water 5, Aquatic 2. Show me 22 points on the board. Show me 22 points, and I'll go straight for it. Speaking, while we're hanging out, let's feed our slime boys. What do we got here? Okay, I can't access them. Nope. They are locked behind stuff. Oh, they're on the other monitor, that's why. Oh, I can feed them right from here then. Alright, show me, like, times 100. Give them 100 tacos. Give them, like, 100 of this. Feed them, like, that and that and that. And then that should be plenty of food for these little guys. Okay. Alright. Hold on, I gotta minimize the old slime feeding screen. There we go. Alright. What do we got here? Absolutely nothing from the start. Ooh, Vaporeon casting more roars is like a passive, just a passive damage boost to the entire team. It's certainly interesting. Alright, it gets a big song off. Should boost everybody's damage just a little bit. Another sing. I imagine that it's casting Howl or something, you know? The head cannon there. Alright, show me Magikarps. We don't care about that. Do we have enough? We got 16? Yeah, that's enough. Do the math. And then we throw in the Squirtbuskus. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at Water 6 already. Water 6 before GTA 6. That's the way you play. Water 6 before GTA 6. Alright, Water 6 Aquatic 2 is solid for the time being. Don't have our unique unlock yet, so Water 6 before unique unlock is actually quite nice too. Aquatic cures us of any bad statuses, and we're chewing. Give me a peek of Chew, my friend. Alright, what are we looking at? Alright, we should be pretty solid. Let's see what other people are playing. Top leader is playing what? Fighting Aquatic. Dangerous. We take this 100% of the time. That is an incredible get. This utterly replaces the Zazu for the moment. We do have a level towards Horsey. I will buy a copy of that thing, but we ain't committed to it. I could make Big Vaporeon bigger with the Rocky Helmet. Is that worth anything to us? Keeping it alive might be. Yeah. And then this is a blue orb. I could make it, but I'm afraid to slam it on anything yet. I guess Squirtle is probably not staying, so that's a decent candidate. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, Clawitser's putting some damage downhill. Doing big stuff. Poliwhirl's helping out. Alright, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a game now. This is indeed a game and a half. Show me Seadra. I'll take a Seadra. That can come in for the Squirtbuskus there. Sure, give me a Poliwag. Give me a home with a Poliwag roam. You know what, I'll take that too. And then we don't need the Azurill and we don't need the Squirtle. We sell those bad boys and get our money back guarantee. And we rock from there. We absolute rock and roll. Seadra is solid. I really don't know what we're gonna slam on our incoming, because we kind of need to make a blue orb and then hold on to it. I guess I'll do this early, but if we get a Mystic Water here, we like slam blue orb and then we get Manaphy, I'm gonna be kicking myself, right? But I hate having to leave things bricked for so long. That's the one thing about playing water, is that you can very much be bricked. Red Orb's a decent get, though. That can kind of go on anything. Get that true damage off on something. Let's see what we got. See what Mon comes in and gets true damage, huh? Hopefully something good. With Water 6, I have no doubt that we'll be seeing something that we can use. Another level for the Claw Wits. We will take that. Show me a water portal, which is up there. Yo, Trubbish, bye. Goodbye, friend. I do wish the Fennekin sprite on the overworld had the Ditto Eyes. It's little tiny beady single pixel Ditto Eyes, but alright, the loser is a Mon pick, right? A little bit rough there, but it is a frontliner. I guess for the time being it can take Piplup's place. Young Plup there. Yeah, that's fine. The loser. I mean, maybe true damage on you does something. Shell Bell actually goes a lot harder on you, though, doesn't it? I don't know that I can slam anything down on this thing. I think I just gotta kind of rely on us being carried by our current setup, which is not exactly what I would have liked to be relying on. Alright. Yeah, we're relying on this in levels, so let's see what happens. Totodile is the next to get slotted in. And then we'll play it from there. That's a wild team in the making. Don't know exactly how dangerous that's gonna be. I guess the Tauros is very threatening, though. We do get through it, though. Do get through Tauros. Off of the back of young Zitzer. 190 with no items. 190 with no items, though. Seadra, though, not far behind. 141. The loser, all it did was soak some damage. Wasn't expecting a lot out of it, though. Alright, let's see if we can't get up to Water 9 as quickly as we possibly can. Wimpod's an interesting get. Wimpod is indeed an interesting get. You know what? I will take that. And, you know what? Given that we got the extra charcoal, I kind of think that I'm okay with this thing doing true damage. Is it the best option for it? Probably not, but I like the idea of having all the orbs. Give me a green orb too, you know what? Give me every last orb. And throw some Orbeez on top. Yeah. I don't necessarily hate what it is I'm looking at. The Feebas seems like it's unnecessary. Can we maybe get a level for something and get... Yeah, that'll take care of that. This'll take care of this. And then we're kind of bricked up down there in the bottom. Get rid of the Poliwag. We ain't going for Poliwrath or Toad. Yeah. And I will take this, and I will make Young Croc happen. And then we got plenty of money. Shed Shell doesn't help us. Running Man doesn't help us. The Elixir might help Claw Witzer. Elixir for the Witzer? Well, that would have been great. I will take the Metronome, though. Will not take the Metronome. Will not take much of anything. You know what? We don't need any of this. Terrain Extender doesn't really help us that much. I think I'm going to save the money. I think I actually saved the money here. Alright. Witzer would be great to get that dude up to spec. Tentacruel can probably be subbed out for this dude. And that's a little bit stronger. And then young Pip doesn't really need to come in at full strength. All we need now is levels. I just gotta withstand the urge and just grab levels. That's all I gotta do, and I gotta keep that focus down. But Big Croc should, I don't know, hold the line a little bit better, maybe? And chunk them down just a little bit more. Veluza should be filleting away on these dudes pretty hard. Big Bulby gets taken out. Yeah, Bulba, not exactly what I would have considered a frontline tank, but as it is as it is. Alright, let's rock and roll on these dudes. Approaching the 5-hour mark for the stream, 4.5 so far. Yeah, this is definitely last one for just a little bit here, otherwise I'll lose my voice, which I don't want to do. Do we care about Witzer? I do care enough about Witzer where I kind of want to find it. Star you, star me, star us. He's an interesting get. I can't afford that dude right now. Totodile again. Big Pip. Quaxley. Dude, I don't think I can afford it. Does Big Pip have a place on this team? Does Big Ikrul have a place on the team? The answer to that is a resounding I don't know. But we're getting close to Feebas, so I think we kind of gotta... I think we gotta kind of bite the bullet and get rid of Ikrul there in order to get Wimpod in. I think we need that thing. Also, can we just talk about how stacked up that fighting team is on items? Oh, Mudkip? Really, dude? Alright. Yeah, we can let this roll a little bit. Do we go down to 20? I think we look down to 20. There's Ikrul staring at us in Betrayal. There's Clawitzer. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I think everything else we can hold off on. That's that man. That's that man that I was looking for. That's such a big power spike for that dude. Alright, Vape, you do your thing. Try to get Clawitzer even stronger. And I'll do my job of sitting in the background and waiting for this battle to be over. Now the question is, what's more valuable, the glasses or the seed? And I think right now the answer is probably the seed. Alright. Yeah. And then we got a couple of more battles before our legendary stage 15. We should get up to stage or power level 8 maybe. It's gonna be close. Might have to double down into some stuff in order to make that happen. Maybe we get Melodic though. I would love to see Melodic join the crew. For now, I think Big Pip, because it's a stage 2 or a tier 2, comes in over the Wimpod. Wimpod is additional bodies, but I'm not sure how valuable that is right now. It could be a good wave breaker though. Allow the other dudes to crash before before any other nonsense happens. I don't know, man. Alright, Clawitzer going off a big cast, but it really got blocked hard. Yeah, 94 is not impressive damage coming out of a Clawitzer. Yeah, their team has a lot of good special defense, apparently. Maybe the Umbreon just took the hit? Possible. With that Pokédoll, we would be doing depressing levels of non-damage. Alright, we are drawing Mudkips like there's no tomorrow. Do we rush down to the next level? I don't think we can afford it. We have currently 4 Feebas. We need 2 more to show up. We just need 2 more. I'm hoping that if I leave the Mudkip to stew on the bench, our next grab will be Feebas, because Melodic would change the game for us quite a bit. Or Rando Ditto could show up, and that would help quite a bit. Maybe both? Maybe both? Possibly? Probably not. We are attempting to get through the Lapras we did. Veluza filleted away until it's so little. Alright. We blast through that. More levels for young Pip. Transferring your Pokemon. Oh, man. Oh, man, Gioni. What do I want to do with that? Dude. That's a tough one, bro. That is a tough one, broski. Water's instantly gone. I guess I grab another magnet. Yeah, that opens up some options. So I don't have to be locked into just the blue orb, right? It's an idea. I mean, Gold Dojo on an Empoleon is kind of an idea, right? But I don't know. Maybe Gold Dojo on the Witzer, though. Attack and 45 ability power. I mean, 150 max HP suggests maybe it should be Veluza, right? Veluza. And then we sub in this. Yeah, we send Veluza to training camp. Big Penguin is fine. Do we care ultimately about the Feebas? I think this is just becoming money fodder. It's a trap to try to get this dude going all the way. Yep. That's just a trap to try to do that, dude. What we can do is we can get young Pip in, and then worry about getting all the way up to 4, 8, 12. Do that. Get Wimpod in. Get Wimpod in there to summon a bug. And then we've got the PvE fight to break things up a little bit. So, and then we got the pick stage. So we'll see what happens. Alright, show me something that I can actually use. And for my legendary, please give me Kyogre. That's all I ask, is just a little bit of Kyogre. A casual Kyogre game would be so nicely appreciated. Tauros is just big damage and big danger for us. Hey yo, there's a Tauros up in this club. Get started like a disco ball. This is your last warning, a courtesy call. Alright, more Feebas showing up, huh? More Feebas means very, very little to me. But it is additional money, so we do sell these two. We get enough to go up a little bit stronger. Show me more Piplups. That is indeed more Piplups. Not the source of the Piplups that I was considering, but it is indeed a Pip of Lup. And we do indeed appreciate a good Pip of Lup around here. Getting close to that 9 break point. Yeah, show me a 9 breaker. Also, show me Veluza coming back in super strong. That would be nice too. So, Hyperbolic Time Chamber takes him away for what, 5? 5 battles or something? We should get through the legendary fight without really much issue, I don't think, even without Veluza. Legendary will help mitigate some of the problems that we're having. Alright, come on, Clawitzer. Throw one big claw at him. He does, and they're gone. Alright, we got the Mystic Water. That means we're covered. No matter what our legendary is, we got the item for it. Alright, we just gotta make it to the right portal. That flying double water portal is probably the one that we're taking. Show me flying double water. With a hint of grass. Give me the watercress chicken sandwich with a hint of basil. That's what that is right there. Alright, we put points in. Something got big, and that's Veluza. That's a Manaphy. That is a Manaphy, and we take a Manaphy egg, and we throw that on you. And then, what do we want to do? We got, like, Gracidia, Punching Glove. Do we go, like, Gracidia Glove on that thing? Gracidia into the glove? And then, what? What's the play here? I think Poliwrath comes out. This comes in. Seadra comes out. This comes in. Clawitzer gets the Gracidia, does something like this. And then the glove goes on, like, Manaphy, I think. Alright. So we got Fion being summoned. That thing fillets away. Should kind of chunk down some stuff. I don't know, dude. Luckily, Manaphy is toasted immediately. Would have rather seen Kyogre, I think. Yeah, this is going to be a tough sell. Alright, show me some more levels. Yeah. I mean, our guys aren't exactly the strongest in the universe. Ain't no He-Man Masters of the Universe here. I mean, Veluza does do some work, right? But it's just not enough work. And Manaphy is hitting with the Punching Glove for some damage. It's just not enough damage. Alright. Another big fighting-based squad resisting all of our damage. Doing massive nonsense in the background. Yeah, just that flat damage reduction is killing us with a quickness. Yeah, flat damage reduction from fighting is a problem that is knocking us for a loop. Yeah, that's what fighting does, though. We can go ahead and buy into this a little bit. And that gets us fighting level, or water level 8. We will take an ability shield there. Make our line a little bit chunkier. Alright. Yeah, only problem is that we just don't live long enough to be able to use any of our stuff. We could Gracidia Flower into that, and then, like, ability shield into... what, into this? And then put Croc in the middle and have it carry the shield? I mean, it's not the worst play. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Well, we have something like this happen. Maybe that's not so bad. Alright, Seadra comes in, starts throwing. Seadra hands. Alright, Veluza is trying to get through. Does get through the Nickit. We don't get through the Dusclops. Yo, we just don't do damage, broskies. I don't think we're gonna have enough fuel in the tank to get all the way up to water 9, though that might be the break point that we need. What are we at? 62? We need 72. Show me 63, 64, 65, 69. We don't quite get to 70, do we? We do not. I'll buy into it, but we don't make it there. No, we do not. Not off of that. We'll put this down here. And then hope that we can get through Ice Team, though we probably are not going to. Yeah, these games are turning out abysmal. What does Manaphy even do, man? Did it get nerfed into the dirt or something? Or is it just that Veluza's not enough? Yeah, Manaphy don't do shit. Pardon the language. Yeah, Manaphy did absolutely zero. Alright, one more. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out like no punks, bro. No, we ain't doing that. Nope, not gonna do that. But yeah, the types that are still really good are still really good. Fighting is still quite nice. Just in general. Ice is still very strong, just in general. Yes, the game is not balanced particularly at all. So, that's true. But you know what? If everything was balanced, it would feel samey. So, you know, sometimes it's just gotta be how it's gotta be, right? Let's see what our little slime dudes are up to. Alright, slime friends, hello? There you go. What do we got for you? Let's go ahead and buy some stuff, shall we? Market is refreshed. We probably got a ton of money, right? Hello? Are you gonna let me see what you guys got? Thank you. Yeah, we'll buy all of this. We already have all that produce, but why not just grab it for the sake of funsies? And then, sure, show me discovery. We acquired a new slime. Alright, sure. And then it's the middle of the day, so I can't enact like a festival, right? No. Can't do no festival goodies yet. Alright. Not bad. Not bad at all. Do I want to call over a caravan? This is like the most expensive caravan, right? Okay, sure, call it. And then we got this and this. Huh. Kinda lame. Alright. Let's get back to it. What do we got? Show me a psychic thing, and we'll actually hope we get a psychic platform, because psychic is also quite strong. Yeah, you know what? Psychic does tend to struggle a little bit with raw attack damage, and this sort of mitigates that, so we'll buy everything down, and then we'll put Charmander in on the front, and yeah, we'll do something like this. Yeah, we could do Psychic. Are we in a Psychic zone, though? I think we are. We are. That's the Future Temporal Spring, right? Yeah, Future Temporal Spire, not Spring, my bad. Alright, we should be able to burn this down without much of a problem. Yeah, I feel like this is probably going to work out. We'll go Psychic and then try to bounce back a little bit from this loss streak that we're on. But that's the way it goes with packs sometimes. Most times. All the times. Let's see. We don't really care about much here, but I will buy down the 1 cost just to get them out of the way. Missed the unknown there. They'll throw a Geodude in and we'll call it a day. We are looking for Psychic Mons, so our pivotal early Psychic Mons are going to be like Blipbug and Fennekin, right? What is our regional? Yeah, Blipbug. That's our regional. That is early Poliwhirl. It's actually not too terrible on a Psychic team. We want the glasses. We go crit here. So this is objectively a little bit better than the dude. A Zoomeril can probably come in and the rest of this can get sold. Yeah, get rid of all this nonsense. Get us back up to making money. Alright. Raw Tier 2 Poliwhirl early is not bad. We need a Twisted Spoon. That's what we're looking for. Show me a spoon. All the way on the other side of the world. But we are going to get one. Looks like nobody else needs one, which is a thank goodness type situation for us. That's Espeon on lock. Big SP is doing what it's got to do. Dawnstone. Slap it on it. Boom. There we go. Alright, now the question is... do we have any other psychics showing up? Not yet. My kingdom for a Fennekin, my friends. My kingdom for a freaking Fennekin. You know what? Now would be a good time to maybe, if we were gonna roll down for it, try to look for it, but let's see how this fight goes first. These two should be... oh man, that dude's got a kit for days, but I don't know how that'll line up. It'll line up quite well is what it will. And he's already got the big croc. Broski got set up so fast. That's a Psychic Mon. We'll take that. That comes in over the Charmander, I suppose. Although Charmander ain't the worst frontliner. Alright, yeah, we gotta get something going. Charmander in the house. We do take that. We'll hold off on... do we hold off on the Fennekin? No. We put it in. We want Psychic up. We want powers. That's pretty good. You know what, Poliwhirl? Yeah, taking a back seat. And we're getting Psychic 4 on the bat. Actually, we have Psychic 5 if we wanted to push it, which I kind of do. I think the amount of ability power that we're going to be pushing out with Psychic 5 is well worth it. Plus, we can start getting cheeky unknown plays. Yeah, getting Psychic 5 this early is very, very good for us, I think. Charmeleon, Poliwhirl, both of you two are going to the Shadow Zone. I know you said you were good for us. I lied. It's one of those give and take relationships, as in I don't give a darn, and you take a hike. Alright, we got another level for Blipbug. Not exactly the mon that I'm living for at the moment, but you know what? Spoink is actually the mon that we're living for. Alright, what is this though? That's roll. 6 free shop rerolls is possibly absolutely massive. We'll put that unknown into the shop. And hope that we live long enough to throw whatever hands that unknown is going to throw for us. Against a rock team, they are going to beat us, but we should get the free rerolls, which is quite valuable for us. Yeah, weren't going to get through that even with a packed up team, so I'm not like super mad about that. 6 free rerolls is nice. Fish 2 random water Pokemon at max fishing level. Sure. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright. Do we care about using up some of these rerolls? I'll use a couple of them. And that's another fish. Yo, did we double unknown in the back row and just fish up a ton of mons? And Blipbug I don't think is coming. We lost our bonus for that. But we got the water Pokemon. We almost could have gotten Wishy-Washy out of that. Alright, well, this is a lot of money. We'll take all that. And then we'll throw that down. Show me Hatterene first off. And then give me these, and then... you know what? I like Wonder Boxes. Hatterene, you got surprise mechanics going on, sure. Alright, show me something good. Unknown V. Volt Thundershock is not worth anything to us. And I will throw that into the abyss as well. Am I okay with letting this ride for the time being? I feel like I don't hate the idea of just letting this go. And saving our rerolls. Oh, it's Baby Team, but with Scrafty in the back. Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work out. I mean, Hatterene's trying to do work. Alright, we did get through. That was tough. That was tougher than I thought it would be. But we got through. Alright, Swoobat. Won't take a Swoo. Alright, we use our last 2 free rerolls here. We got the bat. What are you? Your coin? You come in over the Fennekin a million billion % of the time. Alright, that should get us a few more coins underneath the belt, make up for some rolls, and that'll be big. Well, actually it won't. This isn't the one that just grants us money. This grants us the amulet coin. Depression. Didn't they used to just give raw coins? Was that changed? Alright, we should be able to get through GDOS here pretty substantially. Yeah, we get through this, dude. And there's a little gold for the takeout. Alright, what do we got? A whole bunch of nothing showing up, but we should have access to some psychic portalage. We do. Alright, show me something amazing. Doki Doki players just chilling. Alright, we got one of the psychic babies, and it's the only psychic we got. This one inflicts fatuation. Sure, that's really not too bad. Give me... How long is your range? 3? You know what? Give me the long wand. Give me the long wand on fairy nonsense. How about that? And then as far as items equipped, Manaphy Egg on you actually seems like not a bad throw, so that you can keep throwing 2 targets on the back line, yeah. The more you keep these dudes locked down, the better. Yeah. You benefit more from the egg than anything else, so. And then maybe like Deep Sea Tooth would be nice on you or something. Absol's coming in directly and messing with us. That's a problem. But it's wild rather than full dark nonsense. I don't know if that helps us all that much. We are hitting them with big infatuations. I think the CC mattered. It looks like that crowd control mattered quite a bit, actually. Plus, reducing attack definitely helps somewhat, so... Alright, what do we got? Show me... Show me more... Do I care about ability damage? Not so much. Do I care about crit? More than I care about the other nonsense, right? And then we could comfortably make a Razor Claw. Yeah, and we don't need Big Whale anymore, so Big Whale Industries can go. We'll buy the Blip Bug down. Actually, the Abra is kinda like the goated mon here, right? So we could sell these and then just grab Abra. And you know what? I will do that. Alright, let's throw some big hands. Some irony type hands here. Alright, the infatuation is throwing dudes around pretty decently. The Hatterene is throwing big damage. Alright, yeah, Hatterene's doing Hatterene things in a great way. That, yeah, that's a setup. There is indeed a setup of items there. Alright, show me something. 6 free shop rerolls. You know what? I will take that. And I will buy down into something. Show me... I can get a spoon for a Reaper Cloth. I cannot get a spoon for a Reaper Cloth. I guess give me one of these, and then we'll pretend it's good enough. I could have maybe... You know what I should have gone for? Is another scale there. That's probably what I should have done. Alright, we'll throw down an unknown there, give us a bunch of free rerolls. That'll be useful. That'll be useful. Managing your unknowns is one of the fun parts about playing Psychic. And a lot of people tend to ignore them because of the power difference, but they're fun. They are indeed fun, so... Alright, so we got almost Grumpig on the deck, and once we get a level up, we can definitely slot in Abra and get Psychic 7, which is going to be another nice boost for us and give us our full pick of whatever unknowns that we want to grab, which is definitely useful. We do charm the back line. I don't know that it's going to matter considering how hard we're being focused down. Nah, not at all. Also, can we talk about that Azumarill's damage, though? 428 is... Wow, that's big hits on that dude. Greatest hits collection, huh? 4, 8, 12, sure. And, let's see here. It says we got 6 Mons in the field, but we don't, do we? No, we don't. Alright, slide in Abra. Show up, show out, Abra. Do what you gotta do. Maybe this will be the little bit of extra damage that we need in order to... We ain't getting over that Meryl team. Not with any sort of ease, so... But we should be able to get over this team. That's the Doggy team, right? That dude's been AFK most of the match. This should not be difficult to overcome Squadron. No. Alright, nice and easy. Alright, let's break on through and see what we get. Pokemon Go says there's a week's challenge. And then after this, I got a package that I gotta bring inside. So yeah, we definitely gotta be calling it. Alright, so let's go ahead and buy down. And then see what shows up. Unknown Pest. Unknown Pest probably doesn't do much for us. Although it is kind of silly. Do we care? It's a waste of money. I want it, but it's a waste of money. Alright, we should break on through these dudes, and we should have enough money left over where we can try to hit Psychic 7, which is a big stopgap for us. Got that. Now, the magnet or more water is the question. You know what? Magnet into water on this thing. Blue orb from this thing hitting from the back. I kind of like the idea of. And then that gets us Fennekin on board. That's Psychic 7. That's a big ability power boost. Yeah. Yep, that'll do. Alright, so we should be seeing unknowns in the shop all the time now, which is going to be very helpful. And we might even get some really, really good ones. Unknown W would be quite nice, I believe. We definitely want to add some more Mons to our whole squadron here. Alright, we are sending them into the back line and making them run around, which is nice. If Abra could actually do damage, that would also not be a bad thing. The double blue orb, I think, is messing up their team pretty hard. Alright, threw that down, and we're good to go. Yeah, Psychic is working. I believe the heart one is a return. Or is that like a detract? You are return. Alright, W is wish, which we have to have, basically. We basically need that with a badness. Now that we're Psychic 7, I'm not really that afraid to roll down and see if we can't get some halfway decent stuff. That doesn't get slotted in yet, but in turns where we don't have an unknown, that's actually not a bad play. That's pretty good. This is Kadabra. That's worth buying into. Yeah, Kadabra is definitely worth buying into. Alright, Kadabra's starting to throw hands a little bit. Yeah, 116 is certainly enough, and it got a big distraction off. Alright, show me Kadabra taking out the Shuckle. It does indeed, but it goes down before it can do anything else. Too many bugs. We need a Gardevoir on this team if we're going to deal with a bug team that big. Yeah, that's the size of that. There's got to be a Guardy on this team. Preferably with a Reaper Cloth. Alright, Unknown D for Ditto. He's not bad. Really? You gave me Swablu for my Synergy? You son of a gun. Alright, fine. We'll throw the Ditto in, and then what's this? Gold? Yeah, Unknown G, that's gold. That's pretty good. Show me... Not Black Glasses. I really don't want much of this. Fine. I'll take another Charcoal. At the very least, you know, that's something. Alright, Unknown D for Ditto can come in and do what it's gotta do. I guess it adds the special 30 extra special damage. This thing with a red orb might actually do kind of bonkers damage, right? Because it's mostly sending out big attacks. Something like that might not be terrible, actually. Alright, and then we'll buy in a little bit towards levels, and then hope that our Unknown stays alive long enough to do Unknown nonsense. It did indeed stay alive long enough to give us the big Ditto. Yeah, we just don't have enough in the gas tank left. Kadabra did a lot of damage, though. With a Soldew, that thing would be kinda off the charts. The only problem is that we do not have a Soldew available. We just have safety goggles, which is really not what we're looking for. You know what? I will add the Unknown for a little monetary gain there. And then what do we got? Unknown U, Unknown J, Yoga, Nuke, Oven, and Coin. Uxie is actually not a bad one to get. So we'll throw in the Uxie there and hope that it's enough to kind of swing things in our favor a little bit. We'll buy in. We're just not seeing psychic dudes like at all. Alright, well, at least the Unknown should do a little bit of work. Come on, cast. It does indeed summon the Uxie, and it goes down instant freakintaneously. Yeah, that wild team shaped up quite a bit. That's gonna be hard for a psychic team to deal with. Yep, Baronis. Yeah, this is not looking good. Now, I could use the Ditto to get Grumpig immediately. Abra for Unknown on the opposing side. I mean, yes. The answer to that question is yes. Whatever the question was, the answer is yes. We will buy into power a little bit. Come on, give me the Unknown. Got him. And then, yeah. Unknown G, are you doing anything here? Like, maybe instead of Swoobat? Do we have enough power without Swoobat to be able to do anything? I don't think Grumpig is really killing it for us here. So we should be able to do this and still be able to beat these guys. These jabronis should not be a problem. Unless we drag them immediately all the way down into nonsense. Alright, we got the Wonder Box and a Rocky Helmet. Rocky Helmet can probably go on the Hatterene to make it frontline, and then the Wonder Box goes on whatever our legendary is. Unknown W would also not be bad, but what do we got? Unknown T, Unknown Coin, and then this thing. Alright, show me that Psychic Portal right there. I would love to try to trust in W, but it has steered me so wrong so far. Cresselia is decent enough where I feel confident bringing that thing in. And then giving it some rando items, sure. Give this some power up as well. And then throw in young Spoinkalicious, and you know what, we'll throw in Unknown W as well. I was thinking about the Brazen. I don't think that's the thing that makes the pivoting decision here. We'll throw this on the opposite side of the Dabra, and hope that this is enough. Yeah, maybe it is. Probably not, though. Would love to get up to level 9, if at all possible. Alright, we are throwing some hands into the Flora Gato thingy. It's doing things. Though, we don't really have the power. No. I mean, we're doing damage, but they're doing just way more damage. I don't know. These builds are just coming out way too defensive. We're getting defensive uniques, defensive mons picked. Our unknown didn't even go off. Alright, we gotta not meme with the unknowns. We actually have to do something here. Otherwise, we're out of this game immediately. You know what? We will buy in all the way. Give me level 9. Throw Grumpig into the field. Show me Unknown Wooxie here. And get this thing casting too. Psychic level 9 is on lock. Let's hope that it does something. Yeah, Wooxie is fun in that it does some nonsense. I don't think that it's actually all that good for us, especially not because, or this thing, Mess Spirit, it don't really do that much for us. As a matter of fact, it actively counteracts helping us to a massive degree, because it just, the infatuation's nice, but it just drags them into your back row and then gets you absolutely iced. Yeah. Yeah, that thing, you get that thing and you might as well flip the script right there, because you ain't winning that. No. You ain't winning, you get that thing. You just lose. Mesprit is a take an L sort of thing. We do one more. But, yeah, this day ain't going so well. These new patch notes are killing us with a passion. Alright, what else changed? What else? Celerak boosted after you and Didi got a buff. Behemoth Blade Zacian. Did Zacian get a buff? Looks like it might have. Core Enforcer Zygarde. Looks like it maybe, I don't know if it got weaker maybe? Crunch Totodile and Guzzlord got better. Flame Wheel, it's doing stuff. Hyperdrill, Dunsparce. Bidoof Super Fang has true damage. Lapras can't get enough nerfs. Back to 120 PP for the third time. Okay. Ending quest of improving the abilities in the game. We got a new Hydro Pump, was always a weird choice. Alright, whatever. Let's go in and try to get one game here before we absolutely call it quits, where we actually do okay. Hoping that that's enough to maybe make something happen, but so far has not been. Yeah. Psychic is generally a good strategy, but if you don't get decent mons to show up, no Ralts is huge. Really just all commons and uncommons. And a really bad psychic option for our unique. And a very mid option for our legendary when our unique does no damage. So, just all in all, worst case scenarios. Let's do, I don't know, maybe we play Dark. Alright, what do we got? We got a Bug build. They gave us Bug. We asked for Dark, we got Bug. Are we in a zone where Gudra is regional? I don't think so. I think we play Vertical Aquatic. I think we play Vert Ack. Mr. Ack indeed. And then we build up water enough to make sure that we're still getting draws, but we want to build up aquatic, I think. I think that's going to be the play. So we're going to slot that dude in, slot this dude in, and call it a day. Something like this is fine. Alright, let's start building up our back row. Maybe we get Gyarados. Maybe this is the game where we actually get Gary to show up. Probably not. Gary is a trap. Somehow, lots of other people pull that thing. I've tried many a time to make Gary happen. Has never happened once. Never once. Alright, that is interesting. In that it's not very good, but we will live with it for the time being. Alright. So Water 3 does water things, and we'll see what we pull. Old Rod should, I mean, if we get lucky, we won't get too many Magikarp, and we'll actually get stuff that's useful for us, but, yeah, we ain't sticking with water. We're pivoting directly into aquatic. If we can help it. The glasses onto Wartortle is silly early, and I want it, so I'm going to take it. Show me something news that I can use. We'll take a Rocky Helmet. That's just really good on a lot of different frontliners. This is a frontliner aquatic unit that could maybe benefit from a Rocky Helmet. We'll slap that later, though. For now, we throw this on this dude. No, we do have enough. We'll buy in order to get this thing with the Rocky Helmet on and try to make sure our opposing team is as the late as possible. If we can get Rocky Helmet, AV, and Soldew on that thing, again, Quaxley wins games. Soldew, Quaxley wins games on its own. We'd also settle for Rocky Helmet, King's Rock, and Soldew. But the big thing is the Soldew. Gotta have that in order to make this at all feasible. Wartortle's trying to throw hands. He isn't doing all that much damage with 100 additional ability power. I feel like that thing's damage is nerfed. Because I feel like 100 ability damage coming out of that should do a little bit more than 0. In theory. In theory. In practice, probably not so much. In theory, yes. That's a step towards a Soldew, which we will take. Alright, what are we looking for? Do we roll down at all to find some stuff that we can actually use? I think we do. Gudra. We could get Gumi into Gudra. That's another water mon. Are we playing water here? I want to play aquatic. Water was a trap last time. Not that water's bad. I do like water. And I do especially like Omastar. But, yo, that's another aquatic mon. That is indeed a set of aquatic mons. You know what? I will buy them outright because that's just too much to wait for. And I'm impatient. That's another aquatic mon. Alright, do we just outright ditch the water synergies that we got going on and just go full aquatic? Because, I mean, we got a backline. We got a front line and a back line. kind of stacked up already. And another level for Quaxley. You know what we do? We abandon our watery goals here. Except for the War Turtle. I think we keep that around. We put in that for Aquatic. Well, I don't know, because we got Frontline, right? So, if we add in Sphere, and then we add in, like, Dynamo, right? We're up at Water 5. That really doesn't help us much. Aquatic 4 is good enough for the time being. Alright, let's throw on Hands. And we'll pick up a level for the Quaxley as well. Yeah. Let's get to Quaxwell and then I'll be fairly happy. War Turtle's trying. It is indeed trying. My patience! Just kidding. War Turtle, I love you. Don't get mad at me. I promise I love you, my friend. Alright, what do we want to do here? I mean, we get Fighting 2 out of the Poliwag, right? What do we get out of the Sphere? Not much. Yeah, this works fine. And then we got Water 3 back. Yeah, this is an early squad that makes use of these synergies quite nicely. Now, the Gooey Boy might never join the party. So, be prepared to relinquish Goodra. Alright, so Squirtle should be throwing big ability hands. Got into the back row. Dealt with that fact. Does it manage to get through any of that? No, it does not. Yeah, War Turtle's damage is depressing. That is Depresso. A nice big cup of Depresso. Alright, that is a regular Gooey Boy. It is a tier 2. What else am I looking for here? I mean, another spoon is interesting, because then I can maybe go full ability nonsense on something. It's not like the worst thing in the world. We'll get rid of all that. Can we afford to roll down at all? Sir Skirt? I mean, he's okay, I guess. What do we want to bring in for it? Nothing, I think? I think we just gotta wait now. And try to get Gooey Boy in Surskit as well. And then we got actually Aquatic level 6, which should make a little bit of a difference here. Alright. Shelgon has great stats, so I'm not 100% expecting us to be able to cleave through this thing. Yeah, the Shelgon is going to Dragon Claw us before we can get it beaten. Unfortunate. Alright, we don't care about this thing. 14 is not quite enough for us to get all the way to where we want to be in life. Ah, man. Alright. But afterwards we will, and we will buy down, and we will make ourselves fully Aquatic viable. Unless I wanted to try to get to Aquatic 6 now to guarantee the portal. I don't. It's too risky. Too wine, too beer, too whiskey, the only thing to fix me. I could stop it if I wanna, but who would wanna? Alright, Lotad should be throwing out a tad bit of damage there. I do love Lotad, and it does carry games about as well as Quackable. And more spoons. More freaking spoons all the way down, dudes. What is going on? You're my kingdom for Mystic Water, friends. Let's see. This is just Ability Shield. That is kinda incredibly mid here. We're just missing the damage. We do get the eel. That is worth justifying. Show me an aqueous portal. Water aqueous. We take that. Alright. And then Squirtle's gonna go. I don't actually know what your ability is, Surskit. What do you do? Dash to the farthest enemy and deal 20 special damage to all enemy Pokemon hit. Okay, so Mr. the Fish or Lapras. Lapras is objectively the better mon here. I think we can safely drop that in order to give Lapras some glasses here. Yo, Lapras, take aim. See a little bit better, friendo. And then we got the Gooey Boy that can come in. Actually, Electros is a little bit better than the Gooey Boy. We'll do something like that. And then we've got another thing here, right? Do we slam this on the Quaxley? I think we do. It's silly, yes, but I kind of like it, so we're doing it. Okay, let's see what happens. Big Lapras, big Quacks. Let's see how we fare. Tauros is a very dangerous friend. So, yeah, that's about what I expected out of that. We do chunk this team down. They are going to be dangerous later, but I think we've got a good shot. Field is very, very dangerous sometimes, though. I can't, in good faith, add Onyx or Munchlax to the game. They're just too freaking dangerous. Alright, now the question is, does this go on the Lapras or the Lotad? And I think the answer is gotta be Lapras. The other option was the Quaxley, but it just doesn't have the levels. Lapras is strong, and with the glasses, it is stronger. Yeah, they nerfed it into the ground. We just saw in the patch notes that Lapras got nerfed yet again. And it don't matter. Keep nerfing it. It's still going to be strong. And more importantly, Lotad is going to be helping buff Lapras up with that team synergy stuff going on. So, yeah, get a bit of shield. Get a little bit of something else. This team is... What is this team? Ice? Yeah, that's an Ice Squad. But Ice Squad with Druddigon. That suggests to me a missed portal. That is exactly what that suggests to me. Now the question is, do we make Lapras big in order to make it silly? Do we make that dude big, therefore silly? You know, I'm feeling like big, therefore silly is nice. Yo, Lapras is supposed to be able to carry entire, like, dudes on its back. Our Lapras is too small, let's get it big. Send them to the gym, make them lift, get those flippers bulked up, add some creatine to the shake. Big Lapras on board. Get big, my friend. Yeah. Gain 60 shield, reappear in the middle of the team, dealing for 80 special damage to all adjacent Pokemon. Takes a while to cast, but at 325 HP, it's got all day. Alright, now what are we looking at here? We got that Weasel. Is that doing anything for us? It is an aquatic mon. I can slot that in. As a matter of fact, I will. This thing seems incredibly mid. The fact that Lapras is gone is already a little worrying. They powered up their Arcanine to legendary levels. Well, that is why it's the legendary Pokemon, huh? In the decks, at least. Alright. Do we care about Goodra? Its stats are incredibly mid. It's got a decent health pool, but I don't know. I feel like the answer to that is unequivocally no. Probably not. What else does it get? Dragon and Amorphous? The only other thing that we want with Amorph, I guess we could get Amorph started. It's not the worst plane in the world. We gotta wait at least one more round, though, before we can buy down into levels, and probably should wait a few more after that. Yeah, probably should wait a few more after that. At least Electros should be able to hold that Perugly in the back line a little bit. Unless it jumps away. And then we've got issues. We do get a bit of an AoE. We are working them over. Drampa's gone and that's gone. Alright. Easy peasy with a 556 damage Drampa. As such many cases. Alright, show me... Yeah, the Mew twins. I'll take that. Mew and Mewtwo there. Would love to find a level for the Poliwag, but that's getting more and more increasingly unlikely. Yeah. Because we do like the fighting boost that it's giving to Quaxly, but only if, you know, we care about keeping Quaxly around. Which, in favor of more sound, might just have to go. We'll see. We'll see what our legend options are. Because if we got like a frontliner legend, but I think Aquatic mostly has rear line, right? You don't really do frontline. I mean, Lugia is. It's the only one, though. Alright, what do we want? Why don't we go for another Spoon? Or Magnet. Magnet would be really, really good on the Lotad, but Soldu is good on everything, so... We'll do that for the time being. Economy is returning, so that's decent enough. Then what do? 90 HP without having to be tier 2? I mean, you're already pretty much better than Sliggoo in every way. The only difference is that Amorph could be slotted in. And Amorph 3 would give, yeah, we give our team just that little bit of something, you know. A little bit of speed and a little bit of HP. It's not much, but it could be the difference. You know, an additional like 12 HP on the Lapras, additional 12 HP on a lot of different nonsense could definitely make some kind of difference. Is that a Vibrava that's living there forever? Yo, that Vibrava was actually Herculean? What is up with that dude? Okay, that's a decent pick. We will lock it in and then get rid of all the rest of this nonsense. Toss away the Machop, toss away the Goss, toss away the Oliver. Yeah, this I don't mind. Still got a little ways to go before we can manage to actually capitalize on Big Croc, but getting it up to Croc Now would definitely help our problems a little bit. Yeah, the more that I look, the less possibility I see that we're actually going to make Quaxly work. We're at a good level to roll for it, but I'm afraid to tank our economy to try to roll for it. Woof. They've got damage and a half. Big Komala eating damage all day. And just, yeah, Komala and the cat. Doing Komala and the cat things. Alright, throw on some points. Show me that Mystic Water. I'm still pretty high up in the tier list despite my HP being kind of abysmal. And so, if we may or may not get this water, we did. Perfect. Now, if we get Quaxwell, is it worth it to keep it there? For now, is it better to do Lotad? Because it synergizes? But the thing is, I could sell the Quaxly, and I'm probably going to. And I don't really want to sell the Lotad. That's a tough one. But the additional sound boosts do help the entire team, right? So I guess we do this. I mean, we can always, I don't know, do something. Alright, so that gets one sound boost off. The that dude's already wrecking us with nonsense. Yeah, we are currently facing a bit of trouble here. Alright, Spheal shows up. We will buy into the dream here of getting who? Gudra? And Amorph started? Something like that. It's a dream. Maybe it's a nightmare. Tough to tell. At least Gooey Boy should help lower the defenses of the enemy team a little bit. But yeah, we need like Quaxwell to show up. We need like Celio to show up. There's a lot of dudes that are sleeping right now. That would be huge for us. I think Water Aquatic 8 is more important than any of that though. Question is, do we get through this guy's team? Yeah. Not looking like that's gonna happen. Nope. Off of the backs of that upgrade Kulava, huh? Do we have enough to try to get to... Yeah, we do. Alright, so that's the plan. Here's what we do. We get all the way up to Aquatic 8, and then we slot in our Legendary. That is how we play that. Everything else be darned, and we see what we get. If it's Keldeo, we can kind of make that work. Yeah. And Keldeo kind of works okay with the Rocky Helmet and the specs. So, yeah, and that synergizes with a little bit of fighting. That's the plan. Hopefully we manage Keldeo. That's what we're hoping for. If we don't get Keldeo, we very well might be cooked. Don't know yet. Alright, Lapras. He's taking on this dude. But yeah, you can see just the tier 1s and tier 2s ain't enough. Lapras is holding the line a little bit. But it just can't do this solo. Alright, show me an aquatic portal. Of which we got one coming right up. We'll take it. Aquatic Fire. That's Volcanion, right? If we get Aquatic Fire. Alright. Now we don't even hesitate. We go all the way down to there. Take it down to Brass Tacks. And it's Manaphy or Volcanion or Arceus. What do you say? The target multiplied by the sum of Arceus' synergy levels. Interesting. And that would give us fighting already into that too. And then sound 3. I mean, it's an interesting mon, that's for sure. And it does kind of contribute to if we manage to slot a morph in, right? So we'll go ahead and we'll throw this dude down. Sound, water, fighting. All of these gets a little boosty. We will get rid of the old Quaxley. Insert the new Quaxley. And then we want to get that. Plus, didn't even get it. But this is also not a bad thing for frontline Arceus. Arceus, can you see? And the dawn's early light. This dude trying to deal with Frigibax with all of his might. But with the constant healing, maybe tanky Arceus is actually exactly where we need to be. Alright, Lotad is going off, doing Lotad things. Thank you very much, Lotad. Alright, and then this, and then this. That's not bad. This does nothing for us. Let's see. We need Amorph, right? That's kind of the next big step if we're worried about level and stuff. I don't even know what we want to do here. Show me a level on something. Shinx is interesting. Ashwa is also quite interesting. But we would need to get the levels for it in order to make that work. But with items, Arceus should be hitting like decent damage numbers. But not decent enough. It's not bad, but it ain't great. Do we have... We should have Shellos in this pool, right? Yeah, Shellos could show up as an epic grade. Which I would not hate to see that dude show up, and then we could complete the Amorph squad. And that would do a lot of work for us. Lava Fed lets you recycle items. That could be quite good. Upgrade is... kinda maybe crazy on the Lotad. I'll take that. Would love to actually get that up to Lombre, though, in order to make a difference here. Show me... Elekid is not the epic that I'm looking for. Quaxley into Quaxwell would be. That's Big Croc. That's Big Quaxwell. I'll toss that dude, because he don't matter to us. This is a decent mon if we can get it powered up. That was Sobble. Why did I do that? Why did I flip it dippy and do that? Because I want to lose, that's why. Alright, this is a dragon flying type. Is this better than the other dragon? I'll buy it. I don't know that it's better than anything, but I'll buy it. Alright. So we should be getting plenty of waterfalls off. Arceus should be doing its thing. We are brutalizing that back line there, but we're kind of taking it to the wrong mon. I think we get Drampa dealt with. It's just Gigas now. Alright, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Yeah, Dratini's an interesting prospect. I don't know how we feel about Dratini here. Maybe it's better than... I don't know if it's better than Poliwag. Is it better than Poliwag here? Just changes our synergies without really doing much, though it does get us Amorph. Does get us Amorph by doing that way. Alright, yeah, we can change that. I don't mind that. And then Poliwag, you're no longer necessary for anything. Get out of here. Spheal, are you coming to this party? Probably not, right? Surskit, are you coming to this party? No. No, you're definitely not. I don't think you are. No, we're looking for levels of the stuff that we already got, I guess. Alright, show me something that I can use. I will take the Drizzile if I can find it. Although I just absolutely threw into the abyss by not grabbing it when I had the chance. Though we are guaranteed a top 4 now. We'll take that. We'll buy into the other Quaxley. That's Amorph, but we're not linear Amorph, so I can't justify that. Show me. There's Sobble. We do actually pull the Sobble. We do pull a Ditto. Pull a freaking Ditto out of the hat right flippy dippy and right now. Oh, I can't even see. Game's lagging out. I can't see. Yo, I don't even have a cursor. What's going on? Gee, thanks. Flame Orb, X-Ray Vision. Let's take the X-Ray and, like... I don't even know. What do we want to give that to? Lombre? If it shows up? Sure. Show me a Ditto here. Or show me Sobble and the Drizzile. I can't put it in as a tier 1. I need it to be a tier 2. And then I can easily justify slotting that thing in. Of course, I don't know that we're making it all the way up to be able to do that, given the amount of damage that we're taking right here. Yeah, I mean, it's, Lombre is doing its best, but it ain't enough. No. Another absolutely mid 4th place showing. Dudes, we cannot get our legs underneath us Aquatic is usually a really, really good synergy. It's just not enough. Not enough at all. Dude, I don't know what's killing me in these patch notes, but something's changed. Something has changed, and it is murdering me 1000% of the time. I don't even know, dude. Losing 50 ELO points in one day is a little rough, you know? I mean, it's been known to happen to better players than me, but still. It's a little bit silly. I feel like the balance on this game is even more off after these patches, and I'm not sure why. Stuff is feeling way more frail. I mean, yeah, Lapras needed a nerf, so I guess that's why that thing feels more frail. But otherwise, man, I don't know. Alright, rehydrate. One last game. I know I've said that for the last, well, I don't know, 3 hours, but one last game. I mean it this time. I mean it. Only one more. Yes, I said that 3.5 hours ago. One last one. Give me 2 shots. Who are we waiting for? Abstract playing the... What are you? You a Hydrapple or something? I can barely tell from that picture what that's supposed to be. Alright. Whatever we got in front of us is what we're dealing with. Pray that it is something good. Dragons in front of us and darks in front of us. We're going dragons. Screw it. We're going classic, dramatic dragons. If we can get into the end game, dragon, the synergy alone should be able to carry us pretty well. There's another dragon. We go dragons. Weak early, very strong late. Let's rock dragon. As a matter of fact, speaking of rock dragon, this thing can boost Bagon's monstrous nature if we manage to find that dude. What did we get? An ice region? Of course, the day that I say that we're gonna go dragon, we get just ice all the way down. But you know what? We can pivot to ice. Ice is very silly and very strong, so... Sure. Let's keep an eye out for ice, although we're not going to deny the possibility of dragons. And we'll buy that down too. Sure. Give me this up front for the now. For the now and then. No, as a matter of fact, we're going to take that thing. Put this here so that I don't accidentally forget that I want to keep it, maybe. Yeah, it's not too late to pivot dragon. Yeah. We got some interesting things showing up. Alright, we got the option of ice, which is a shell bell, which is not bad. If I go dragons, I want the shell bell. If I don't, I want the water. We'll go with that. The rest of this garbage can probably go. And then we're really looking for maybe Spheal in this dude. And yes, I'm okay with going down below the interest level here, because I'm frustrated now because today has sucked to a royal suckage level. So we're going for just absolute silliness. Alright, we get a spoon. Interesting. Alright, there's an outlaw on the run. Give me 2 shots. What do we want here? Maybe, yeah, we want that water is... No, we're not gonna get it. We'll take another black glasses then. Because that is a good crit set. This into this is already, like, crit-tastical. I think dragons like playing crit-tastical more than ice, but, I mean, back row ice is not bad. What do we want to do? Do we want to buy in? Do we buy in and try to slam something? I think we do. And then, what's our slam? We just put down another one of these, and we give it nothing because we can't get the items down in time. And they got a Rever Room. That's a 2 cost. I think they probably got us toasted here. Our big wave comes out. Helps a little bit, but I don't think we're getting through that, dude. Nah, we ain't getting through all that. Alright, Charmander casts, but it ain't getting through none of this nonsense. Alright, Leo is a get. Are we commend dice? I feel like we have to. I feel like we have to. We'll grab the Corfish and then chunk it. And then see what we can grab. Show me something else ice related. Alright, we'll grab something else aquatic related then for the time being. And we'll slam items on it just to make sure we got it. We ain't worried about going monster. Ain't really worried about dragon either. I mean, there's another dragon. We could go dragon 3 into ice. Do we hybridize? I mean, it might be a little bit better than running Quaxley at the very least, right? It is a rare. No, we ain't getting through Big Choppins, though. Big Choppins definitely does us. Alright, so we're gonna swap the Quaxley out. Throw in Big Dragon here. You've got boosts on everything you want to do, so we'll go ahead and slap that. Magdamites are floating around looking for the meaning of Christmas. This is supposedly an ice region, right? Like, ice mons are something that we can find here? Supposedly? Alright, we'll buy both of these dudes down. And then there's another level for dragon. Maybe we're hybridizing into an ice dragon build of some kind? But the distinct lack of ice-type mons in this ice field is a little astonishing. But is so many cases, you know? Let's see, how much? These guys, 0 rolls, 7, 0, 16, 11, 0, and 0. This is an ice mod. There is an icy friend. Now, are we keeping dragons going? We'll buy in order to get the Piplup going. Get me ice as well. Get me a front line of ices and dragons, and we'll pretend that this can work. Alright, show me Big Hatterene there, but it doesn't have defensive items. I think we burst through it. We did. Got a little bit of healing from the aquatic. Alright. If we get Frigibax, that's a through line into justifying the dragons into ice. So that's like not the worst thing in the world. We'll take that. Big Celio. You want to be even bigger, right? Sure. Oh, that's the outlaw. Give me 2 shots right there. We'll take that, dude. Bring him in, officer. Bring him in. We don't care about this dude, right? Do we want to, before Gary hits, see if we can get Walrein or something else? Big Pip wouldn't also be a bad get. That was Sansuru. I should have gotten him, but that's even better. I will take that. Show me more ice or something. That's an Apex level Icemon. Alright, dragons are a thing of the freaking past, dude. Dragons mean nothing to me. Dragon who? Dragon what? Dragging your feet is what you're doing. How about that? How about you drag yourself out of my sight and I never want to see you again? How about that? Go ahead and drag yourself away from all of this. We put in the Snow Runt. We put in the ice cream. We put in the secondary Celio. And then the runt can go ahead and take these, because it will be silly. Especially if we can get it to Glalie. And then I think we're okay for the time being. Do we want to roll down before Gary? Yes, that was Satotl, wasn't it? Did I just look at Satotl and go, nope, not today? Yes, I did. That was Sancho. Freak it! I'm too tired. I haven't played. There we go. Worth it. Instantly worth it. Never punished. Instantly worth it. Just add water. Alright, I gotta... Okay, lock in. Lock in, friends. Depends on what our unique is. If it's Lapras, then I might have to give it the Stardust. Otherwise, though... Alright, what do we got? That's our ice portal there. That is not our ice portal. We did not get an ice portal. I just said lock in, and I'm already locked out. Alright, show me what we're looking at. Maybe, by some luck, we got something. We mostly didn't. So what do we do? What are we pivoting into? What are you? You are... Ice and aquatic. Do we have anything aquatic that we can pivot through? Not really. I'm guessing that our best bet is probably through Tauros. Because we might be able to slot some normal into there. Not exactly what I would have wanted, but, yeah. Tauros is a fine mainliner, and we didn't even get to slot into him. But you are a wild, normal field, right? So we want... Through line is probably... What, in dice? What would be the through line of dice? I don't know. We can do, like, normal into a little bit of sound in the background, you know? A sound mind dwells within a sound body, within a sound heart, etc., etc. Yeah, show me... I really hate to add Pumpkaboo to the field if I'm not using it, but yeah, throw him in and toss him out. Give Tauros a little bit of something. Give Tauros that little bit of something. Meowth is silly, and I do love that man. Get me Meowth in the field immediately. Show me that... Yeah, give me the chance of stealing gold from dudes. And we'll continue working on slotting normal into this squadron and see if we can make Tauros into ice support. Just that little bit of danger that we exactly need there. I don't know, maybe ice normal hybrid build is not so very bad. Would love to get an ice storm though. That would solve some problems immediately. Just make Tauros into an ice type. Okay, that dude refuses to drop. Yo, it's living forever. What is this, dude? Drop already. Wowza, that thing ate a lot of damage. It's tools for 10, huh? Tools for 10. Pokerus is the obvious get for us. That would be really, really nice to have. Don't know that we're going to get the chance to grab it. We are. We take that 110% of the time. That is so valuable. The poison synergy doesn't matter. It's the boosties that this thing gives us. And look at the boost that thing gives. Just take a look at that. 10 ability power every couple of seconds. That seems like something... I'd love to have it on the back line, but I think we probably need it more on the front line, right? Yeah, these two sticking by each other, this seems very, very nice. And then we'll bring Big Pip over, and we'll call it a day with it. Alright, show me a good normal type besides Igglybuff to add to the squadron. Alright, Walrein, he's successfully passing over the Pokerus to Tauros. Should make that thing a little bit sillier. Wasn't quite enough to get Tauros through all that. No, and we're frozen before our cast hits. Unfortunate. Yeah, their freezes seem to be a little bit better than our freezes. You know what? We throw Meowth down over here too. Alright, let's try to pivot through something. Where are we looking? I mean, water normal with the Goldeen? Is that gonna be... I mean, it's kind of okay, right? That's kind of a decent get. I don't know what we're building here. I got no idea. Alright, Carvana jumps into the back line. Meowth does gain a little bit of something before it goes down. Yeah, we are struggling just a little bit because our backline doesn't seem to be doing quite as much as the enemy backlines are doing. Ultimately. Yeah. Walrein helps. It certainly does. But it ain't no game changer. What are we looking for? I mean, Prinplup wouldn't be bad. Really, it's just a matter of the fact that we gotta do something here. Do we have any other sources of sound? No. So really, this thing, normal rare, does very little for us. This water rare, or water uncommon, might do more. No, Goldeen's water rare. What am I saying? Yeah, that water rare probably does us a little bit better. Alright. And big Walrein. We're just chasing these dudes around endlessly. The Manaphy Egg is interesting. But the Soldew is even more interesting. There is... The question is, do we Soldew... Do we Soldew the Snorunt or the Vanillite? I feel like the Snorunt might be the better option. Just throwing a big wall of snow into that back line. Yeah, I think we rock this for the time being. I mean, if the synergies aligned, we'd be in pretty decent shape with a lot of these dudes, but alas, they don't really. Alright, we want to get Goldeen in, and then normal 3 should help a little bit. And we'll go from there. Alright, throws big freaking snow. Keep throwing, my guy. Keep throwing big snowy attacks. The fact that, does it just not do damage? Does the snow not actually do damage to the line? Or does it just hit the first damage? No, it says it does special damage to all enemies in the line, but it doesn't seem like it does that. Or is that just me? The question is... Do we just go down to 34 and try to get... I mean, this is Ice plus Sound, right? Which we could slot in over the Meowth and then do Sound plus Normal in there too? Something like that, maybe? Probably not. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really seem to do damage outside of what it does to the very first target that it hits. Alright, well, we got through that dude. Hey, that's something, right? We got through that dude, and that is indeed a thing. Alright, do we care about going all the way up to Ice 6? It's a big power gap improvement. Show me a magnet. Show me a magnet immediately. difficult to break a magnet, so we'll just grab that and see what we get. Alright, so far we are getting pretty crushed up. But, you know, we keep it going. We keep it moving. Now, what are we throwing in? The options are to get sound going, which I might do, considering we don't really got another Icy Boy option to throw in there, so we throw something like this on the deck and see what happens. Level 7's not bad for rolls either, so who knows, maybe we get lucky. Oh boy. Alright, what do we got? We got this team with the unkillable Swampert. Alright, show me Mamosh taking... Alright, that was a crit solo boosted snowball. And it really didn't do very much. Interesting. Alright, well, we got through that dude, and then... Alright, the Swampert should be back, but it's not going to be back in time. Alright, dealt with that. Do we roll down at all, or do we wait? I feel like the answer is we have to wait. We gotta. We don't got a choice here. I mean, the truth is that we could vertical the ice if we get another Iceman, which we will get from our legendary pick most likely, and just not even worry about normal at all, and just have Tauros as sort of like a bonus damage dude happening in the background, doing his Tauros things, breaking through protect and whatnot. Alright, we do break through that. I mean, Snowrunt's trying, right? Alright, that was a big snowball into the back line. Doesn't really seem like it did much. Yeah, those snowballs ain't doing damage. Maybe it's just gotta be tier 2 in order to be able to do anything, though. That's always a possibility. Alright, if we're not worrying about normal very much, then I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of these guys and hopefully get us up to the next level of insurance there. Make an insurance claim. Alright, show me a good ice type legendary that I can actually bring in. Who would I want? Kyurem is not bad. Who else? Who else can you show me? You can show me Glastrier. Don't really want that. I will take it if I have to, but Articuno, even better. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. The Russ, he's indeed helping our dudes a little bit. And we get another magnet and some ice. Some more ice is a loaded dice if we want it, or X-Ray. I feel like X-Ray is probably better on most of the things that we could possibly get, so... Let's go and grab... I would love to grab this ice portal that's right in front of me. Yeah, we got it. Alright, let's see what we get. There is a non-zero chance with the way this is going, depending on what their legendaries are, that we pull out a third place here, which I would accept as being good enough. That is Articuno. Articuno is quite good, and this gives us Ice 6 on board. Now the question is, loaded dice or X-Ray on you, and I think the answer is X-Ray. X-Ray 100% of the time. And then you've already got ability defense, right? But this would give you a little bit more. And we're probably slotting the rest of our items on other dudes, if I'm being honest, right? If I'm being honest, I just need to know that you still got this, Articuno. Alright. We'll spread the Poke Rust, the touch of the Rust, to the rest of these dudes and hope that Articuno is enough to maybe do something. You're kind of a backline, right? So you want to be like right here. Alright, so these two dudes should be slapping, and Articuno will maybe do something here. Alright, it is consistently frozen. Yeah, our Snorunt is not really getting a lot of work done. Yeah, Snorunt's not really doing an awful lot for us here, unfortunately. Being at Ice 6 is a solid point. Being at Ice 8 would be better, but we ain't getting to Ice 8. That ain't happening. So what we need to do is we need to roll and find Titan. He's not a bad get. Show me something else that I can use. Oshawott is fine. That's a step towards Glalie, which I will take. Show me Glalie. Show me a Ditto right now or something else to make Glalie happen. Alright, that's Ice Cream powered up. We'll take that. Murkrow. Nimble. Yeah, we go down to 10, I think. We go down to Ben Tennyson. Do we care about Whismur into X-Cloud here? I don't think we do. I don't know that we get through the Zygarde. Game's kind of struggling to figure that out too. That's a Mon. That is indeed an Ice Mon that we like to see. We are putting a lot of freeze on him. We did manage to get rid of his boosties. Do we freeze them enough to get rid of him altogether? We do. Dangerous there. Show me another X-Ray. You know what? More speed. Speed is key. Could go on Goggles on the Tauros, but I think I just need the DPS right now. But yeah, the only other option was really Goggles on Tauros. Absol's bringing in a Water Stone, which makes me worried. But yeah, this on Tauros just makes the most sense at the moment. Show me something that I can use. That's Big Penguin. Club Penguin is on board. We'll take that. We don't care about Club Penguin Part 2 though. Alright, we leave it at 10. We leave it at 10. Do I want to switch my items up from the Runt to the Ice Cream, given that we seem to be having a little bit of trouble? You know, if we don't pull Glalie, then yes, I will, because Ice Cream is probably going to be doing more work for us. They got the Glalie. Yeah. I feel like Ice Cream is putting in way more work on average. Even without items, it's putting in more work. If we don't roll Glalie here, then we rolled Glalie. Never mind. Never mind. Forget everything I said. Now what we're looking for is Big Club Penguin here to get replaced probably by Snorunt. Or Snover there. I mean, it's all Snover anyway. It's all Snover for me. You know what? This is towards Ice, right? I know it's got less health than Big Pip. But I'm going to put it in anyway because I want that snow to happen and slow down the pace of battle a little bit. Extend those freezes. Make the battle last a little bit longer. Make a Glalie cast just a little bit more. Maybe it'll actually power up to the point where it'll do damage. Yo, that Guzzlord got big with the chef's hat. That dude's got HP for days. Alright, we're bringing it back a little bit. What are we looking for here? I guess we could try to get Empoleon if it shows up. Yeah, throwing a lot of Snowrunts out there. We will take another Ice Cream level. The Sandshrew ain't coming to this party. No matter how persistently it tries to. Darumaka is interesting. Darumaka is an interesting mon. And it does wild synergy. It does synergize with the Call of the Wild. Is that better than Titan? To make Tauros attack faster. Are you better? 20 speed, it can now be found in shops at every stage. I mean, Speed plus wound seems pretty nice, right? And then we can Wonderbox something, like the Articuno. So Titan, you are a big fella, and you're a big HP sink. But this makes Tauros just that much better. Ooh, I mean, it's risky. If it don't go off like I'm hoping to, then we're in trouble. But you know what? We do it. We throw you in, and then we throw the Wonder Box on the Articuno. We don't get the Wonder Box onto the Articuno, but we do get Wild 2 on Tauros. It appears as though Tauros is already getting hammered pretty hard. Does it get the cast before? It does. But I don't think we're getting through Big Palkia. No, Big Palkia got right into the back line anyway. Didn't get the Wonder Box off, and we're down and out already again? Yo, how did he lose less points? Alright. Well, today is just one of those days, guys. We ain't getting a win in Edgewise. Down 60 points now? No. Is it worse than that? We went from, like, 1,040 to 980. Yeah, we're down 60. We are down 60. How many boosters do we got? 4 from today's losses. Funsies. Yo, I swear sometimes this game, dude. Sometimes this game is just so freaking enjoyable. You know what? We, call the shop. Show me this shop, whatever it is. Yeah, I can't even read it. Show me whatever it is. Sure. I'll take some ingredients. You know what? Give me another one. Show me this one this time. Yeah, we'll buy all this crap. And, you know what? Show me that one towards the bottom there. Sure. Yeah. Oh, there's the meat market. Yeah, we'll take all that. Alright. Then what do we want to make for our dudes here? Show me some yummy, delicious slime goodies. What are you guys gonna eat, huh? What do you guys feel like on the flambe menu today? Where's the cook again? Am I too far? Yes, I am. Where did the cook go? Oh, you're buried underneath everybody coming in for snacks, huh? Alright, we're making 10 apiece, and let's make a little bit of everything. Yep, we will make some pizza. Basically everything that I can't have. Everything that I want is being made right here. Will not allow myself to have any of it. But boy, would I not turn it down if it were offered to me. Perfect. Just make them a whole bunch of everything. Get those dudes ascended. Alright, game looks like it's about to start. So we'll go ahead and do that. But yeah, feed our little slime buddies lots of good stuff. They should be powerful enough. Do we got any fusions available? Slime Boy fusions? We do. So let's go ahead and throw these guys into the old fuser. And say okay. Yeah, we'll fuse some slimes together. I got no problem doing that. Oh, but speaking of slimes fusing together, the slimy match is about to begin. Let's go. Do we want to fuse one more before we go? Sure. This dude, and that seems like it's a rare color, right? That dude's probably a rare mutation. I can't remember which is which. The common versus the not common. There we go. We'll fuse these two together. Get them. Alright. Alright, ladies and gentle ladies, let's get this done with. Where are we going today? Show me something that I can use. Steel is not bad. Sound is not bad if we get like Lombre or the Oricarios. You know what? The Oricarios are new. Let's try sound. Maybe I can make Oricario work. Sound usually works out terrible for me because it's not actually a very good synergy. It's a good support synergy. It does not do well on its own at all. So I need to decide what my main synergy is, and then sound can kind of follow along in the background. Maybe like sound flying? It doesn't seem very good, but with the Oricarios it might now. Yeah, those dudes, they do indeed do things. That's another sound mon. I'll take that. That gives us sound too right off the bat. I'll take that. And we are in a sound-based region, right? Yeah, so what other soundy dudes could we get? We could get Gossifleur. Lotad is also in this region, so yeah, from this point, we just need to get levels for our characters and for our character. We can do that, then we're probably in decent shape. Alright, this is a crazy good item on something like Lotad, but we won't slam it just yet. This thing becomes sound eventually. Is not sound right now. Do we care about any of this right now? We could fuse early ice together, which, you know what, I will buy down these two. Poliwag's probably not coming in to become Politoed. I'm going to be completely honest with you. That dude's probably not making it. Alright, but early Ice 2 is not bad. So we'll see what we get. Basically a whole bunch of nothing there. Alright, show me... I mean, Shell Bell is interesting, right? But I think I'd rather have... I guess I'd rather have more ice, I suppose. Well, I suppose that's what I would rather have. I mean, I didn't think that's what I'd rather have, but, that's, what I am being told. That I, am been craving severely. That's Ice 2. Which isn't bad. So Ice 2, Sound 2? Not a terrible combo, honestly. I'm not mad at seeing that. I think I can let this go for a little bit. You know what? I'm not sure if Mamo is staying, so it can go ahead and get bumped up a little bit with the, with that. Yeah, we should be able to do something with the additional little boosties that the calls give to Mamo, right? Although, that thing is stacking up to be pretty freaking gnarly. Nope. No freeze damage, no nothing. Yeah! No, hurdy-gurdy was too powered up for us. Alright, we got ice options, we got amorphous options, we got... That's an option. That is indeed an option. Yeah, you know what? We take the Stardust and we throw that on old Mamosh there too. We'll grab that, and then what do these two make? The Max Revive? I mean, it makes a pretty tanky frontliner. Yeah, we do something like this, and then we have another slot open for something, right? Do we want the other Zubat main, or do we want to throw this Granados in? You know what? Granados, you can come in and do whatever it is that Granadoses do in the summertime. Alright, Big Pig should be fairly difficult to bring down thanks to the Stardust. And Zubat will do a little bit of helpful, friendly Zubat stuff, hopefully. And we do get through. It was very, very close. Alright, that's Golbat. We do like to see that, dude. I think with Golbat running, we can kind of just leave things the way they are and hope that that's enough. I think that's the play. Yeah, I'd love to have something a little bit nicer. Maybe I do have something a little bit nicer, because this dude comes in over this dude and provides another source of freeze. For now, that is good enough. Alright, let's see if sound is enough to carry us through. So what else are we looking for? Gossifleur would be nice. Once we start seeing rares, the Ye Old Whismer is also a mon that I would not mind seeing. Bolthound doing Shell Bell nonsense, being instantly way stronger than anything I've got on my team is a problem. Yep, that is an issue. Alright. Let's see, there's the Yamper that dude was using in order to make his team crack to bits. Don't really have any other sound mons showing up on the reg, right? What about in the general pool? What do we got? We got Minchino. That is a sound dude. I think we gotta wait, though. I think we gotta wait before we can try to plug and play any other mons. As much as that is painful, which it is incredibly painful, it's seeming like the play. This is a baby team with a Geodude. I think we can manage that. Honestly, with my luck, it's never a guarantee. But I see a distinct possibility. Alright, let's see what we want to do. Do we want to calibrate into buying down a level? Because we are at that break point, right? Yeah, we are. We are at that break point. Do we have a Shell Bell on you yet? We don't. We buy this, we buy into this, and we complete a frontliner set. Alright, now we just need a realign carry. Because, yeah, that thing, Mamoswine's initial DPS is quite nice. Only problem is that we're not really trying to build ice. We're in a sound region, but we're finding ice mons. And that's the only problem with this setup. Alright, let's see what we can manage to pull out. What rabbits can be pulled out of this hat? Big Monferno. With no additional defense items, he's probably dusted quite quickly. Alright, yeah, he's gone. Zubatman is throwing out big bursts of sound. The Riolu is doing Riolu-related things. And we got him. Alright, so Riolu is not staying for obvious reasons, but the initial steel help was very appreciated on behalf of young Piplup. So Piplup, thanks you for your service. Do we get through Big Gary? Yes. This team should absolutely be able to clear through Gary. No reason to doubt that. But we're still looking for... I mean, it'd be great if we could actually find something. I guess if we end up with a sound or an ice portal, we're not really that mad. We can pivot one way or the other. We're not glued to anything at the moment. Also, if we get the portal and we see something that's better, then yeah, we pivot again. So, yeah, this makes sense. I wouldn't mind pivoting into ice from this position. This is not a terrible one to be in. Alright, and Gary's a goner. Can I get this Green Orb? Do we care about Green Orb? Answer to that is probably not. No. No, we don't care about Green Orb. Not even in the slightest, I don't think. We do like the Mystic Water, but not with our seed there. Alright, what are we looking at? We got another big pig. I'd love to make a pig theme team. We get Lechonk, Spoink, all them dudes. Show me... What do we got? I guess we're not getting ice. We got water and steel available. Sure. Well, whatever we get, we'll pivot. Maybe Lapras? We got Delmice. I mean, we got ice here. I guess we're going ice. Arctovish does special damage and apply freeze for 2 seconds. That's not terrible. That's not terrible at all. So right now, Golbat is just carrying synergy for sound. That's its only purpose in this particular lineup. And we are in a nice icy region, right? Yeah, this works. This works out quite nicely. I can live with this. We got a decent region. What mons are we looking for? Let's see. Morsetotl would not be bad. And then, like, everything else is epic or better. What about in the general pool? What's ice looking like? Snom? I'll take Snom. I will 100% take Snom. That's a nominally decent improvement. Alright. So Mr. The Vish is doing things. You know what? Actually, the green orb on you may not be the worst thing in the world. Right? Because you're standing right next to Mamos. You could do some decent healing, because Mamos should be living for a long time, right? Maybe? Maybe the green orb is not a terrible get. Yeah, maybe that's really not as bad as I was thinking it was. Let's go Magnet here. And you know what? I will throw green orb down. I will throw green orb and I'll put you dead center. And then try to boost those dudes out of the danger zone. Yo, Minchino, you're too late. You are too late. We did not get our portal. Look at you. Looking so hopeful. You are never coming on this squad. Get out of my face. Don't give me that look. Man, look at the arrogance on that dude. Look at the arrogance on that fella. You know what? We will buy this, and then maybe they throw in another Citadel? No, they throw in another Nubbins, but you know what? I don't care. Because we got all the way up to the next level, which is something. Alright. We are attempting to do things. The Vish is slowing down the pace of battle enough to get us through the Rotom. There we go. You know, I'm determined that the drone Rotom is like... I don't think it's very good. But it does facilitate the artificial synergy stuff, so... Who am I to complain? Who am I to complain about a Rotom doing Rotom things? I wish you were an Ice type, Hisuian Sneasel. But alas, you are the Herald of the Sneasler. Alas, alas. That's a blue orb potentiality. That is interesting. Not only is it a little bit of energy progression, but it's also a really good preventative of the energy progression of the enemy. I kind of like that on Mr. The Vish there. I kind of like Mr. Vish rocking this. Just kind of make this dude into a support mod. If we can get an X-ray on him too, that would be quite nice. Upgrade would also be okay-ish. Wouldn't exactly be what I was looking for, but it would fit. Yeah, we really don't have anything to slot in. No, I would consider the Sneasler, but it really doesn't do anything for us, and it's too darn expensive. Knocks us out of interest range, and I frankly am not interested in that. Yeah, slow down that hurdy-gurdy. Alright, he finally actually got frozen, which is really, really good for us. Because that Hurdy ignored the very first freeze. You saw him. He ignored freeze number 1. But we got him. Alright, Pip. He's not terrible. Ice Cream is better. Okay, throw on some level nonsense. And then... yeah, we'll put Ice Cream in over the Nubbins and throw it in the back row. And see if we can't get some additional Ice Cream casts. The cast of Ice Cream Incorporated. So far, much better this game. Looking like we actually get the portals and mons like coinciding with one another fairly decently. Zubat is hanging out probably way later than he should be, but you know what? I don't mind. Zubat's here to party. He's hanging out, just doing Zubat things. You know, you can't fault a Zubat for doing Zubat things. I think that if you come into life and you see a Zubat doing Zubat stuff and you're like, you know what, that Zubat don't belong here. You know, maybe you're the one that doesn't belong here. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know what they say? Bat and let bat. It's true. It's an old Tibetan saying. Yeah, they say be and let be. No, it's bat and let bat. It's actually a mistranslation. That's a true fact. Look it up on Wikipedia. If they took it down, it's because they don't want you to know. but it was there. And as a matter of fact, if it isn't there now, that further proves that I'm correct. It's true. It's true. You can look that one up. Alright, so we got the Arctovish doing Vish things. Ice Cream does get knocked out, but I think it's over from you there. Yeah, frozen into the dirt. It actually lives? Alright, now we got him. Now the question is, what do we build onto this? I wouldn't mind having a shell bell on the Vish either. Would not mind that one bit. Alright, we're gonna put a couple of points into this stuff. Would be nice to find another ice type too. So I roll down a little bit to see if I can find one. We did. We immediately found Snom. Who's that Pokemon? It's Snom! A phenomenal improvement. Alright, there we go. We got a front line and a rear line now. It's a little bit funny looking, but you know what? We got them. And that's the important part. Yo, it's not about the destination, it's about the friends we froze to death along the way. Yeah, that's another Tibetan saying right there. You guys probably haven't heard of that one, but it's a little more esoteric. You might have to go back to the history books to find that one. Okay, this is a very nice thing to see. If we get one more of those, I'll hold on to them for Frigibax to Arctibax. But tell me Baxcalibur isn't just Godzilla. Tell me Baxcalibur is not just Godzilla. That's the inspiration for that dude, right? 100% of the time. 100% of the time, that's Godzilla. That's young, frozen Godzilla. And Ice Godzilla was already a thing before Baxcalibur, so you can't tell me it wasn't drawing some sort of inspiration. Okay, yeah, that dude's living forever with that setup. That's the classic backline Tyranitar right there. And we do not have backline Tyranitar dealing with damage capabilities yet. Alright, show me a little bit of an improvement there. Yeah, backline T-Tar is a backline problem, but there's our ice for a Shell Bell, which we will indeed take. Maybe make Fish last a little bit longer in the battlefield, if at all possible. But, yeah, Sound might have to go. That Sound Synergy might be on its way out if we get up to Ice 8. If it's Ice 8 or Sound 2 on the line, you know which one we're choosing. Not that I don't love you, Golbat. I do. My heart goes out to you, my friend. But, yeah, maybe my heart goes out to you somewhere over somewhere else. That's all I'm saying. Alright, throw down a little bit more XP after this fight, and we'll see how close we are. We still need one more Icemon, though, in order to make this work. Yeah. One more Icy friend would be fairly pivotal. Yeah, the Green Orb is not really doing it. I mean, it's helping, but it's not helping that much. How's our healing stats? 52. Yeah, that's really not doing much. Green Orb kind of sucks, don't it? Alright, that's another level for our Nubbins. And we'll put down some points. There is another Frosty friend. We would like to see that Frosty friend join us in the front lines. That, I believe, is a fact. Alright, so Crabominable goes up in front. I believe we can afford to add him in next turn, right? Alright, blow through this team. That's a bug-infested team right there if I've ever seen it. Yeah, I definitely don't think we're making it through this amount of damage. What's doing the damage? Just Durant? Durant and actually Beedrill. Yeah, all of these are AD teams. We're not really facing ability cast teams like at all. Look at that ability damage. There's none of it. It's all just AD. Which is what Bug does quite good, so. Alright, so we bought that. We'll go for a... We got to buy down one more time in order to make this work. Do we get rid of the Pip for 2 in order to get Abominable in order to maximize our chances of an Ice Portal? We do. And then... Oh, we still lacking them on, huh? Alright, Spheel, you're in too. Do something like that. Aquatic 2, Ice 8 is on lock. We no longer need Golbat. Send them. With Ice 8, our freezes should be a little nastier. Don't know 100% if that matters, considering the rest of our power level is just not great. But I think we can maybe afford to just be worried about levels for now. Upgrade is big on something. Alright, big decision time. Come on, show me. That's an Ice Rock Grass Portal. I don't know if anybody's playing anything that synergizes with that particular combo, so hopefully that was enough. We'll make the upgrade. Hopefully it's something that can use it. Would be great if it was. Show me something. Articuno is kind of the icy boy. The question is, what goes away for Articuno? And the answer is maybe Piplup. That thing really isn't doing much for us in the front line there. We do something like this. And then we get rid of Big Pip. And then I don't think we need to so much worry about leveling anymore as much as we gotta worry about getting evolutions. That wasn't a bad opening gambit. I'll take that. And then, you know what? We'll make Articuno get gradually more deadly as time goes on. And hope that this front line holds long enough for Articuno to start spiraling. A Deep Sea Tooth would be amazing on it. If we find it, that's what we need to prioritize. But, yeah. Articuno's gonna be throwing some hits out. Hopefully, Articuno's greatest hits collection is enough to freeze these dudes into the deep frost. Let's go, Articuno. 349 is not bad. Mr. the Vish did pretty good there, too. Not gonna complain about his performance. Alright, that's Frostmoth. That is huge for us. This is Snorunt. Is it better than Spheel? It is better than Spheel, and that's just how I feel about it. That's another Snorunt. There is another Snorunt with the ability to maybe do a little bit of something in this particular showdown. Show me levels. Show me levels for rolls. Make it a 1-to-1. Okay, this is looking like a field team, which is exceptionally dangerous, but I don't know if we're gonna trigger the field synergy bonus because I don't think we're getting through these dudes. No, I don't think we're KOing one. Nope. I mean, yeah, we got one. We beat one. Don't know why those dudes are so comparatively thick. That's the Frigibax that I was looking for. Alright, well, what do we want here? Show me the red orb and put that on Articuno, because that's AD. That is 100% AD, and we will take it to the max. That's a Ditto. Do we care about the Pylo option? No, we do not. That is Arctibax 100% of the time. You come in over, I think if it's a 1-to-1 ratio, you're better than that dude. There's Sfeel. I don't know that Sfeel comes in. I don't think Sfeel's valuable to us. I think we let this fight ride after we give Articuno this. Hopefully this is enough to make Articuno start swinging on him a little bit better. With the snow up, it's like possible. Alright, we're throwing down big freezes wherever we can get them. The Vicious throwing down some freezes, being a little vicious. Alright, we beat the Jirachi out of 4th place. So there we go. That's Crabominable. Who do you come in for, Krabby? Do we need the Runt in the background? Is it really doing much? It is kind of throwing hands. But Crabominable is the front line that I think we need more. And do we want to, like... I might just let this fight ride and then go pump the rest of my money into trying to make some miracle happen. Ice Cream all the way to Lux probably is not happening. I honestly, we're probably not making it through this particular match, but we'll see. But yeah, the enemy just doesn't really use that much ability power damage, and we, as ice types, really like it when the opposing team casts. But we did get through that, so what can I say? I'm not that mad about it. We let the legendary birds take flight here, and then we use our money to try to add another Icemon, and maybe Snorunt does something here. Alright. We know we can't fight Soda Glider again because he was the last fight that we had, so we're trying to look at nailing down one of these two big boys at the top there. And honestly, it's not looking all that good for that as an opportunity. But, like I said, I'll take any ELO improvement as a win. Okay, we got through that. There's a loaded dice and a Gracidia. Gracidia actually might be absurdly good here. We throw that down on you, and we bump you over too. That's how we play that. And then we want to throw in all of our points to get Snorunt onto the battlefield. Welcome to the fight, Snorunt. And then Sfeel don't matter to us. None of this matters. They don't matter. None of this matters. Show me Glalie. We got him. It was too late, but we got him. If we manage to get through the Ice-type team on the backs of trying to get through this Belly Bolt thing. We did get through Belly Bolt. They got revives and big damage on the Raikou. Alright, do we get through Raikou? We do. Broskies, we got through them, but it's not out yet. Oh boy. We are in for a long one, friendos. We are fighting for our lives here, but we are managing. Now the question is Grookey better than Glalie? And I think we just need the freezes more than we need Grookey powering up Articuno. I think that's the way it has to be. We're just praying that we can live one. Alright, we're up against Mr. Holy Roller there. I don't think we're making it through this fight, though. I think his team is well calibrated for dealing with us. Yeah, they're already on Articuno. I don't know that Articuno pulls through here. I mean, Vish is slowing him down a little bit, but I don't think that's gonna matter. Nope. Was too much for us. And alas, we're knocked back into 4th place again by just a difference of what they're capable of. Alright. We got 1 point for 4th place. Does that count? No, it does not. Top 3 or nothing. Top 3 are freaking nothing, bros. Yo, I don't play that. I don't play that. We're not gonna go an entire freaking session with one early bug win. That's not going to be how this is played. Give me a second. I know I'm a million miles away. I got to fix some stuff over here with the recording setup. Mad about it, dude. Upsetty with the spaghetti. I will fight until the blood gushes out of my ears, dudes. Which it very well might, because these headphones, while they are of high quality, hurt the earlobes to an incredible degree. But dang it, I will go until the last drop of blood leaves my veins. Call me freaking guts, dude. Just don't call Dimitri on me. Whatever you do. Because that dude, those Fire Emblem dudes, they will mess a brother up. That's all I'm saying. Alright, here we go. Here we go. What do we got here? What are we working? You know, I wouldn't mind going for a raw normal type of run. Just pure normalcy. You know what? Let's go normal. Let's be completely normal about this. That's another step towards the Lillipop. We will take that. Very, very normal type occurrence here. Alright, now, normally this would be enough. And you know what? Because it's a normal occurrence, it is normal. Alright. Lillipups should be able to take out the Carps. And then, what are we looking for? That's an early Mach Band, which is, in my opinion, one of the best items in the game. Yeah. For sure. People often like the Big Eater Belt, which I also think is quite nice, but I like the band a little more. Alright, what do we want to do? We buy out the 1 costs in order to clear out the possibilities, and then we throw the cat in the bottom there, and then we call it a day. We got 2 dogs and a cat. Recipe for disaster if I have ever heard one. On the CW, next month, catch 2 dogs and a cat. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Only on the CW. Sponsorship win, CW. Sponsorship win. Ooh, upgrade on a normal team seems silly. Upgrade on a normal team does indeed seem quite silly. Easiest slam for this is at first on the cat, but we're gonna have some mons that do actually like the concept of messing dudes up with it. Then again, Zubatman is also a possibility there. I don't hate Zubatman. I really don't. That's Golbat. Golbat is worth it. Show me a... Ooh, you know what? Give me... Okay, we ain't getting that. Show me the black glasses, I guess. And then that goes and helps the cat crit for now. We're not keeping the cat forever. But if we can get one more crit item, that actually... This is a setup. But, you know what? We ain't keeping cat at all. So, what am I talking about? We want the 2 dogs up front. We'll throw this and this onto the bat. And then let that ride for now. For now, that's a normal type, so we will buy that. And then this is early ice energy, which might help us get through some nonsense. I don't see Golbat getting us through this particular nonsense, though. The crits do help, and the recovery does help, but it's just not enough. Nah, was never gonna work out. Cat is no longer necessary for us. You know what? I'll take another one of these. Not that it works with anything that we got right now, but it might eventually. So we want to replace these 2 and get ice energy going. And then we're just looking for normal dudes in the background, right? Completely normal guys to bring in and do very incredibly normal things. But for now, we play it cool. For now, we play it absolutely cool with the Swine Nubbins and Piplup. Those two should do just fine for now. And we'll worry about it afterwards. Alright, Golbat, start throwing hands. Maybe you get through this Charmeleon before it casts. It does kind of cast slow. Alright, we got through that thing. Zubatman is throwing out big heat. Does it get through the Quill? No, it does not. It's a Quill or Be Quilled world, and we got Quilled. We absolutely got Quilled. A lack of normal mons is disturbing to me, but we do have sound as an option. We do indeed see sound as an option. There's actually a couple of sound mons. Interesting. Interesting indeed. I don't know, man. I don't know. Because, like, we have a sound build, right? We could go for it. Maybe we do. Have Bat will travel. Yeah, because Zubatman is great. I love Zubatman, but on its own, it isn't very strong. With more sound support, that might be a way of doing some things, right? So we throw you in. We throw you in. You are also a sound mon once you get to a certain level. So we get sound 3, flying 3. And then I don't think we worry about ice. Ice is no longer a factor. Normal flying here is a good crossover, I guess. Alright, so we wander in. Unfortunate that our line broke that particular way, but is what it is. Yeah, they're meeting us head on there. Unfortunately, it just keeps coming down to the Zubat, and it just ain't enough. Lost streak is growing pretty freaking heavy, but Sound has a little bit of a tough time getting off the ground. We'll take that, though. That is a unit. You know what? If that's the case, I might be able to fit a Pokénomicon onto this strat. Yeah, but we'll replace the Cleffa with this dude for now. We get Sound 4 going. And, yeah, we just hope that nobody brings anything that could ever hurt us ever again. And we live happily ever after. And we will put Cleffa back in the middle there. And hope that the rest of our dudes can kind of throw some hands. Sound 4 should be doing something. Alright, Zubat managed to fly away, which is certainly of the helpful variety. Do we get through this dude before he casts? We do. Barely, but we did. Off of the back of that upgrade. Nimble is never coming into this squadron. We desperately need, like, Eagles to show up. Alright, this is probably our best chance to find uncommon dudes, like Igglybuff, so I'm going to go ahead and roll down a little bit in order to see if I can't find it. That's not a bad get too. That's a Herdier. Do we care about a Hurdy-Gurdy? I don't think we do. I don't think we care about Herdier much anymore. That dude's day has come and gone. I could have gone for the Toxel. I forgot. That thing, I just pointed out that it's a Soundmon. And I could have gone for it. There would have been 2 towards Toxel already. Fluff, dude. I gotta get off the internet. I am actively croaking. Alright, show me one more roll. Let me redeem myself. Nope, not gonna do it. I don't blame you. I wouldn't let me redeem myself either. I am fluffing up like there's no tomorrow. Alright, that's, I mean, that is a mon. It is a regional mon, though, right? So it might not be coming back. Show me a good region. Alright, well, fire could be Oricorio, right? Psychic could also be Oricorio, so there's a chance it shows up. Instead we got like normal, poison, Cramorant. What are we looking at? Flying? I guess we could go for a flying strat. We kind of got flying already. Alright, we pivot into flying. That's what we do. Yep, we absolutely 100% pivot into flying. And that means we make the green orb right away, or we hold on. We hold on to it, but green orb is probably going to be the play if we get Big Ray. So, you're gone. Our dreams of making beautiful harmonies together have been put to bed. Instead, we fly through the sky and deal with Cramorant nonsense. I don't want to burn the Deep Sea Tooth already. I want to have items for slamming purposes, but I'm a little afraid. Just a teeny little bit afraid. Although Cramorant's AD, right? I should probably get rid of Golbat and make Cramorant the AD carry here. And then what do we want? I'll buy the ability cast. Wilma, you're a little bit too little, a little bit too late though. Sound team has already flown the coop. It is flying team working primarily. We could go mixed flying sound nonsense, which will probably be a part of this. But for right now, Crammy, my friend, you're coming in, and you are getting the upgrade, and you are getting this, and I really should. It's silly if I don't. Alright, and then I'm just looking for another Mystic Water to replace the one that I had to use on Cram, just in case we get Big Ray. Not saying we do get Big Ray, there's a very good chance that we don't, but there's always the chance that we do, so. Alright, fillet away, my guy is filleting us to pieces. Yeah, that dude messed us up pretty good. Alright, we're looking for more flying dudes to show up in the shop and assorted various other places. Show me another Mystic Water. Perfect. Alright, we got our water back. That's exactly what we needed. Togetic does learn to fly, doesn't it? And it does synchronize with normal a little bit, so... Gonna have to wait for it to Evo. But it is indeed a mon that fits the bill for what we want it to do. Alright, Toga. Alright, what do we do? You know what, do we just buy into it and then sell the pit of and hope that we win the match? Alright, yeah, we buy into this, we put the Togepi down, we sell the pit of, and we hope that we win. And we call it a day with that. Something like this. I mean, sound will help the entire team a little bit, right? So, no reason not to try to get, like, flying 8 and then sound 2 or something. Alright, that Kakuna is still hanging around with the King's Rock. Still throwing out big hands for a little bug. Well, I guess it's a rather large bug in the end, isn't it? Alright, lots of Aracudas coming out doing Aracuda things. Blast us 2 points into that and let it ride, see what happens. Are we in a region that has any sort of flying friends that we're looking at? Not really. By that I mean not even slightly. There is Yanma in the shop though. And of course we know about Swoobat. Yeah, there's a couple of flying dudes. Ninjask is a flying dude as well, right? But it's more of a bug than it is a specific flying friend. Cramorant zips away, gets burned down a little bit. Yeah, he's chunked. I almost feel like once we get up to 6, we need to focus more on getting our proper synergies together. Yeah. Alright, and then I guess Pidgey is another flying type mon. It's not really the hero that we wanted or needed, but it is there, which definitely does something. Yeah, not the dude that we were hoping to get, but we'll do enough. Alright, Pidgey. Yeah. Okay, let's see what we got. We beat down the Mew Twins. We have our options of getting... We could make a green orb right now, couldn't we? We could. Is that an idea? I think we get Togetic online at the very least. We buy down, and we buy Pidgey, we throw you in, and then the green orb goes on who or what? You know what? Maybe Togetic comes in next to you, and we do like a green orb type situation on you for the time being. You can hold on to that, and then if nothing comes of it, great. If something does come from it, we can actually do 2 green orbs and then just do silly background healing stuff. What do I want to do with this charcoal? Exploding Band doesn't really do anything for me right now. We got nobody that does additional shield nonsense. Cramorant forced to fly away. I mean, we're fighting. But that Halucha is messing us up pretty good. Luckily, Aracudas are coming out of the woodworks, and somehow Pidgey survived all that nonsense by zipping around at the speed of sound. Alright, put points in towards level 8. Alright, we're bringing it back a little bit. Still kind of in dire straits, but yeah. I think we can safely do 2 green orbs if we get Ray. Just because Cramorant seems to be put into the back line more than I would like. And if that's the case, then it just kind of makes sense to have 2 sources of healing, since these dudes are zipping around randomly, right? And they'll be doing dive bomb attacks and stuff. The additional health might just be exactly what we need. Alright, Cram is throwing the world's greatest hits out. The normal 3 provides us with just a little bit of protection. Do we get through the herd here? We do. And now we get through the Miltank, which brought all the boys to the club, but not enough boys to save it from me. Get out of here. Quaxley is another flying man. We'll take him. Not thrilled about that being our flying pivot option, but next PvE fight's more difficult, huh? Get us a Mach Band. Get us a magnetized Mach Band for whatever our legendary is. Yes, indeed, Rooney. I like that idea a lot. Especially if it's Lugia. Even if it's not Lugia, if it's Ray, that's also quite good. It's just a great item. Who wants to hold on to it for now? Anybody in particular? I mean, I don't think there's anybody that I want to throw it on to hold for the moment, because I'd have to sell them and maybe lose my synergy bonus, which, you know, I'm not thrilled about the idea of. I guess we don't need 100% of everything, right? Could put it on something that does something annoying like the Swoobat. I'd rather have Swoobat than Pidgey. Yeah, this is a tough one. We need to hurry up and get our legend unlock is what we gotta do. Alright, throw more Aracudas out there to distract and maim as you do, Duck. Duck did not fly. I think it got torn down faster than than the flying trigger. That's the one thing that I will say, is that the way flight triggers is often not so great. Alright. One more match and then we got the Legends, but the Legends are going to be a little bit tougher. So I don't know. I guess we just hope that Flying 8 is enough to get through the expanded difficulty fight and then go from there. I guess so. I guess so. Alright, the duck lays into the Poochyena immediately. Zongoose is throwing Zongoose nonsense out into the world. Cramorant goes immediately back into the danger zone for a 1v1. And we are down. Unfortunate. Yeah, we were never getting through that Zongoose though. We didn't even get through its armor. Alright, and boom. We got that. We'll throw in the Quaxley and then see what happens. Flying 8, Aquatic 2, Normal 3, Sound 3. I mean, it's an odd spread, but it might be enough. Hope for Ray. First, hope that we get through the Legendary Tower Duo, though. Tower Duo, show me a victory somewhere in there. Alright. Come on. Teach me how to fly here. You dudes are the experts. Show me flight in action. Alright, working over the Lugia first is a little bit dangerous, because it will be brought back by the Sacred Ash, but it comes back without items, right? Yeah, it does. And Cramorant's getting all stacked up, so maybe? Yeah, okay. Cram doing big gulp, Gatling Gulp nonsense. Alright, show me a good flying portal. Where is my flying portals? Across the freaking world, dude. Yo, Flying 8, I think only one flying portal spawned. Am I blind, or did that, like, was I locked out of my portal almost? Okay, what's our only flying option? It's the Thunderous. Tempest strikes all enemy Pokemon on a straight line, dealing special damage and inflicting paralysis. It's good enough for who it's for, and who it's for is for me. That's what we do with that dude. Zubatman is no longer of concern. We definitely want the Mach Band on you. You are not exactly who I was hoping would be frontlining for us. I guess we make the Quill kind of big. And then, what do we do? Like, Stardust? And then we throw this Charcoal down on what? I guess the Quill, since we ain't getting anything else? I mean, we might. No point in throwing it down for no reason, though. I'm hoping this thing gets enough shield that it can, like, draw enemy attention for long enough that that Mach Band can really start working its magic. Oh, it's a shield and everything got drained immediately. Alright, we got him. That was not an easy fight. You just look up and that shield is depleted instantaneously. We need levels on Mons immediately. Our character level's good enough. Porygon's interesting. Does synergize normal, but I can't justify it. Talonflame, I could justify throwing in. Zubatman, you ain't coming to this party. I already told you once. Rookity is interesting and better than Pidgey. Oh, actually, it's not better than Pidgey. Luft, I got rid of my normal synergy in my band. I gotta get that back. Alright, well, we will. We just gotta find the normal... That was Togepi again. That, unfortunately, doesn't do it for us. We need a normal type of some sort of demeanor. Yeah, that's a problem. Forgot about that for a second. Whoopsie doodles. Let me just buy Hippopotas. Get that thing out of here. Anyway, there's plenty of normal flying types. I'm sure I can normally find one of those flying types. I like the idea of the specs here. Alright, show me a normal flying friend, although that's quite normal. You know what? I can actually afford to wait. I can afford to wait and go down to, well, maybe I can't afford to wait, but maybe what I do is I just go all the way down and put in the Ultra. And then, how close are we? Close enough where this does it. Max level. Happening, you're in. Give you the Spirit Wand. Let's go to Spirit Halloween. Yo. Drag and drop onto old Thunderboy there. That's a little bit better. A normal 3 helps get us some shield. Maybe Happening lives long enough to do some sort of nonsense. Alright, we get through Groudon. I would have loved to have had some ability damage here, but alas, we ain't got it. The dive attack did not provide any sort of protection. Alright, Ditto is on lock. We'll place this here. Alright, we can afford to... Can we afford to not create Corviknight? Is the question. If I don't, am I gonna be punished by this royally? I don't know that we're gonna be able to get Happening. You know what? We do. We create Corvisquire. I would love to save this dude and hopefully get Quaxwell. That would also be nice, but I think our Tornadus there going fast and throwing with the additional glasses might help. Oh, we got stunned out of our flight. That's not good. Yeah, I think we're done. I think we're crushed. I think that 100% of this time we are crushed because we aren't doing any damage to Giratina at all. Nope. Game over. 6th place. Yo, though. No Rayquaza. Reached level 100. Gee, thanks. Really fun experience there. Dude, I don't know. That was a tough pivot. Flying type doesn't really cut it. It doesn't really cut it at all. Like, let's take a look at a team that uses, like, what? Let's see a team that rocks... What's a dedicated flying type? Sometimes Lugia goes on teams, but ultimately... And it's not going to even show me. Probably could have seen Linoon. That one, but that one's more of a wild team thing, right? But maybe if I go down low enough, I'll be able to play a game where I'm not instantly and totally overwhelmed 100% of the time. That would be neat. Alright, sound is kind of trash. Steel, I mean, we've been playing against a lot of teams lately that do kind of get wrecked by steel a little bit. And Golden Go is always an option too, so maybe. Alright, instant steel, just add water. So steel typically coincides with artificial. Yeah, we'll throw this dude all the way up there and then see what happens. I know I said one more 14,000 hours ago, and I know it's almost been an 8-hour stream shift. I am well aware. You don't need to remind me. Alright. Let's go. Marathon of losses hopefully concludes with something that isn't a marathon loss for the records. Alright, that's Steel 3. Natural Steel 3 is okay. We can kind of live with it. This thing should go up here, though. So far, items are not shaping up to be anything, but we'll see. Clang there, Clink, whatever you are, definitely benefits from upgrade. Would love to get that through an upgrade going immediately. We need a magnet though, but the spoon is halfway there, so that's something. Alright, let's go real fast into the team planner. And get rid of these dudes. Reset. Show me steel. Not artificial. Where's steel? There it is. And show me like this dude. Show me this dude. Show me. Don't care about the regional dude. Show me that. Show me Big Pip. Show me Rev. Show me Nose Pass. Show me this dude. Pineco. Do I care about the other regionals? Not really. And these guys I think I should be able to recognize. So yeah, we keep those dudes in mind. Show me... Do we have... No, we just have this. We just have this. Okay. Well, we got a Rocky helmet. That's not bad. Rocky helmet's pretty good, actually. Empoleon or Lairon? Who survives the longest? They're both pretty good in their own way. Alright, what do we want to do? I think we just kind of let this ride for now. Since we don't have an upgrade, no point in slamming an item that I don't really care about seeing, right? Yeah, with an upgrade, we absolutely deal with these dudes. Without an upgrade, we absolutely do not. Alright, show me something I can use. Show me natural Aggron. Show me just a board full of only errands. Let me get Aggron immediately. Let me cruise with that dude. And not even think about it and just win this whole thing off of one round. That is not what I asked you to do. Alright, this is pretty good. The Smoochum not so much, but the seed is quite nice. Alright, show me steel. Show me real steel. That is indeed some steel of a real variety. This is also some steel that I can live with. Do I double into that? I think I do. And then we let this fight roll. And we get Rookity in there too. For steel, 5. We did manage to get artificial proc, so the ghost tag is available. The question is, who would we give that to? Like, maybe on a Voltorb, that could actually be kind of interesting, right? Alright. But yeah, we need actual levels on dudes, because this is not gonna cut it. No, that does not cut it. Okay. Well, Rookity comes in. That's Steel 5, Artificial 2. Alright, how do we play this? I guess... Who's most likely to go down? And who's most likely to stay on the team is the question. I mean, Empoleon could live to the very end if we get Empoleon. That thing does great. Problem is, the likelihood that we actually manage to pull Empoleon together is unlikely. I mean, the true damage is helping a little bit, but it's just not enough. I thought we got through the Empoleon. I guess their Empoleon, it lived on, what, 1 HP? Is that going to be a natural focus sash? Natural focus sash, baby! Only here on the Foxhound Show do you see that happen. Only natural focus sash in the pack community that's consistent. Now, I never get it. It's the opposing team that gets it, but that 1 HP natural focus sash that isn't even in the game, only ever see it when you play in my perspective, baby. That's how we do. That is how we do. You won't get that anywhere else, friendos. You won't. You won't. I promise you. Alright, they got a Lairon already. They're going full artificial. That is like 100,000,000% artificial. Alright. We do get through the Lairon, but it comes right back again with Lairon nonsense. Is it going to be flustered by its own cloud? It was enough. Show me an upgrade. This thing gets an upgrade 100% of the time. That's pretty good into this dude. I'm a little hesitant about what I want to put stuff on. And I shouldn't be, but I am. Alright, you know what? I'm okay with ruling down just a little bit. Ditto is definitely a mon worth getting. Snom, I wish it would show up on more of my bug runs, as well as Paris here. You two dudes would be very, very welcome. But alas, you refuse to show up. Still, what's our steel legendary? We're looking at Bishop, right? That's the dude that we're looking at? In the King's Gambit? Wouldn't hate seeing that dude show up. Alright, hopefully this helps Clink throw a little more damage down. Its ability gets a little bit better as it continues to cast, so let's see what happens. Nope, not getting through the Poliwhirl. Yeah, that Poliwhirl did decent enough damage, and we did not, because we are all tier 1 tiny, smelly little diaper-wearing babies over here, and we need to grow. We need to grow with a quickness. Although Steel 6 would be preferable. And we don't really see Steel 6 showing up, do we? But it is a good opportunity to roll down a little bit and see. There we go. It's a man. Yo, you want to show me a whole bunch of mons? Because I'm willing to go down to 20 in order to see some mons happen here. Alright, that's a mon happening. Am I willing to go down below 20? I think I might be. Oh, give me all the level ups. Rookity, I gotta replace you with Magneton for just a moment. Don't worry, you're not permanently replaced, friend. We'll go down all the way to 10, I think. And 2 more mons added to the pile. What you like to see. We will take that. Alright. So we got another ice cube. What do we do with that? Another ice cube probably doesn't help us that much, although we can stack that in on the Lairon, right? Yo, what is going on? Alright, AV, where is steel stuff? We got artificial over here. There's steel. And we'll just buy down all of that stuff. Alright, Steel Dude is more of a monster dude. But it's still steel and it's not bad for what it is. You know what, Lairon, you are no longer our front facer. It's gonna be the Mawile. Yeah, this dude, you're getting stacked up to the moon. And then, I think we gotta let it ride from here. Wouldn't be totally against picking up Clang, though, before I call it quits on the whole rolling thing. There's still a very, very decent chance that we can go ahead and grab that dude, but maybe I wait until we get a little closer to 22. Yeah, I wait. I wait for now. With Mawile, that's stacked up on defenses. We ain't never getting through this Raichu. Well, actually, no. It dodged out of the way. Unfortunate. If it just kept focusing down the Mawile, we would have had it. But it jumped, so yeah, no chance with that. No chance. A well-timed jump keeps it just alive enough to knock us out, so unfortunate. But such is. Which I seem to have to be saying an awful lot recently. Alright, show me something I can actually use. It ain't exactly what I was looking for. But you know what? This actually does help Mawile put a little more damage downfield, so you know what? I'm kind of okay with it. And this does nothing for us. And our tool is a spell tag. We gotta put it on something, right? We gotta put it on something. Something sounds like Empoleon. That's what something sounds like. Tip it in front here. Probably not gonna make the world of difference, but it's something. Alright, we need Clang. Thank you. No more rolling. We're done. We're happy sitting there with this many tier 2s for now. Alright. So, Big Clang should be helping us get through some of all this. If we were playing Monster, we would love to see a Floral team. But alas, we are not. Mawile is chewing on them. And we get through. Okay, Big Mawile staying for a big O-While. Maractus put up one heck of a fight. Look at all that Thorns damage, dude. Maractus is not a joke. We'll go ahead and buy that. PvE fight will be shiny. Okay. Show me another seed. Show me a seed to make the big bird even a bigger bird. Yeah, with that happening, I'm not sure that's going to be the first mon to drop. I don't know, dude. Does the spell tag offer anything other than raw stats? I don't think so. It's just a knockout bonus, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what that is. I mean, maybe Reverum is the better holder of it, considering that it gets in and it's frailer. Maybe that's the better holder. I mean, it is technically a possessed engine. It is kind of a ghost, right? Well, more than kind of, it definitely is a ghost. So it's thematically appropriate. Alright, we lay waste to a tiny Charmander. Mawile goes down to Turtonator and Charmeleon. Reverum is bouncing around. I don't think our squad beats... That Turtonator ain't even got nothing but true damage. And it tore through us with a quickness. Lairon. Lairon, are you sticking around to become an actual Lairon, or are you just here for the looks? Do we want to roll down? I feel like we're getting plastered to the wall so bad we kind of almost need to. Or do we level up? Roll down to level up. We level up. And we turn Rookity into a frontliner. And that's what we do, and we hope that Steel 6 is enough to do enough damage that we can pierce through. Mawile is chewing on him. Yep. I think we get through these guys at the very least. We do. Alright. The Snom team takes a nice big hit out of that. So we're upsetting the order just a little bit. I don't mind that. Gligar is an excellent mon. It's not for us though. Next PvE I fight is shiny. That is what they said. I think we need double Ditto damage though. I think that's exactly what we freaking need. Yo, what though? Excuse me, Dittos? I didn't know the Dittos were on parade today. Alright, we should be able to get through the shiny Mewtwo's without any issue whatsoever. Alright, Reverum. Keep going, friendo. Okay, what do we have available? We got the Ribbon, Eviolite, and Dynamax Band. Yo, Dynamax Band of the Penguin, though? Are we doing that? Start of the fight, raise max HP by 200%? Oh, that would make Penguin hit so hard, dude. Or the golden bow is so crazy, too. We gotta go max band. We gotta go for the biggest bird that has ever been seen. The biggest bird to ever walk the earth. That is a Tyrannosaurus penguin right there. Do we care about any more levels for Clink? I don't think we do. I think we want the big bird immediately. I think we spin down to get the big bird immediately. Show me Dynamax King's Rock big freaking bird. Look at him! Oh, that's a big flippin' bird, brothers. Look at that bird, though. Oh, oh, look at that bird. 820 damage on that bird, though. Oh, no, broskies. 20% of its matched HP is shielded and slams down. Okay, we don't need to roll for anything anymore. We're done. I'm just gonna leave the stream here, I think, and just come back when the game's over, because that's the biggest bird anyone's ever seen. That is the most massive, titanic pigeon of powerful proportions that has ever pounded the pack audience. Brothers, that is how you play Empoleon for sure. That works, my friends. That absolutely works. They ain't prepared. They ain't prepared for the biggest of birds. That's cute. That's cute that you think your Iron Hands is as big as this bird. It's not. It's not even close. But you can go ahead and think that it is. 20% means that of 800, it is getting, so 10% would be 80, so it's getting 160 shield a cast. That is Summon's entire health gauge that it is getting in shield every time it does a belly flop. Yeah, this works. Yeah, this is a combination that works. Corvisquire, welcome to the team. You are completely irrelevant. I don't know if you've noticed, but there is a very rotund bird who is definitely and most assuredly larger and in charger than you will ever be. Okay, they took that on me, right? What do I want instead? Maybe the charcoal? I was hoping to grab another seed or something else, but you know what? Can't always get the seed oil. Alright, and there we go. The Corvisquire is doing Corvisquire things in ye old battlefield, and now we're just letting Steel 6 do its thing. And that's true damage that's coming out of that? Dude. That is a true damage, full-on bladed armed penguin slap if I've ever seen one. That is delivering the will of Arceus itself directly to the dome piece. Yup, that'll do. That will 100% do. All this bird's gotta do is stay alive, and it proves to be a menace against society there. Look at him go. Look at that beautiful boy. Oh, he's gorgeous. That is a beautiful bird. Bird friend, you are beautiful, my dude. Okay. So, yeah, how we doing out there in the audience today? Nice weather? The game heard me whinging about losing so much that it decided, fine, you want to win here. I'll take all the challenge out of it entirely. Just have the biggest flipping bird. KFC. Killing Freedom Chicken, dude. That is a B-52 bomber painted blue. That is a B-52 in a tux right there. Alright, well, also Mawwile's here, so hey, you're doing some real stuff, Mawwile. Like things. For sure you are. The big bird comes down like a second. And Big Bird might actually be in some trouble here. Big Bird is actually in trouble against that freaking Raichu, dude. Alright, so it ain't over just yet. That Raichu is a menace to society. So what you're saying is the birds gotta get bigger. So that's what you're saying, is that the birds gotta get even bigger. Alright, show me a seed and then something I can throw on it. Well, show me like a deep sea tooth. Show me some sort of mystic water. I'll take that. I will 100% take that. Alright, once we get to true damage 8, I think we're being in quite good shape. It took us a while to get our economy back in action, but I think Big Bird will do quite well. Moses' setup is even sillier than Oz is, but that's just virtue of the fact that the game is not balanced and some mons are just objectively crazy with very little input. There is a Deep Sea Tooth if I have ever seen one. Deep Sea Tooth or Flame Orb, we could honestly care less about the Flame Orb here. We want more casts out of the Big Bird. 100% of the time, that's what we want. Show me a Steely Dan environment. I'll take that. Please do. But yeah, I would say I'm confident in a second place placement here, which is definitely a placement that I would accept. Heat Ran. Have I run Heat Ran before? Maelstrom of Fire deals 100 special damage before propagating to adjacent enemies up to 5 times, losing 20% of its power? That dude is actually kind of cracked, though. Alright, Heat Ran, you're up. You get nestled in between there. Big Bird, you're throwing additional hands. Heat Ran, I don't know, dude, just do stuff. And then Corviknight, take a little defense for you. For your trouble. Penny for your thoughts, odd scale for your trouble. Alright, with Heat Ran throwing a little nonsense in the background, maybe we're doing okay. Let's find out. Alright, Marcus. Hello, Marcus. How you doing, Marcus? Okay, looks like he's not doing crazy damage, but the Maractus hasn't stacked up its nonsense. And it doesn't look like Maractus is going to get the chance. Alright, and Heat Ran's still throwing out big damage. No, the Maractus is definitely going to get the chance to stack up its nonsense. It's 100% going to get the chance to stack up all the nonsense that it wishes for, and more. Alright, well, the fact that we're getting an entire HP gauge every time helped a little bit, but it wasn't quite enough to do what we needed it to do. We've got to get Steel 8 on board, and you know what? I'm willing to go down all the way to make that happen. Show me Steel 8. Penguin needs as much damage as it can apparently get. So Steel should be able to true damage. Steel Pokemon deal percentage of the damage is true damage and give 3 defense to your whole team when activated. Yeah. So yeah, we are looking to do as much nonsense damage as we possibly can through the Steel Synergy. Eterna Beam goes off. Okay, Eterna Beam went crazy hard there. But we did manage to live on the back of some silly nonsense there. The fact that we can't get through Marcus anymore scares me a little bit, though. I don't know how to feel about that. Alright, Flame Orb is interesting. King's Rock, also very interesting. No Soul Dew. I could go for the Ability Shield. Or we could go with the Namicon was the other option. But you know what? Fire Synergy actually would make them do a little bit of damage. So you know what? That's fine. Now, who gets it is the question. Probably you, right? Because you're throwing nonsense. And then between Heat Rain and Clang, they're both throwing fire. Just get a little damage over time. It might be enough to sway some battles into our favor. A little less direct damage. A little DOT, as it were. Yeah, I can live with Firestorm here. It's not terrible. Alright. And there's Maractus. Let's see if we can't get through this one. Alright, we do get through its basic stuff. We are throwing some fiery damage on the wake. Yeah, and Heat Train is propagating some fire damage as well. I don't think we get through all of this though. No, we do not. The rest of our team is just too frailed up. Too frailed up to be able to do much there. We just can't get through Maractuses. Maybe, I didn't see them getting a patch buff, but maybe they did. I mean, Raktai in general are just much better than they used to be. I mean, they already were good. But, we're having a little trouble getting through much of anything here. Yeah, this is troubling. Yeah, because Mawile's folding like paper instantaneously. Despite having the best defensive setup in the game, pretty much. Big Penguin is living, but we don't have enough scaling damage in the back to try to deal with all of it. Yo, dude is blocking so much damage. What was that? Unpheasant have a natural infinite block ability? I don't remember that thing having, maybe it was ability shield block in the fire status. That's probably what that was. Alright, we need to find another Mon fast while I still have the chance. I don't want to lose this to like this. This is silly the way this is going. You know, we got all the way to that thing, and then we can't find steel types. We can't get our feet underneath us. Magneton. I mean, we're close to Magnezone, I guess. Yeah, this is rough. As silly as the biggest bird is, I think we're coming in fourth again, because we can't beat either of those three top teams. Unfortunate. The upgrade is interesting. Maybe on the Heat Ran, the Shiny Charm, and the Sticky Barb. We go with the upgrade on the Heat Ran. Hopefully it helps channel its damage a little bit, but I gotta say I'm not particularly hopeful. We do replace the Lairon, because that Lairon ain't happening here. And then Clink probably not happening either. We could find Magnemite here, but it's not likely. There's Ditto. We found Magnezone. That maybe might help a little bit, but I don't think we're getting through all this. Alright, Heat Rain's propagating a little bit of fire with the burn damage from the fire synergy that probably helps somewhat. Alright, and there goes Big Penguin, and there we go. Lost to 4th place again off of that strat. Off of that to, like, a Roselia. It was mostly just a Roselia. Yeah, this game's balanced. This game is exceptionally fair and balanced. Yeah, look at it. To a Togetic, and then this thing just blocking everything. Well, 4th place ain't bad, I guess. Doing it again. We're running it back. I refuse. I refuse to say that 4th is all that we can do. Yo, there's gotta be some way. Do I just have to play the meta? Do I just have to play fairies and just forget about everything else? Is that what it's come down to? because the game is so fair and balanced that you gotta play one thing and one thing alone. I think it might be. I think it might be time to break out stupid fairy crit meta. Alright, fine. Fairy crit meta it is. Let's just run full fairies. I hate running fairies, dude. Oh well. Is what it is. Hope that we get Fluttermane, run stupid fairies, run full crit, and then watch his faces just get melted off, hopefully. The fact that something like Big Bird isn't enough to sway the tide of battle at all. With 800 HP hitting for that much damage, and it just doesn't, it just shrugs. Yeah, that's a little crazy. But it is what it is. Such is the nature of the game. That Tier 2 Epic beats a Tier 3 Dynamax Band, maximum HP King's Rock, constantly casting 160 armor per cast, big freaking bird. Defeated by a houseplant that has the occasional crit. Ugh, man. This game, dude. This game is, yeah, this game. Alright, but yeah, we run fairies. If Azalea ever logs into the game, that'd be great. But if not, let's go check out our slime dudes. We were in the middle of fusing some slimy friends, weren't we? Let's go check out our slime friends at the bottom of the screen here. Alright, though, we got more discoveries. Who do we got? Show me... Oh, a new slime friend, sure. Just a normal base slime, dude. You can do better than that. You know you can do better than that. Yeah, okay, buddy. Get out of here. Fuse me. Fuse and refuse. What? 2 of the yellow dudes? Sure. Fuse 2 yellow dudes. See what kind of slime we get. You already know what we're gonna get. Nothing special. But all of it is baby steps. Every time a slime is fed, every time a slime grows, and they get closer to their final evolution, is something completely different. And that I like. Yes, little friend, I see you. Alright, who else is getting fused? We got more yellow dudes. Fine. Fuse these 2 dudes, too. And then go ahead and fuse. Alright, those 2 will amp up. Azalea still hasn't connected. I can see where that 700 ELO is coming from. Alright, show me... Yeah, show me some of these goobers. I'll fuse a couple of these dudes. Alright. And there we go. Big... slime energy. Alright, and the game is started, so let's get out of the slime fusion menu and play some freaking auto chess, I guess. You know what else is silly? Ghost is silly. Ghost is silly and strong. Alright, let's play Ghost. We spam Ghost. Could have gone Fairy. I think I'm going to play Ghost. Why? Because we are afraid of some Ghost because of the way these games have been going. We'll buy down everything and then throw in the... Oh no, we want these to go faster, right? So, this makes sense here? Alright, show me something that I can work with. Level 2 Litwick, show me Duskull. Into Dusclops. I've had some real tragic Ghost runs where I have gone the majority without seeing any Ghosty Goos. They would be good. Bolivar, you're a trap. I know what you're trying to do, friend. I know exactly what you're trying to do. And you know what? I accept it. I accept it, and you are a trap, but I'm gonna let it happen anyway. Okay. So, we get those dudes there. We should be okay. Yo, where did my Arizona go? Because I am freaking dying, dudes. Ah, here it is. Probably not the thing that I should be drinking. The rehydrate should probably be drinking water, but I mean, it's diet, so how bad could it be for you? Then again, you look at some places and their diet stuff has like 8 billion calories, and it's like, how is this a diet? Well, if you eat it, yeah, it's technically part of your diet. Therefore, it's a diet product. Oh, is that how that works? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. I believe yous. Alright, get my voice back. Alright. Hour 8. Let's go. Eve of hour 8. Clink. Do we care about you? No. I should have sold some stuff rather than waiting. What do we want? I think Ghosty Goose, at least the backline Ghosty Goose kind of benefit from crit, which we're not going to get. We got a hot scale, so that's a frontliner item. You know what? We'll try to streak early and show me who. Zoo Batman, maybe? No, we throw you in. And then the rest of this nonsense can probably get sold, but it really doesn't matter if we sell it right now. We missed our opportunity window anyway. We'll swap these two dudes though. Why not? Alright, our Bolivar, Duskull, and Litwick are laying into the hurdy-gurdy. We did get that dude dealt with. The grassy terrain is helping keep these dudes in one piece. I do like our Bolivar. Alright, that's another ghost. We will take that. I guess we throw this here, and then got Ghost 3. What other ghosts are we looking for, really? Also, our team planner needs to go, because that's going to distract the heck out of me. Get this stuff out of here. Yeah, and you're a frontliner, so you can actually go in front of everybody there. I could drop in some ground coverage, but I just don't care enough, if I'm gonna be honest, to be trying to mess around with all that nonsense. Alright, Ghosty Goose, lay some curses down. You are Labombi. You're not the one that was AFK, were you? No, you're not. Alright, show me another Ghosty Goo. Let's, yeah, our region is ghost indeed. Hisui, is that the only ghost we can find? I hope that's not the only ghost we can naturally find. You know what, I will buy in one more time. And I will put Duskull in. Get Duskalopgop going. Duskalopop, how are you? You know what, actually, we could start digging. We absolutely could start digging a hole for ourselves. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Gives us a little more front line too, which is probably not a bad thing. Yeah, Delphaxians with the big fire blast is a problem and a half. Though these two dudes managed to get through Shandy. Maybe. We did? We did. Baby, we did. Come on, are we actually going all the way on the Bolivar strats? We're not, right? We're not going to be that silly to go all the way on our Bolivar strats, are we? We're going for our Bolivar. Our Bolivar's a permanent outer fixture, dude. Yeah, I need at least 1 or 2 mons that I can actually live with. Litwick is something. Geodude is not something. Geodude, stop showing up, my guy. That's Duskalopop. I don't mind having him on the squad. Show me Palisand. I'll take that. Show me another Albalva? Sure. I'll keep that in the back pocket there. And a whole lot of nothing there. Okay, so Clang is a T2. Wasn't enough to go ahead and break through us, though. And there's Lampent. Alright. And we're done rolling. I don't even need items right now. Let's see. Another one of these is probably not a bad idea. Sentret. He's a dangerous mon to add to the game, depending. But I'm kind of okay with it. Now the question is, what are we doing with the casts? Who's holding casting items? I kind of feel like an Aqua Egg into this dude is fine. And then if we can get like a Soldu into Aqua Egg, that would be amazing on a Ghost caster like that. But for now, we leave this the way it is. I'm quite happy with this particular lineup. Although, if the Umbreon's gonna rush into the backline, we could maybe have a couple of small issues. Yeah, that's a problem. Dusclops is having trouble dealing with that thing. It just lives forever. So much defense. Yeah, 22 defense is a lot, that's for sure. Alright, we let Gary fight run. We should have no problem breaking through his freaking malicious, dragony looking face. And then we're hoping that we end up in a region with more ghosts. Because we ain't found no more of them dudes here. But honestly, a couple of tier 2s ain't bad. Yeah, a couple of tier 2s ain't bad. Okay, show me something I can use. Rocky Helmet could be interesting, but I'm not sure. Like, if we get Sableye, I'd rather have it on Sableye than Palisand. 100% of the time I would. Alright, Gary is immediately busted into the dirt. We got potential Blue Orb, though. What was the item that gets Sableye to, I think it's Red Orb, right? So, double Charcoal. That's the one that does Sableye to Mega. Alright, show me a Ghosty Goo portal. Show me a brand new Ghosty Goo friend. You know what? We will make allowances for our new Ghost buddy. I am okay with that. Show me a friend. Who do we got? Okay, I'm not seeing Mr. Sable the Eye. I am seeing Mimikyu. Busted Form gain 8 attack and protect. Yeah, I mean, it ain't all that fast, but we can maybe improve it to where it is. And it is living for quite some time, right? So what? Do we make this thing like a holder of various nonsense? Something like this? And then like King's Rocket or something? Because we want this thing to basically just to slow down the tide of battle enough for Shandy to throw nonsense. That's all we're really looking for. And then Charcoal Plus, that gives Protective Pad. Not particularly useful for us, I don't think. Okay. So Mimi is taking some damage immediately. Hasn't gotten into Busted Form yet. Alright. Broke through that team, but then again, they gotta get their Clawitzer online before they're a real threat. But once they do, that team could be very dangerous. Any team that has water and Clawitzer in it, it's a dangerous squadron right there. Alright, show me... Ooh, that's a decent get. And then throw this thing over here. And then show me... Yo, do we want the Red Orb too? Are we gonna go silly, or do we wanna, like, Shell Bell this dude? You know what? That's a little bit of damage, a little bit of defense. And, yeah. Its defenses makes Mimikyu a little bit tougher to knock out and gives it a way to recover, potentially keeping it out of busted form, which would not be a bad thing. I don't hate that idea. Keeping it out of busted as long as it possibly can make it is not something that I hate. I think Geodude can probably get swapped out for Turtwig, which is just the objectively better mon there. Yeah, plus once it goes into busted form, it does increase damage, has a little while where it can just feed off of the enemy team. It's not bad. That is not a bad idea. And what else are you? You're Ghost, Amorphous, and Fairy. That's a good Ghost mon. I'll take that dude 100% of the time. Alright, and actually Normal is an amazing ground type and is better than a lot of the other through paths. What are we looking for here? Way to make somebody big? We don't really have it. But what we do have is a fairy that can use an additional fairy synergy without us costing ourselves any ghosty goo nonsense that could also be fairy, because there ain't no other fairies, right? No, not likely. But that gets us our fairy synergy without having to sacrifice anything. Ooh, we can do HP swap wand. 20 chance to be stolen from the target's max HP and given to the attacker, or the spirit wand, letting it strike a little bit more. What's your special? Then the target suffers from silence. So you don't really care that much about just that. We'd rather have the HP swap. I think that's what we do. Alright, now Bolivar continue to cast Magic Leaf Missile. And they should do some really good stuff there. Hopefully Mimikyu is gonna be able to do enough that we can kind of get through some of all this nonsense. Indeed, Mimi is doing all sorts of stuff. My pal Maidasane is doing quite good work. Alright, Mimi is busting through. This is also another ghost. Alright, we got an entire backline set up. We just need the opportunity to bring him in. Geodude, you are no longer necessary. You got less health than a base normal anyway, so goodbye, dude. And then, yeah, Fire 2 synergizes into the Lampent. Yo, this team may be coming together a little bit. Already got Field 2 online. I don't think there's a Ghost Field additional synergy that we can throw in, but, you know, there's worlds in which things happen. Alright, so Numel should be able to throw a big eruption down on everybody, do a little bit of damage. Early on, Numel's going to be quite valuable. Alright, one of the few times that I've gotten Normal outside of a ground comp where I've actually been able to use it. Actually, I rarely even see that dude in ground comp, so he is more than welcome to hang out for a while. Show that dude the front door and tell him he's welcome in. Okay, so with this, we should be able to beat the Psychic Twins for sure. We're just a little nervous about our front line being just basically Mimikyu, though Dusclops, despite being ranged, is thick enough where it kind of does the job of a frontliner. That's why I got it in front of the Lampent. Don't want that dude to get jumped on as much as possible. So, alright, Mimikyu should be able to beat this relatively easy. And then, yeah, Mew should be completely stuffed. Got him, dealt with him. Now, what do we want here? Alright, I think the play is the Twisted Spoon out of these options. We will buy the Ditto. And then we just let this ride a little bit longer. Hopefully, soon enough, we'll be able to do some Snubble. You don't need to be here. You do not need to be here, friendo. I don't know that we get the opportunity to get our Bolivar all the way up. But, small lift to doll lift to our Bolivar. Yeah, I don't think we get it all the way, but it's always there. It's a dream. Plus, it prevents more small lifts from appearing in the shop as frequently, so, you know, what can you do? It's beneficial. Alright, Gabe Nummel there, throwing down a big eruption soon. Eruption win. Alright, do we go into broken format? We did. It popped, it triggered. The defenses helped for a little bit. Do we get through these dudes? No. That Quilava through... Its basics were bigger than our boosteds. Impressive. Alright, so these dudes are pretty much done digging there. We'll keep them going. I might even place Dusclops in the front there. And see what happens. This forms, yeah, the ability shield. Do we care about ability shield? I mean, it's not bad. I wouldn't mind throwing it like in the middle, right? And having these three dudes be powered up. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Hard to say. Mimikyu is actively Ultra Instinct dodging though. Why, I do not know. But it is indeed throwing out massive Ultra Instinct nonsense. Alright, do we manage to get through the Chew? We do. Off of the back of that freaking... Yo, the grass terrain from our Bolivar is saving us more times than I can count. Which ain't saying a whole lot because I can't count too high. But if I could count pretty high, it would be a lot. Let's see. What do we want? I think King's Rock makes the most sense here. Yeah. Yeah, for sure it does. And then, I think we make our pile of sand the big dude. Yeah, you become very, very large, friend. You become a big sandcastle of pain. 25% of HP plus 10 if the weather is sandstorm, so... Yeah, actually, 25% HP. You scale your healing with your total HP, right? So, that means you're just that much harder to take out. We'll take that. And we're almost to the point where we can afford another ghost to add to the squad. I'm thinking Snorunt's next, and then after that we add another frontliner. Man, they got the Sableye. Oh, gnarly, brother. Gnarly. With that red orb and the muscle band, it's doing a lot to us. We ain't getting through that, dude. Even big Palisand ain't getting through all that. No, and they got the shadow terrain on their side dodging pretty good too, so... Nah, we ain't getting through all that. We got a good chunk of it down, though. Alright, 4, 8, and then... I will pop 1, and then throw Snorunt in. And then we're hoping that we have enough to win a match and get to... back to 50. And we go from there. Yeah. Yeah. A Bolivar eventually is gonna have to go, though. As much as I love that dude, it's eventually going to have to go. As clutch as it has been. Because we're gonna need that Ghost Synergy up to 8 to get full use out of it. Alright, Big Croc is gone. We got the Grapple Arc, which is a regional, and a fairly strong regional at that. The Electros is throwing out some nonsense. We did get through it. Alright, last thing is Aracuda. Get him out of here. Okay, throw down some nonsense and see what happens. Oh, and we get another level for the Hone Edge? Sure, certainly. I will gladly accept another level for a ghost. Please do. Now the question is, do I go all the way down in levels in order to try to make more Ghosty Goo nonsense happen? We'll play it by ear, see what our legendary is, and then we'll go from there. Right now we're sitting at pretty good HP, and Ghost is a very strong synergy, so going all the way down from that in order to get this going is not the worst in the world playing. Only problem is we don't quite have enough Ghosty Goos to make that happen. We're still sort of lacking some ghost power. But getting our legend will help, so... It's a red orb. That is a red orb right there of instantaneous variety, or, and this is an iron ore, we could go for the Pokénomicon. Alright, we want this dude. Poor Alcremie, dude. Poor Alcremie. What are you playing again? You're playing the absurd... Yeah, you're playing another Dark Ghosty Goo type team, huh? Marshadow, you are a beautiful, beautiful boy. Oh, look at him. He's gorgeous. He's perfect. He's perfect in every way. Alright. I think all of us time has come and gone. I think Red Orb is the objective right call on that dude. And then, yeah, we let this go for just a little bit there. The ability power upgrade of a single spoon, maybe on Lampent. I mean, ability power plus 10 is not a lot, but it's something. And it is casting, so why not? We throw that down there, and then that's Ghost 6. We're close. If we swap out Numel, then with the Hone Edge, then we have that. Arboliva, are you coming back if we get to level 9? Maybe? Maybe you are. Alright, Marshadow is attempting to chunk dudes a little bit. Does get some boosties out of that. Should have stolen the attack buffs from the Furfrou, but not enough to get through Glastrier. There is a strictly superior ghost to some stuff, right? Alright, we go down all the way to level 8 in order to get this dude in. We swap out Gabe Numel, and there we go. We're level 8 Ghosty Goos already. Ladies and gentlemen, we are level 8 Ghosty Goos, and I think if we can get the Fuecoco all the way up to tier 2, we swap the egg and the spoon onto that dude. But for now, this is fine. Yeah, this is okay for now. Ghost 8 should be doing a lot of nonsense. Okay, we do get through the big dude there. Question is, do we get through Big Heatran? We're having a little bit of trouble of actually getting damage down on that dude. I'm hoping that big ability cast gets him. He does. That was unlikely, but we living. And there we go. That's big Do-Edge. We do it. Do-Blade doing its thing. That is indeed what Do-Blade do. That's what I was going to grab. I didn't mean to grab the Ice Stone. I swear to you, I didn't mean to grab it. I meant to loop around. Fluff. Well, I mean, with the Snow Runt, that is ice too, right? So actually, this thing is both fire and ice if we do that. Is that good? I feel like that's actually okay. And I feel like mass casting both fire and ice is actually kind of a vibe. I think I like that. I think I indeed do like that. Maybe the ice wasn't a throw. Maybe ice ain't a throw after all. Alright, so we at least have the ability to freeze some dudes sometimes, right? Yeah, a little mini freeze here and there. Their aquatic's gonna pop though and undo any freezes if we happen to get them. But, the idea of the occasional freeze is probably not bad. Ain't getting through Big Lugia, though. Ain't got the damage for that. I'm not sure what we can do about this. Our item setup really just ain't it. Gabe Numel, we don't really need you hanging around anymore, and we don't need the Arbalivas. We really don't. Do we care about going up to level 9? Here's the question. And I feel like we don't really need to. I mean, Ghastly would be great, and it's our best chance of finding that dude is at level 9, but even so, the chance ain't that big. Okay, my Shadow ain't got nothing on the freaking Sableye at all. Unfortunate. Yep, we ain't doing anything to that thing. Alright, so after this we gotta roll down and get levels on some dudes, because clearly we don't have enough of anything in order to be able to do much. We'll start the quest now. That does become a ghost type. It's not worth changing out anything that we got for it though, because we need 3 of those bad boys to go crazy here. And we got a Ditto again. I will lock that thing. And we should have no problem getting through the birds here. And I think that's Krokorok, which I think warrants switching out the Lampent for Big Crocagator there. I think that's absolutely what that warrants. Alright, get us some energy generation on the old Marshadow, and I'd be happy to see that. Manaphy Egg is energy generation, I did ask for it. Is it 100% what I was hoping for? I mean, it's darn close, I'll take it. Alright, give me the Croc. Show me a nice pair of Crocs. Put in the other one. Give them this. Alright. There we go. Now we're looking for levels on dudes. That's another epic ghost. We'll bring it just in case we can replace Doublade, but I ain't like dying over the opportunity. Alright, if we live in this, we're in good shape. If not, we roll down like there's no tomorrow. Alright, Marshadow should be able to steal buffs with Spectral Thief a little bit easier, thanks to the Manaphy Egg. Alright, it does. It's hopping around the battlefield pretty well. I don't know 100% how well it's doing. Does manage, and off the back of some real nonsense, but alright, so we're rolling down again. Another Corsola showed up. If we end up finding enough that we could have gone Corsola, I might just cry. There's Glalie. That's a good dude to have. Another Litwick, sure. Wouldn't mind getting that dude back up to spec. I'll go down to Ghastly is what I'll go down to. That's exactly what I'll go down to. And actually that's better than Litwick. So I will replace Litwick with Ghastly. Although it does facilitate fire. Is the only thing. It does indeed facilitate fire, which I'm a little bit nervous about getting rid of. Don't know how valuable it is to us, but I feel like it's somewhat valuable. Alright, we get another Ice Stone if and we want it, and I don't think we do. The Gracidia is an interesting pick, and I will grab it. The only other thing I was thinking of is either the Max Revive or the Sticky Barb. Maybe the King's Rock could have been good too. I don't know, at this point, HP's melting so fast. It's a little difficult to justify, right? But, you know what? Give me Duskalopop in there. And throw this dude in. Yeah, give me something like this. Alright, what are we looking for? We're looking for anything that we can try to build a run out of. And that Shanks. There's another level for the Croc. Don't 100% know. And there's another one for Dusclops. I don't know, man. Yeah, that Sableye is a freaking menace to the planet. Wow. 21 shot. That was a lot of HP to lose in one shot. How did the key do? Lost less. Lost less. Dude. This can't be my lot in life, can it? Just playing Pokemon Auto Chess for the rest of eternity? This can't be. This cannot be. You know what? I had to play the new channel theme song in the background while we do this. Let's just run this in the background and I'll lower down the volume a little bit. You gotta break out the hero theme song, dude. Alright, let's get this. Alright, bad boys, let's go ahead and do this. No questions this time. We are going to specialize in Fairy 100% of the time. We'll break out the channel theme if we gotta. You forced my hand. Now I ain't got no choice. Now I got a top 3. Now there ain't no other way about it. Okay. Goglin's doing his thing. Anytime you want to join us, Goglin. In the meanwhile, let's oh, it's nighttime. We can activate the little event thing. Get dudes doing event stuff. While the event's queuing up, let's go ahead and merge some more meat buddies. Alright, throw those dudes in there. Alright. Let's freaking do this, man. We got the hero theme in the background, and we are still waiting on this dude. Is this going to be another one where the game starts and then the dude decides to come back to his computer monitor? Yo, I can't stand it when they do that. They say down in the corner, they let you know the game won't start until 3 minutes after if you're tabbed out. Ugh, whatever. Alright, who else do we got? We got Seth, Miss Mime, Chungo McDungo. Love that name. I will actually say that's a pretty legit name with the constipated Jirachi. Yeah, I can get behind that. Well, actually, you want to be nowhere near behind that, but still. Thing's a steel-bodied psychic baby. You know how dangerous it would be behind that thing? Like a shotgun blast. BBs and everything. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it. Alright, what are we gonna do? Fairy or fighting? Whatever one we're closest to. Fairy? Okay, that dude's taking that one. Fine, we'll go human shape. We can link it to fighting that way. Alright. The music's gotta get killed for a second. Because we are going back to the game music. Break into the human shape. And then we'll put you in, we'll buy you, we'll throw you in. And yeah, we're in a wild song nothing stage. Well, that means we can just pivot through. What's our region look like? Looking like not really fighting or fairy in this region at all. Fair enough. Well, there's another mine for fairy, so we go ahead and take that. Honestly, right now we buy into some of the 1 costs, I think. Well, we got the money for it. We'll buy into the 2 costs, though. Alright, get rid of the rare adders there. We broke that dude down, and now we're looking at... What's our choice here? I guess... another charcoal? That's not the worst thing ever. We got fire started. We don't really want to go full fire nonsense, because full fire nonsense loses games in the end. Yeah. I think we're gonna go with fighting. Options with fighting or fairy. I think fighting is the best chance that we got here. Depends on what other dudes are going for. What do we got? Ain't got nothing. Yeah, you ain't got nothing. You're going for potentially fighting as well. And human shape. Yeah, you could be doing some nonsense. Show me black glasses there. Alright. Now, what do we want to combine here? I'm seeing a few different options. I feel like Razorfang is fairly decent, but I feel like we have better options, like Glove and the Deep Sea Tooth, maybe? I don't mind that much ability damage going down, so we'll just throw it onto our chunkiest dude. And we actually made it in time, so we'll do that. But they get a lot of tier 2s on, or grade rarity green dudes, unfortunately. And we're gonna need some dudes that can hold up to that, so show me something that I can use. Do we want to like be able to Razor Claw, or do we want... Yeah, we'll go Razor Claw. Improve the crit rate on the basic attacks. Alright, show me fighting mines all the way down. Alright, there's Quilladin. I don't much care about going full Pikachu since we're not, although... Yeah, that thing will come in, though, and do some nonsense, so I'm actually okay with that, doing that thing. Wooloo is never finding a place on this squadron. Alright, we keep that shield going, because Quilladin, special damage, 80% of the user's defense. Yeah, we are okay with Quilladin staying in and doing Quilladin things. Alright, show me... You know what? Show me Chestnut. Show me an early game freaking Chestnut. That was Kakuna Matata. We don't really care about Kakuna at all. Another Pichu, huh? They're pushing that dude. Mascot of the series, I suppose. A mascot of Pokemon Auto Chess win, maybe? Actually, no. We don't want this unless we can get the Poliwrath, right? Yeah. We're not going to invest in that thing. Alright, show me a beatdown of whatever these dudes are doing. You know what? I will continue going for Quilladin. Yo, the Poliwag's trying to trap me, brothers. The Poliwag is undergoing entrapment. It wants me to throw in Politoed and lose the synergy. I'm not gonna do that. I will, however, invest in Chestnut if it does so happen, which it very well might. Alright, that dude goes up. That's another big get for us. So this is our line. It's all right here. Show me one more Chespin, and I will go full 130% Chestnut. I will lock that dude in immediately. Big Nautilus doing big things. Yo, what happened? Yo, Hero. Thanks for the raid. Yo, just getting my face kicked in for... Dude, this is the 8.5 hour. We got one win at the very beginning, and it's been going downhill ever since, but the raid is cheering me up. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Maybe Chespin in the future to Chestnut. Maybe Chestnut luck. Possibly. But yeah, much appreciated, dude. Much appreciated. All I need is one to make my day better. Show me one Chespin, dude. We already got the double ditto. Just show me. Yo, are you actually gonna taunt me with it being this close and then not show me the Chespin? Really? I just want Chestnut, and then I'll be happy. Even if I don't win the game, if I can just manage the early tier 3, you know what, then I'll be happy. Then I can, like, go to dog heaven happy. So, we'll see. I don't know, man. Chestnut would help a bit with what we got going on. Just a freaking bit. You know what I'm saying? Alright, Quaxley, he's another fighting type. We want to try to isolate this Chespin before we take over to the next tier, and it's harder to find. Although I'm getting distracted by Quaxleys. Do I save for the Machop and just hope that we get Chespin later? I think I do. I think I lock the Chop. We lock the Chop and hope that Chespin shows up. Man. This close. This freaking close, man. I could practically taste it. It's a bit like wood and body armor. Alright, Gary should go down pretty easy. Ain't worried about that. Also, my notifications worked, so that was nice. Longest time notifications weren't working. I fought with Twitch. I tracked them down, went to the Twitch headquarters, okay? I challenged them to an arm wrestling contest. And they decided 1v1 me, bro, outside. It was epic. You had to be there in order to see it, in order to really understand how amazing it was. There was lightning in the skies. There were, like, giant thunderbirds dropping down from the heavens. There was a sword battle in it. It was epic, but you had to be there. You really had to be there. Alright, that's Cub Fu. I do like some Urshi with some Fu there. Now the question is... Game 5, permanent ability power. KO, visibility up to 10. Game 3, permanent speed when getting a K with a basic attack. We'll see which one it gets, if it gets any. Kinda need items for that. Show me Chespin. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, Chestnut is on block. Now you just face tank for our boy Cubfu there while he picks off the rest of the riffraff, and I'll be a happy man. Also, Bounce Sweet showing up. Yo, Bounce Sweet, you wanted to join the party? I didn't know, my friend. Didn't know, but I'd be happy to have you. I would lock that bad boy in, and then we gotta stop spinning like crazy. I know, it's silly, and I shouldn't be, but, also, I'm gonna do it anyway, because today has been a day and a half. Okay, do we get through the Carnivine? We do. Alright, Bounce Sweet, you can join the bench. Quackable, you are up and going. Do we do Randy Rando with the freaking glasses on? You know what? We go Randy. Who knows? We get a random Urshifu with random items. Let's just go ahead and do it. Why not? This isn't about winning. At this point, it's about being incredibly and unapologetically silly. And, yeah, we're gonna make that happen. The question is Pikachu staying over, like, the Quaxwell? And I'm thinking Pikachu's time is starting to maybe be over with because it ain't getting that fighting synergy boost for the additional defenses. So that dude might be done. Okay, Kubfu is actually getting quite a few KOs here. We might have an Urshifu sooner rather than later. Alright, nope, ain't getting the KO on that freaking pin urchin there. Pinkachin, I'm sorry. Pardon me for the mispronunciation. Do we want to lock in a permanent Soldu on the Urshifu? I mean, fighting types do love ability power. That is true. That is true. Tough to say. You know what? We ain't gonna get the chance to find out. That's what I'm getting here. The shield, though, was not bad. It's a good second place option. And we can always tear the items down with Wobbuffet if we need to. So you know what? I'm okay with you getting a little bit of shield boost and calling that a day. Now as for the rest of this team, yeah, I think Quaxwell comes in over Pikachu. Gets us the aquatic boost. Pikachu, you go on home. And now we're looking to get to Fighting 6, and I'll be happy after that. Regardless of what happens, that'll be pretty nice. Would be nice if I got Serena. I don't think I've ever actually managed to get a Bounce Suite all the way to Serena before. Okay, we got one heck of an item combination on the old Kubfu there. Should be able to get into the back row and really start messing with some dudes. Kinda does. Yeah, alright, and then Oddbalava's the only thing that's left. Urshifu, how close are you to 5 out of 10? You're getting there. Alright, we keep going. 5 out of 10, huh? Alright, so either Scroll of Darkness or Scroll of Water. We'll see what happens. We for sure will see what happens. Alright, Urshifu. Throw hands, buddy. Whatever you gotta do in order to get them done with. The Max Revive is interesting. At least it takes pressure off of that dude for just a little bit. Yo, they chunked down Chestnut so fast. Luckily, Poliwhirl in the back was able to do quite a bit of work. Let's go. Alright. Mew and Mewtwo should be easy sells right down the river. Those two dudes are not a problem. Would love to have Fighting 6 to try to preserve this win streak, but as a matter of fact, after these two dudes, I very well might. I very well Magnum might. Do I want to sell him a chap in order to make sure I get the full interest bonus that I possibly can? Dude, I don't know. It seems like a waste, but sure. Guess we're not that close to Machamp yet, right? I might be kicking myself later for that, but for right now, I'm happy. And as I said before, fighting types love ability casts, so we'll go ahead and throw that down. And then we have options. We have options, and I think we have answers. There we go. And then that puts... what do I want to do? Double up and get flying on board? Sure. You know what? That doesn't hurt me to do. Alright. Hey Shifu, how you doing? 7 out of 10? Not bad. Not bad. Go ahead and hit a full, masterful 10 out of 10, and then let's see which Urshifu we're gonna get. Alright, Blue Orb into Shell Bell is... it's okay. But I do love the random. I do love a good random chance. And they're gone. How close are you now? 9 out of 10. Don't know which one you're close to, but you're for darn sure close. And hey, Machop came back. He forgives me. Welcome back, Machop. I appreciate your forgiveness there. And let's see what happens. But yeah. Alright, so what do we got? We got Quaxwell doing Quaxwell things. Really, most of the damage is coming from Chestnut. But Cupful's doing okay too. So we'll go ahead and see what happens here. Show me another victory. They're going, what? Is that full human shape? You know, they playing some kind of a synergy challenge? Because going raw human shape is... well, it's a choice. And it ain't an easy choice of that. I don't think Apu got the... no? 10 out of 10. So we got the Darkness Scroll. No, Scroll of Waters. Alright, there is a Watermon there. Okay, and Machoke is up and rolling. Alright, who goes to the dojo to train? We definitely want the spoon if we can manage. Looks like Roserade's gonna take that though. So, maybe the other... this thing. Yeah, we rock this thing for a little bit and see what happens. Alright, Scroll of Waters. Calm it down, rehydrate, let's go. And there we go. Urshifu Rapid is on deck. And the question is, again, who gets the Golden Dojo ticket? Do we plan on maybe being able to hit Machamp? It's not outside the realm of possibility. But we could also save it and try to use it on a Legendary because we have such a health lead. The silly play is to save it for the Legendary. The safe play is to throw it on literally anything else. So you know we're going to play the silly play, right? You know we're absolutely playing the silliest of options. 100% of the time, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're playing silly. Why the heck not? Wide Lens Max Revive is quite an item combination if I've ever seen one. I think we saved the Manaphy Egg for whatever our fighting champion turns into. We do get some more points, so we will take that. Fighting 6, Aquatic 2, Flying 2 is far from a bad combo. If we get Fighting up all the way, I might throw an additional Water on just to get Water 3 for the PowerPoint regen. Which might not be bad. Wish we had another Fighting Water type. If we got a Stone option, that might actually not be too bad either. Just things to consider. Just things to be considerate of. Alright, we got the Shiny Charm and the Shell Bell as Shifu. Interesting. Alright, between it and Quaxwell, I mean, they are hitting for some damage here. Urshifu is effectively stunting that Carnivine, and we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Get that nonsense out of my face. Oh yeah, we're in business. That gets us fighting, dude. Do we care about Lady the Ba? I don't think we do, honestly. Ladybug is interesting, for sure, and it gets us the flying synergy and a little bit of bug. But what bug are we looking for here? I don't know what bug we're looking for. You know what? We do this, and we see. Is it likely to yield any sort of results that we're looking for? No. No, it is not. But possibly. Possibly it could do something. Alright. Poliwhirl is already taken out, but Ho-Oh is gone, and so is Honkalugia there. That is two very, very good items. Alright, we get another Ditto. We take that. That's potentially the Machamp Dream happening. Maybe I was wrong to doubt the Machamp Dream possibilities. We zip around the Zagoon, and we take our Fighting Portal. You know what? We buy this while we're at it. Maybe an immediate sell, but we'll see. Alright, our fighting type is Marshadow, which is not a terrible get by any means. So we'll put that dude like over here, and then yeah, we do this into this, but I'm not sure that it stays is the problem. Because I kind of want to hyperbolic it. How long? For 3 stages and then it's gold? We have no choice. I have no mouth and I must scream. And I have no Marshadow and I must train. We are far enough ahead where I can afford to lose 3 games. If that's what it comes to. But it also might not. Also, it might not. And then when it comes back, its items are set to go off. Yeah, we'll take that risk. Alright, we're at fighting 7 because we get only a little dude there. I'm sorry for leaving you on your own, Urshifu. I do apologize. But Marshadow will be back. 3 turns. Give him 3 turns, friend. And then he's all stacked up. We can afford 3. We can afford 3 to have the world's schmexiest Marshadow active. And there is a Steenie off the bat. We will put that in rather than the other Machoke. There is a man for sure. Alright, Steenie. I need you to hold the line. Just hold long enough for Urshifu to do Urshifu things. Please. Just hold in there. Okay, we're up against the big double. That dude is chunky as can be. Urshifu has the Manaphy egg for additional casts. And it's got that with the Stardust, so it is restoring itself a fair amount, getting big kicks off. Alright, Loudred's gone, but I don't think that's gonna matter. No, it's not. Not in the face of Type Null. Don't know if that's what that dude wanted, but he's got both of his bands on it, so maybe Type Null is exactly the mon that he was looking for. Ladybug? Sure. I mean, we'll buy it. You ain't offering us nothing that we don't really need. The Manaphy egg on something could be quite silly. We don't get it. The protective page is also potentially quite silly. Alright. Soothe Bell is interesting. Soothe Bell is interesting because we can get some real value out of that thing. One more fight and Marshadow comes back in. Come on, Marshadow. Train in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Come back and then own this entire game. That's all you gotta do, buddy. And then maybe we use the bell on the Machoke there and see if we can't manage to scrounge us up something, right? If we could grab Machamp, I'd be very, very happy about that. Quackable, I would be okay happy with. Lady Ann is like a whatever burger, but we'll see. Okay, big Hatterene taking big Hatterene damage, silencing us when it gets the chance. Do we get through that, dude? We do, but the duck is throwing so many hands. I don't think it matters. Nope. Send the duck home. I told you, Marshadow, we could hold without you for a couple of rounds. Come on back in, Marshadow, my friend. And then stack up with one not. Oh, we don't have room for them, but we will. All right, now stack up, show out, get the training going. Who gets hyperbolic time training? I'm gonna say Machoke does, because we might be getting Machamp there. This is a level towards Combustion too, which I will take. Alright, Marshadow has a little shield coming into the whole endeavor. It's got the Soul Dew, making sure it can steal all sorts of buffs, provided that it's not frozen for 800 years. Which it absolutely is. But Urshifu managed to clear out enough while it was messing around in the back line. Yeah, Chestnut is already doing... We got 3 mons hitting 500 on a regular basis. Broski, that is the dream. Okay. We fight the birds. We don't need the Talonflame. Would love to see Talonflame, but... alas. Yo, broski's 9-hour stream, 9-hour marathon stream to make up. You see how sorry I am that I missed the weekend stream? You see how apologetic I am deep within my very soul that I would do a 9-hour Pokemon Auto Chess dedicated stream for you guys? Do you see that? Do you feel my pain? Do you see the tears that I shed with mine eyes for you? Alright, what do we got? We got another protective pad. Interesting. Interesting, and I think that's the play though. Smoke Ball is also not a bad idea, but I think the pads are better, and I think Steeny's the one to... No, yeah, Steeny's the one to carry him. Steeny's 100% the one to carry it. Let's not be silly. And then, yeah, one more fight. Get ourselves above, and then we'll throw the Soothe Bell onto the Machoke, and then see if we can't drum up a Machamp to champion us to a victory. That's the plan. Yeah, he's trained for a couple of turns now in the Hyperbolic. He's going crazy in there, getting super stacked up. That Groudle is stacked to pieces though. So is that Groudon. Yeah, that's a nightmare team to be up against. Though Marshadow is stealing buffs like they're going out of style. Yo, is it getting all the monster buffs too? I think it is. But I don't know that that's going to be enough. It did get through that thing. Didn't get through the freaking Carnivine, though that was freaking close. Alright, we throw this down on... Actually, no. We buy Ladian, make sure it can't show up. Then we throw this down. Alright, so we got another Machop out of it. We got Mankey. Do I care about Mankey? If I could get Annihilate, I wouldn't be mad about it. You know what? We buy all these dudes and then see what comes up. Show me more Bounce Sweet. I'll take that. Rhyhorn doesn't matter to me. Quackable also matters very little. We'll go down to 30 looking for something good to throw in. Alright, let's see. Yo, didn't we just deal with the Groudon monster nonsense team going on something? Or is this different Groudon monster team nonsense? Feels like it has to be different Groudon monster team nonsense, right? I don't know, but it went differently. Alright, we'll push through that. Alright, show me more nonsense here in the old arena. Chimchar, you are a fighting type, but you really... Yo, give me the additional Wonder Box. Let's go Randy all the way to the end. Quackable just wants to show up and do quack things. Alright. Who is going in exchange for the quack above all? And the answer is... I don't know, because I don't really want to give up birds. But I think birds can be given up for dragons. I feel like birds can absolutely be given up for the sake of dragons. Yeah, flying 2 ain't worth that much to me. Alright, show me... Jangmo again? Not really worth the trouble of dragging that dude out of retirement. Rhyhorn and Sobble showing up an awful lot. Various runs where I would have liked to see those dudes coming back and doing their own thing. Getting pushed off of the Sobble is a problem. Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Alright, show me a refresh, and then I gotta slam that Wonder Box down on somebody. Who? Maybe the Jangmo? I mean, it is a very strong unit, right? Might as well. Yeah. You know what? You power this dude up pretty good, so I'm gonna put you there. And then we'll see what happens with that. Show me another Machop. Show me Ditto. Show me Ditto or another Machop. There's Ditto. There he is. We let the Machoke train for one more, and then we got the biggest Machop to ever be seen on the planet coming in to Machoke him out. Alright, and we get through Suicune with relative ease. Oh, another Wonder Box. Show me the full Randy special. This is the way you end the stream, folks. This is the way you end a flippin' stream. Just randoms and freaking Machamps. That's how you end a stream, my guys. Let's go. Let's see it happen here. Let's see it happen first. Top 3 guaranteed, dude. Top 3 already guaranteed. Let's freaking go. This could be the last round, so I'll just browse for fun. Don't know what we'll find. Could be anything. There is another Ditto. Yo, show me freaking Como. Watch me pull Como out of my head somehow. Not gonna happen. But Big Machamp is causing big issues. Oh, baby, look at him go. Look at the champion go. What's the total health on this broski? What's your total health? 298 on that broski. Look at him do Machamp things. There's another Bounce Sweet. Yeah, ain't nothing left to do, but I don't know. What do we throw the Ditto on? What do we even throw that Ditto on? You know what? Watch your brother from the sidelines, Como. Do your thing. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. This is it. 1 HP on this Brohammy. Let's see what happens. Randoms, roll me good stuff. Okay, Ability Shield, giving those dudes a little bit more. We got the Soul Dew. Oh, baby, I think we got him. Belly Bolt's already gone. That's a big threat. Marshadow's just chunking dudes for fun. Marshadow's feeding on them. Come on, dudes. One more Celio's gone, baby. That's a victory. 9 hours for a first place off of freaking Buff Champ. We're done. We are done, so holy moly. Look at that squad. Marshadow, Chestnut, Steenie, Jangmo, Machamp, Urshifu, and Poliwhirl. Woof. Alright. Didn't get us back up over 1,000, but I gotta call it, brothers. I can't go through another saga like that looking for a win. Booster time, and then it is bedster time. Alright, show me good stuff. We got Alcremie, Pidgey, Mudkip, Clink, Shiny. That's pretty good. Beldum, Kingdra, Azumarill, Graveyard, Ekans, and Veluza. Then we got Stuffle, Groudon, Venusaur, Excadrill, Sharpedo, Palmy, Mankey, Weedle, Diancie, and Flapple. 4 more to go. Gothitelle, Unfezant, Kingdra, Charjabug, Escavalier, Grotle, Beam, Spectrier crying its eyes out, Wormadam, I think that's Shiny Wormadam, right? And then Hydrapple. Go, don't give a Wormadam. Let's go. Onyx, Hippowdon, Urshifu, Single Strike, Shiny. I think that's the new profile, dude. I think that's the new profile. Urshifu Rapid, Pancham, Lycanroc, Electrike, Sobble, Braviary, and Zygarde. I don't know, dude. Urshifu's a bear, though. It's not really a hound, is it? Ah, it's so close. It's so close. Alright, Gothita, Chimchar, Bayonet, Reggie Doot 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 Gigas, Mime Jr., Execute, Mesprit, Skidoo, Ambor, and the Dark Lugia. And then finally, last pack, Combuskin, Azurill, Pidgeotto, Kartana, Golett, Vibrava, Tepig, Igglybuff, Ceruledge, and the final card of the day, Zera Aura with the Rage. Looking to go Super Saiyan. Alright, broskies and brohammies, ladies and gentle-ladies and fellas of all ages, it was so good to have you all here. I am burnt out of my wazoo. All of my wazoos are fairly fricasseed. I am a broken man, I tell you. But you know what we do when it's times like this? We kick on the main intro theme. Yo, this has been the one and only authentic, stamped and labeled for your consumption Foxhound freaking show. I will see all of you dudes on the very next one. Have a great night, everybody. Taking off on a win. Ain't that the way to go? See you later, people.